Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in our beautiful world. And welcome back to TopStep TV. This is the opening call. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, March 19th, 2026. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent, Jay. Always a pleasure to see you in the morning. There's a lot going on in these markets. It's going to be, as they always are, an interesting and challenging trading day, folks. We've got things going on. So buckle up. JD, how you feeling this morning?
Buckle up is right. I was expecting a little bit of a Fed hangover day, but not in these markets. Not today. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Lots happening today. Big moves overnight. We've got headlines coming out already. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bazant is on the wire, as well as U.S. Secretary of War Peter Hegseth. A lot of headlines coming out already. Markets are moving. We've got some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour, too. I don't know. Should we expand our time frame on this opening range breakout trade for gold? Do you think a minute is going to do this trade justice today? It's moving so much. We're down so much overnight. Overnight inventory definitely the short side. We could get caught in a nasty pullback. We're on the wrong side of this trade. We get in too soon, I mean. What are you guys thinking?
I think anything bigger than a 1 minute opening range is just going to expand the risk beyond our uh, risk appetite.
Yep.
If we're going to take it,
Noted.
take the 1 minute.
Stick with the 1 minute. Stick with the plan. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see how big it is.
Yep. Gold is in free fall. There is always that risk of a little overnight inventory correction right as the market opens. We'll see what kind of influx of liquidity we get as we approach the open. We get about 2.5 more minutes until gold officially opens. 2 minutes.
It's
Gold.
pretty wild
Opening
here.
bell for gold. Yep.
Opening bell, 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll be looking at a 1 minute opening range trade. Early look at percentage movers right now. It's metals to the downside, energies to the upside. We got gold down 5.5%, platinum down 7.68%, and silver down 10.75%. To the upside, we got RBOB gasoline futures up 2.57%, natural gas up 3.25%, and heating oil up 4.25%. To talk about our big four, we got crude oil up 1.2%, the S&P down 0.42%. We already mentioned gold down 5.5%, and the NASDAQ down 0.54%. So a ton of movement in the overnight session already. It is going to be a pretty wild day here. We'll take a look at this 1 minute opening range trade here.
How about this headline just coming across the tape a second ago? U.S. Treasury Secretary Basant says, "We know where Iran leaders' bank accounts are." They're going to go hit them where it hurts, it sounds like.
What? Okay.
There's Hoop in the chat. He's on top of it, too. We know where Iran's leaders' bank accounts are.
Interesting.
That's a veiled threat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hit him in his pockets, I guess. That's where it hurts. That is very interesting comments coming out there. We got gold opening up in about 30 seconds here. We normally wait for this 1 minute candle confirmation outside the range. Would it reduce the risk if we just took it on whatever the break was?
It probably would, yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting for a confirmation candle?
Yeah.
Then you take the risk
May
of
reduce
invalidated
yeah.
trade also. But I understand what you're saying.
It is extremely illiquid this morning. And that's part of the problem.
Very illiquid.
Metal dealers are having a liquidity issue right now.
The ladder is very thin and whippy. This is where slippage comes in, folks. If you hit that market buy, market sell button, you don't know where you're getting filled in this type of situation. You can get filled anywhere.
If it's a market or you'll get out, but
you will get out.
You don't know where.
You're not going to like where you're getting out, though.
Right.
58 ticks so far.
Not terrible.
Got a
Sliding
high of
out
the
for
range 46.2230 right now. Low 46.1650.
off by one tick on both sides in the micro. 46.22 high, 46.1660
All right,
low.
first minute in.
Yep. First minute was the smallest
Just broke to
candle.
the upside.
Smallest 1 minute candle that we've seen in a bit.
Hmm.
It looked like buyers were just getting gobbled up, right? Pretty decent buying volume. But the range of that candle was pretty tight.
Here comes invalidation. It already took out the high. Go ahead and take out the
Yep.
low.
Yep.
It feels like
Do our job for
invalidation,
us,
doesn't
gold.
it?
Yeah.
Yes, please, gold. Keep us out. And we are
There it is.
invalidated. Opening range trade invalidated. Look at a higher time
Continuing
frame.
this.
I'll switch over to a 5-minute chart. See if that shows us anything different as we go into the bottom of the hour. There are a few things to watch out
46.1490.
for.
This market is extremely thin right now.
Extremely.
So take a look at a higher time frame opening range potentially here. JD, you said we got a couple of things we got to watch out for. Any numbers we need to be aware of?
Yeah, a couple things coming up at the bottom of the hour. We've got jobless claims and the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, both coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. At 9 o'clock, we've got new home sales. Maybe we'll have business inventories and wholesale inventories also. Tentative, I've got them on one of my calendars, but not on the other calendar. So we'll see if those numbers come out. Natural gas inventories. It's Thursday. Nat gas inventories. The EIA will release the inventory numbers for natural gas. Then later this afternoon, we've got some Treasury buyback results and Fed balance sheet at about 3:30. We'll be out of here by the time the Fed balance sheet comes out, but something to look forward to later in the afternoon. Don't forget, tomorrow is the quad witch, technically the triple witch, options expiration day, and some of our futures contracts will be going off the board permanently. The March contract for equities will settle tomorrow and go off the board. If you're not trading on TopStep X, you should be rolling your platform to the June contract because the March contract will expire tomorrow. Don't get caught in a position when that contract settles. We've also got the Baker Hughes rig count tomorrow, 12 o'clock Central Time. But headline risk is the name of the game right now. We've got one eye on the ditch for everybody. As always, we're watching the news for you.
Make sure you stay tuned into TopStep TV. We still have Besant speaking right now. I believe U.S. growth can be above 3% for 2026. Oil prices in time will be lower than before February 28th. Expectation is tariff regime would be under new authority and unchanged. Oil prices will be below February 28th in time. How much time? How much time? Hogue, before we get into any trades, let's make sure we do our homework and go through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the day.
Aw. Hogue with
Absolutely.
the mute button.
Pure market research. That's what we're doing here. Free market research. It's all about context, good risk management, and patience. What's changed? What's happening? What's going on? Check that. Morning checklist. You got your water, you got your coffee, you got your meditation in. Check that. We've got mindset check. Are you in the right frame of mind to trade? Are you feeling good? You feeling fresh? You feeling ready? You seeing things good? Always check your mindset check and that one and trade entry checklist. You've got your hypotheses, what you think is going to happen, what else do you think is going to happen. You attach your strategy to those hypotheses when you see one of those coming true. And always at the end of the day, make sure you do your post-market checklist. That includes reviewing your trades, reviewing your mindset during those trades, finishing and rereading your journal, and watching at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay, Coach Paul. Speaking of mindset check, we got somebody special coming today. We got Robin Dane coming back with us for a session. Always love to see Robin. She is the boss. Looking forward to spending some time with Robin today. there's your daily checklist. If you've done your homework, you get to party. It's going to be
Party
hard pressed
time
for
it is.
be
Who
hard
doesn't
pressed
love
for
a
metal
party?
sellers to find buyers today.
Yeah. There was a bid. It looks like a little bit of iceberging here, Hogue, at 4605s. There was a 90 lot on the bid there that just got filled. 365 contracts are already traded at 4605s there in gold. So keep an eye out on
And
that.
all of them
But,
traded on the bid.
Yep.
We've got a $20 opening range. 5-minute opening range in gold right now. So we're looking at a minimum of like $250 worth of risk on a single micro contract. If we were to take an opening range breakout on a 5-minute chart right now.
Somebody really took a stand down there at the bottom, 4605.
Oh, yeah, they did.
We're just saying it's going to be hard for gold or for metal sellers to find buyers today. We found one.
390 of them.
We found one.
Let's see how big their pockets, how deep their pockets are. Can they hold this metal market up? Because gold's down 6% right now.
What a move.
Was that the save? Was that the save? We're going to get into these charts on a higher time frame, take a look at where we might be going in gold. But JD, before we do that, we got some news we need to get to.
Yes, we talked about TSA and travel plans yesterday. We've got another follow-up on that. A long simmering congressional stalemate has burst into very public view at the nation's airports. Karen Kaifa is in Washington with a look at travelers' options and ballooning TSA wait times at some airports, and the latest moves on Capitol Hill also. Careful if you're traveling out there. Make sure you make some time. All right, let's run it.
Spring break volume collides with a congressional impasse, with airline passengers stalled in the middle.
Even if you're going to an airport that hasn't had issues with these like staffing shortages, you just like don't know when it can happen.
TSA officers have worked without pay since February 14th, when Department of Homeland Security funding lapsed amid a stalemate over federal immigration reform. TSA officials say callouts and resignations are mounting.
Our TSA officers, as long as they don't get paid, they're going to continue to call out. They can't afford to come in. And they're going to quit altogether. And that's a serious concern.
The Department of Transportation says passengers are entitled to refunds only for a canceled flight, a schedule change, or a significant delay, or on a fully refundable ticket that isn't used, not a TSA backup. But Meghna Maharishi, airline reporter at travel news site Skift, recommends travelers stay in close touch with their airline. Some are offering more rebooking flexibility.
That is a circumstance that is also outside of your control, and it is outside of the airline's control too.
Off-peak travel may also ease wait times.
I definitely say either like early morning or very late at night. Those are probably going to be the two best times, just because there probably won't be as many flights taking off, and there probably won't be as many passengers on those flights. So you probably won't be dealing with very long security lines.
Passengers can also consider TSA pre-check for future travel. Maharishi says some travel credit cards will reimburse consumers for the cost. In Washington, I'm Karen Kaifa.
Put your patience caps on if you are going traveling in the next couple weeks.
I'm
Nasty, doesn't it?
I'm flying Volvo on Sunday.
Good move. Yeah.
Yes.
That just looks like a nightmare. I hate lines in general. Or anything, you know.
Got numbers coming out here.
It would
15
It would
seconds.
just aggravate me. Ooh, yeah. We're almost there.
Jobless claims
That
whoever.
line in the sand.
Yeah, they got some deep pockets there. 492 traded on the bid there. 4605s gold. And here we go.
You shall not
extremely thin.
pass.
Ooh, and a headline came out just before those numbers saying traders boost ECB rate bets. They see 75% chance of 3 rate hikes in 2026. 3 hikes.
Hikes.
How about that?
All right.
They couldn't hold
They're
it.
filled. They're filled. 518 bought right there.
518 on new lows.
Yep.
Jobless claims down, coming in better than expected. Forecast was for 215,000. Actual came out 205,000. Previous 213,000. Less people filing for unemployment claims for the first time. That's what that jobless claims number is. When it's lower than expected, it's a good thing. When it's higher than expected, it's a bad thing. That's how the jobless claims number works. What that
So
number
got that,
tracks is first time claims for unemployment insurance. So 203 new claims for unemployment insurance. They were forecasting for many more. That's good.
Good stuff there, JD. Thank you for that. We got the numbers out of the way. That buyer in gold 4605s, and someone asked in the chat, couldn't they be covering shorts? They could be. It could be covering a
Absolutely.
short down there. But you know, kind of the same thought process. If you're buying something, you're expecting that it's probably going to go up, right? If I'm buying something because I'm covering a short, I probably don't see much more room down. If I'm buying something because I'm getting in long, I probably don't see much more room down, and we're going up from there. So we'll see. Short covering takes selling pressure away from the market. Is that right, Hogue?
That is correct. It is correct.
That might be what we saw there. Let's take a look at these charts, Hogue,
Temporarily.
on a higher time frame. Temporary, yeah. How much do we trust them? Let's take a look, Hogue. Where might we be going in gold here? 3,500s, I heard you say yesterday.
Yeah, there was a couple articles I was reading, and they were suggesting gold will reach 15 to 20,000 by the end of the year, but it's going to stop down at 3,500 first. Who knows? ACH, anything can happen. But what I was reading last night is anybody trying to sell physical gold is running into liquidity problems. They are having a difficult time finding buyers for silver and for gold. The articles were basically about those two. So if you are trying to sell physical gold right now, if you can find a buyer, you're probably going to have to wait at least 2 weeks for your money, and they're only buying like larger lots of it. So we do have a little bit of a liquidity crunch here as far as our metals are concerned. Um, obviously we've broken below the weekly kickoff low. We've broken below any area of balance that we were establishing inside of the big breakdown range here. So we are now holding below the 100 session moving average, the 200 session moving average. Is that even a possibility? Well, ACH, anything can happen. And the way this market, has volume dried up, buying dried up, selling dried up. There is a change in the overall market state here, and that's to the downside. And if dealers are having a liquidity problem, that is going to exacerbate as more and more people start to panic trying to sell gold. I'm not I'm not long. I'm not short. But I wouldn't be buying this with anybody's money right now. I'm looking for a pullback, and I do want to buy it, but certainly not today. I mean, we're putting in lows. We've broken structure. We've broken everything that we can break, folks. There is a snake in the economic woodpile right now. It's becoming more and more obvious, and this is part of the issue here is the liquidity issue. So where are buyers going to step in? I don't know. The last thing I want to do, however, is to fight a directional market. DFADM. Do not fight a directional market. All I can say. Jay, what are you thinking on the daily chart here?
Exactly that, Hogue. Do not fight a directional market. Is there going to be potentially a bounce here in gold? Yes, but my 1 and 2 lots are not going to save this market. So if I'm going to trade it, my job right now looks like getting in the flow or staying out. The daily ATR in gold, $156 so far. High to low range, we have $263. But we've seen this before. Range expansion days in the metals are a real thing. And that's what we have right now. Again, gold down almost 6% on the day, silver down over 12%. I'm looking at the lower extreme of the 3-day sell-off that we had that we haven't tested since we printed it. 44.23 is that price. We're about 4% off that right now. So I don't know if that's a possibility for today, but of course anything can happen. But on a higher time frame, it looks like that may be where the market is going. I see any buying opportunities here in the metals as maybe taking advantage of some short covering, but that only happens in I think very specific areas, right? You'll see a volume pattern that shows that, maybe a big fat round number, 4,600. We could see some short covering coming in there, but if I find myself buying gold, it's a see profit, take profit trade, because
Yes.
the flow in this market is definitely to the downside right now.
Yeah. Longs are see money, take money at this point, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's
Also,
take a look
real
at the
quick, Hogue, I
30.
know we're going to take a look at the
Go
S&P
ahead.
in just a little bit, but there is a ton of size for anybody trading the S&P right now. A ton of size on the books on the bid, between 66.28 and 66.32. There's about 3,000 contracts on the bid there. So just watch out for the S&P there. Couple 800 lots.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's could partially be rollover related, but good eye.
Yeah.
Good eye. Yeah, we'll keep definitely watch that. All right, so let's move to the 30-minute chart here in gold. So there we go. So yesterday we broke some important structure, and we talked about it a little bit, but we didn't really see any directional activity yesterday. We are certainly seeing directional activity today. When we broke below and gapped, leaving the island bottom gap unfilled in regular trading hours, that was a bad sign. We talked about it yesterday. We were looking at weekly kickoff low 48.97 to be a decision making area. Late in the day, I believe it kind of started to become a decision making area as price reapproached that. We had nothing but shadows on the 30-minute bar on the 30-minute chart. This was, on the regular trading hour close for 2 30-minute bars after that. Price tried to look above there. Sellers started to take control in that area, and the sellers are obviously still in control. If we're gonna talk, if we even need to, about overnight inventory, obviously overnight inventory has become extremely short. We are opening with a session gap. I'm not even going to point that out. The session gap would close if it were going to at 48.3710. I think the probabilities of that are relatively low. So let's take a look at what we are looking at below in the short time frame as far as visual targets. All right, so we've got a session gap. To close this session gap, we're going to have to get down to 45.6380. Below that, there are still weaknesses in structure below this. I mean, there was such a strong move to the upside. We've got the 21% off the all-time high here. That's 44.2320. That is the low from the deep pullback that we did at the end of February, beginning of March, right? Or whatever day that was, or those were. So we do have naked POCs. They seem they seem obscure sometimes, but 44.93 is a visual target. We've got another one down below that, 43.64. There's all kinds of weaknesses in structure for traders to target if this market does continue this move to the downside. This is a very strong move. There are fundamental causes of it. Don't fight a directional market. If you can't get in it, stay out of it. That's my suggestion. If you can't get in this, maybe one of these structures down below is going to start to, start to attract buyers. We don't know, but until you see some sort of structure, some sort of reversal pattern, probably hopefully on a longer time frame chart, like a 30-minute or an hourly or a 4-hour chart, I'm very cautious just to stay out of the way of this. If you're thinking about buying gold, I think you're going to have a chance to buy it cheaper at some point in the future. Jay, what do you think on this 30-minute chart?
So on the 30 here, Hogue, I think you just said it, right? Overnight inventory is clearly short, maybe not a market that I want to fight, but where have we seen this pattern before? Yesterday. We saw a ton of selling coming in, and the 8 a.m. Eastern time candle at that time was the highest volume 30-minute candle of the day. And you can see, we talked about this yesterday, sometimes high volume means continuation, where we never really got that type of capitulation selling where it looks like, a bunch of stops just went off and then buyers stepped up. So if you look at yesterday's highest volume 30-minute candle, the same candle that we have right now, that became a resistance right at that weekly kickoff low level. And once the market left that range, it never really accepted price back in there, right? We checked it a couple times. So I'm looking at this 8 a.m. Eastern time candle as the same thing. If price and volume leave this range, this could be an area, traders all the time say, how do I get into a market that's already down 6%? Well, if you think there's more room lower, you have to have a risk limiter, right? I can't get short here and risk this entire move because I don't have an account at the end of the day. But if we see
Right.
flow to continue below 46.05s here, if this volume leaves the range, then that level could be the risk limiter, with that being the highest volume of the day if we get some continuation. So I love the levels that you were talking about to the downside. 45.39, I believe was the level that you said. It's about halfway through the candle that set the low in the beginning of February. So very interesting spot here for gold. Is this market going to continue to sell off? It's already down 6%. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Be careful trading it as well. Velocity logic is a real thing, and these markets are pretty thin right now, so you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is
On gold, huh?
I mean, we just as we were speaking, we just put in another new session low. So gold not done, folks. Gold not done.
No, it is
Let's
not.
take a quick look at silver, which is even worse. Oh my goodness. All right. On the daily, we've broken every structure to the any excuse me, any support structure we've broken. I mean, we're below these moving averages. We took out the 100 session simple moving average. We're obviously, heading possibly towards that 47% off the all-time high, which came in at $63.90. That was the beginning of February, end of January, beginning of February. Sorry about that. But it's just, there's so much going on here and so much to think about and so much to say. Silver is obviously part of this liquidity crunch as well. Volume has been so low. Open interest has been so flat. That there were the buying stopped. The buying stopped. All of those central banks, all those people that were buying gold, buying silver, they were just sitting here holding pat. Now they're starting to kind of get a little bit underwater. A lot of speculators as well. So we're gonna, we are in a liquidity crunch here. I wouldn't buy this with somebody's money who I hated, and I don't hate anybody. But I mean, you until there's some sort of basing, some sort of reason or some sort of structure to lean against to limit risk, don't fight a directional market. DFADM. DFADM. Don't fight a directional market. Jay, what are you thinking on the daily here?
On the daily ATR is $6.48. So far, high to low range, we are at $8.50. But we have seen huge moves in silver, especially to the downside. A $44. Everybody remembers that day, right? January 29th. We haven't tested the low here of this move, Hogue, since we printed it, that February 6th low, and it looks like a target. In silver, it's 5% away. I know in gold, I said that 4% away seems far. In silver, that seems like it could happen in the next half an hour. It's down 12% right now. Another one where if I'm going to trade it, I have to get into the flow. I don't want to be a hero in this market and say, oh, well, it's down enough. I should be able to buy it, because as we see, gold is continuing to sell. It's $25 under 4,600 right now in the last 3 minutes. So these metals can really get going. If you're going to trade it, I don't know if it makes sense to find anywhere to buy this unless you're buying to take profits. Yeah, the 200-day moving average is at 58.33, which we haven't tested in a long while. But it's getting closer to the low of this major sell-off. Maybe that's the level where higher time frame buyers eventually step in. But gold is getting smoked right now.
Yeah, they're
45.61
right now,
last trade. Wow.
Right now, the buyers have ghosted us. They've ghosted us.
Yes, they have. But that's what I got on the 30-minute. That was the daily in silver. Hogue, if you want to go to the 30.
Yeah. So, yesterday we had the same island bottom, but we kind of spanned that gap. We closed the gap in the regular trading hour session. I don't put up weekly kickoff levels in silver yet. I haven't really had the time to do the research to be able to develop those. But we're, there's plenty of weaknesses in structure for this market to target down below. Anybody who owns these metals right now is panicking. I can hear them. Do you hear them? I can hear them. They're panicking. And
Yeah.
until that panic is over, do not try and buy this. Do not try and buy anything that is as directional as these markets are. If you missed it, you missed it. There's another opportunity coming down the pipe. There's no reason to try and think that any of us, even if you have 40 years of trading experience, the people with 40 years of trading experience know that they are probably not going to be good enough, smart enough, or handsome enough to buy the bottom of this thing. So don't try. Don't try. Targets, well, 45% off the all-time high. We got naked points of control, 63.38. We got a little session gap here as well, down around $59. We got more naked points of control. All of these are visual targets for price. If traders are focused on those, they can bring price to those levels. Not saying today, but we are in a liquidity crunch here in these metals. DF ADM. Don't fight a directional market. That's the only thing I can say. I like all of you. I want to see you tomorrow. Don't put yourself in a situation where you're not going to be able to trade. Jay, what do you think of the daily? The 30 minutes.
The 30 minute, it is just it's in free fall. It's in free fall. Hogue, I said don't be a hero. You're giving out the warnings as well. I coached basketball for a long time, and we used to have every once in a while we had a kid that played what we call hero ball, right? Where it's like, I'm not going to pass the ball to anyway. I know what's right. I'm going to do it. And every once in a while, he would make a shot, and then it would like inflate his head and just think he was better than what he was. But us as coaches, we were thinking about, okay, how do we get him off the floor? Because we can't trade with that. So could you play hero ball in the markets today and buy the metals and make some money? You probably could. But how sustainable is doing that on a day like today? I don't know. Silver down 13.5%, gold down 7.25%. Enjoy the show.
Making new lows.
Enjoy the show.
New lows as we speak.
That's what I got, Hogue. This market is in free fall. If you can find a place to sell it and limit your risk, that makes sense. Again, we don't give out any trading or investment advice here. Sometimes it's just life advice. But that's what I got, Hogue. We can move on to the S&P.
Yeah, I like that. Don't be a hero. Don't be a hero. All right, we're ready to move on to the S&Ps. JD, back to you.
Do not be a
What do you
hero.
got?
Yep. So question came up in the chat about price limits in gold. There are no technical price limits, but there is a dynamic circuit breaker that the CME imposes. It's more of a velocity stall, right? So if gold starts going into free fall and moving too far, too fast, they will pause trading anywhere from 2 to 10 seconds to let the ladder sort of catch up and let some liquidity build up before they reopen. We saw it in crude oil last week. It's possible we see it in gold today. It's not a specific price move, but if the market starts moving too far, too fast, the exchange will halt trading for a few seconds and allow liquidity to catch up. That's how a dynamic circuit breaker works. Velocity logic, they call it. All right, what happened overnight? Everything got crushed. Stocks in Asia took a dive. The Hang Seng Index closed down 2.02%. The Nikkei closed down 3.38%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 1.39%. Stocks in Europe getting crushed this morning also. The DAX is down 2.86%. The FTSE down 2.71%. The CAC 40 down 2.08%, and the Stock 600 down 2.53%. US dollar index 99.988, down about 0.1% this morning. The VIX is up 7%, 26.88. VIX is back above 25, approaching 30. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury, 4.302%. Up again today, 4.302% on the 10-year note. All right, guys, let's get into those S&P charts. Tell us what the equities are doing.
Okay. We are at the cliff's edge. We are at the cliff's edge here, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the cliff's edge. We are at the lower extreme of a medium time frame area of balance. We've been talking about the bottom of this October 10th bar for months. we are breaking it right now. We are testing last week's low, which was the excess low. We take out that excess low. Look out. Okay. Higher rates for longer, crude prices, everything gets more expensive. There are layers of what's going on in the economy that I'm not smart enough to go through all of in a short period of time. Nobody knows all of them. The good thing is the roll ends tomorrow, and with OPEX, it's going to be a banger tomorrow, man. Have yourselves ready. If today isn't a banger enough already, starting to head down towards those bids down below 66.27 for 832. Another bid just below that. Looks like we're going to go take those out. We'll keep an eye on those as well. But as I mentioned earlier, there is a snake in the economic woodpile. I don't know if anybody else sensed it, but when Powell was speaking yesterday, he seemed to have a little bit of a different demeanor. He seemed a little bit more anxious and like I don't know how to explain it, but he just his demeanor was different yesterday. So I almost feel like he knows something we don't, and he probably does. So yeah, there is a snake in the economic woodpile. It is starting to affect stocks. We are kind of at the edge of the cliff here. I'm not suggesting that there's going to be any kind of huge breakdown, anything like that, because we've seen how resilient buyers can be. So if there is a snake in the woodpile, there's also probably a mongoose out there called Ricky Tikki Tavi that is going to come in and kill that snake. I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know why. Wow, did we get those orders got canceled, didn't they, Jay?
They did. They did.
Okay. All right. So again, if these markets become directional, don't fight a directional market. Don't fight a directional market. We're at a very critical level here. We've been closing below the 200 session simple moving average. I don't even want to look at the last time that happened. Jay, what are you thinking?
Are we going to get another candle to talk about? That's not October 10th. Right now, we're going to attempt maybe today to close below it for the first time since it printed. 66.48 is that price, of course, adjusted for rollover. But we're trading below the low of it right now. Daily ATR 109 points so far. High to low range, we're about 86, I believe it is. A little less than that, about 70 points right now. So there is another 30 points or so left to trade if we get an at range day. And the way it's looking right now, it looks like it's to the downside. 66.28 last trade there. A full daily ATR move from the high of the day, if we think the highs are in, would put us at 65.85. So we'll see how aggressive this selling really is. Like you said, Hogue, you don't want to get too ahead of yourself because we've been down here before, and what happened? Buyers stepped in right away. So you got to take every day as its own. What I'm looking for is when the New York session opens up, is this flow going to continue? We'll take a look at the 30-minute chart to see where VWAP is, but could have the lowest close since October 10th today if we keep seeing the selling here.
Tiller Wonder Bob. Yeah, I know. But if we save one life today, then we did our job. We did our job. And Andre's right. He pretty much said, I don't know, throughout. It was one of my favorite lines from yesterday when Powell said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that is part of the problem, Andre. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. Yes, Vince saying a potential change in market state, 100% possible today. So here we go. We do have the overnight inventory to the short side. We are opening with a gap. All right. Well, if we can't close the gap, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We also put up another late spike to the downside yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. The market put a new low in right at the end of the day, not giving the market time to mark acceptance through time. When we open the following session below the base of the late spike, that is marking a possible or probable acceptance of price at lower levels. value at lower levels. Looking like we're going to be open with a gap to the downside and below the base of that late spike. The market telling us that it is accepting lower pricing and that value is moving lower. There is that distinct possibility. Does it make life easier to trade? Well, if you were trading last night, maybe it would have. When you saw the base of the late spike, you saw the market unable to close anything above it. That was a decent opportunity, but I was not trading last night at this time, so I was not able to take advantage of this. Hopefully some of you were. You got to watch those spikes. The base of the late spike. There's kind of a two-stage late spike base, but I don't know if we're going to get to the other one. You could say that the initial balance low from yesterday is pretty much a late spike as well, and value low from yesterday is in that area as well. What are we looking at as for targets down below? Well, we do have a weekly kickoff low, 65,500, 6550, I should say. And where was that little previous one? Never mind. I'm not even going to look for that. So there is space down below. Yes, I said space. The final frontier. If we can't recover this market, if we can't put in some sort of basing, we're right up against last week's low. This is your last ditch effort to be able to manage risk for a while. Jay, what are you thinking on the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
On the 30, we're below the 200 moving average. We're below the 20 and the 50 as well. Starting to see some separation between the 20 and the 50, which is telling us that this trend is starting to increase in momentum. We are seeing a bunch of bids stacked under the market. We'll see if those get filled. 66.26, there's 640 on the bid there. Overnight inventory getting short here, Hogue. I think there's definitely room lower. We talked about, a daily ATR move putting us at 65.85s. At that point, do we start to use that weekly kickoff low as a magnet? But again, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because we've seen these markets be resilient. Could there be a short covering move that comes into the New York session? Could there, I would just be cautious of selling in the hole right now. We've seen it towards the end of the day yesterday when that volume started to pick up. Selling in the hole was the right trade, but timing and location still matter for day trades here. Is this just a blind sell? I don't think so. Right now, the S&P is down 0.68%. It could go further than that. We've seen bigger percentage moves, but in order for us to continue selling here, we need the flow to continue. We're still in a headline-driven market. Headlines could push this market around in either direction. So right now, the flow is to the downside. We have downside targets, 6,600, 65.85, and then that weekly kickoff low, 65.50. Let's see if the market agrees that those are some targets to the downside. If not, if I find an opportunity to buy, I have to look at where VWAP is for trade management. Right now, it's at 66.60. If I do find a long, got to watch the market's response to VWAP, settlement, and then the 50 moving average on the 30-minute, which is at 66.91.
Only they made it easy, Jay.
Yeah, I think once these markets get directional on a higher time frame, I don't know if it's ever easy, but maybe easier. But right now, it's we've been here before, Hogue, and we've talked about, okay, is this the potential breakdown? And we find buyers stepping in again. So what will be the catalyst to actually get this market to be directional on a higher time frame? Not sure if we've seen it yet.
Well, they've written a million songs about it, man. Timing is everything. That's what we've got for the ES here this morning. We got crude oil opening up very shortly here. So what are we doing here, guys?
We're going to be taking a look at that 1 minute opening range breakout in crude. Crude seems a little bit more tame than most of the other markets out there. We are going to be opening range in value just above settlement price from yesterday. So this could be our opportunity for the day. We might see opportunity on both sides of this market. But oil and natural gas prices. Yep. Oh, let's watch this 1 minute before we hit the news. Little influx of liquidity there, right on the 8 o'clock Central Time open. I've got a high 96.32, low 95.99, 33 tick wide opening range so far in crude.
That lines up.
Chat, what did you guys have for breakfast? Please tell me you got some fresh air for breakfast, at least, if you didn't eat anything. Bobby's asking for some reset codes. We don't have any reset codes, but we do have a code, Alex Gold, for $26 off of a combine.
Yep.
Use that code Alex Gold.
Throw that link back in the chat if we can.
That is a breakfast of champions. Coffee and nicotine.
There you go.
I just cigarette and an espresso. There you go. How about
Yeah, remember
a
the
cigar and a
the
waffle?
mini,
How about a smoke and a
remember the mini
pancake?
John Belushi with the mini chocolate donuts? They've been on my
Oh,
training table since I was a kid.
I ran a lot of miles for that, and I downed a lot of donuts.
Another invalidation coming up here.
Little chocolate donuts.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get a trade. We're about 20 seconds away. Took out the low of the opening range. Might be taking a run at the high of the opening range on this validation candle. I think we're going to get a no trade in crude oil today. Pipe in a creek.
Hey, there you
Bong in a blintz.
There you go.
No trade.
Maria might have the answer of the day. I eat candles for breakfast. Let's go. Time to trade. Maria's ready. Locked in here. Let's go. No trade here in crude oil. We traded both sides of that opening range. Thank you, Crude, because that is a very choppy market we see right now as well. What do you say, Hogue? Why don't we get into these charts in crude oil? Where might we be going?
Sure.
Want to see some news real
these are
quick? We got a little bit of news on oil and
my bad,
natural
JD.
gas prices.
Yeah, let's
Oil
do
and
it.
natural gas prices jump amid Middle East conflict. Let's roll that. What can you expect at the pump? This war in Iran is causing yet another jump in energy prices. The world's largest liquefied natural gas facility is in Qatar. The company that runs the hub says it's extensively damaged after 2 Iranian missile attacks. They follow strikes on some of Iran's energy facilities Wednesday. That damage is part of the reason Brent crude oil topped $118 a barrel early this morning. As for gas in the U.S., AAA reports regular is averaging $3.88 a gallon. $3.88 for a gallon of regular gas. We're going to get our natural gas inventories out later this morning also. Might be something to keep a close eye on, folks. All right, let's get into these charts.
All right. Well, this is one market that I don't think is...
Hogue, really quick. Hopefully anybody that was putting on their cape in gold, listen to our warnings. New lows in gold, 45.05. We just made a low. Gold is getting absolutely smashed right now. But yeah, we can talk about oil. Be careful out there.
Yes. Well, I mean, crude oil is the one market that's probably not going to take all that long. I couldn't really find a lot of notes about it. I couldn't really do a lot with this. We're basically still range bound. We put in the low and the overnight got up against the middle of last week's range, one of the biggest ranges we've ever seen in crude oil. It's in balance. I mean, what do you say about it? It's still in rollover. We added 18,000 contracts, but that's also going to be a function of rollover. We can't really count on volume all that much, and it's just kind of coiling. We've got a Dorito going on here. Jay, is there anything else that I'm not seeing here on the daily?
No, I think you're right, Hogue. This actually kind of feels similar to gold before the move that we're seeing right now. We saw a ton of volatility in this market, and then it consolidates. And then before this 2-day breakdown that we had in gold, we had 2 daily dojis. It kind of feels like crude oil is moving that way. We know, of course, headline-driven market. It seems like a lot of those headlines come out over the weekend. So we're at Thursday right now. How much are we expecting here? If a headline comes out and gets this market moving, sure, we could see some extreme volatility. But right now, it is very range bound. Volume on a daily is decreasing. Daily ATR is still $7, so there is a decent enough range to trade. I just would be cautious of getting chopped up in the middle here before we pick a direction.
Which I think we just avoided in the opening range here. It was invalidated, and when you look at this on the 30-minute chart, you'll see why. No change in really value perception. We put in the high and the low last night, pretty much inside the regular trading hour session day from yesterday. And here we are. We're sitting right in the middle. So this market is obviously, on pins and needles. It is waiting for something to change overseas. And if it doesn't, it might just do what it did, overnight, just kind of chop back and forth, back and forth. And again, there's no overnight inventory. If there is, it may be a little bit to the short side, but nothing that I would look at and say, oh, I'm going to take advantage of when that unravels. It's just not that kind of a day. So here we are, right in the middle of the range from yesterday, coming back into value. The one thing that I wrote on my notes here for crude oil today that makes the most sense is it's thirsty for change or for some news. It's not getting it right now. Be patient. Better trade locations are likely to come later on in the session, barring some sort of headline that changes things instantly. It's just very range bound. Jay, what do you like? What do you think?
Very range bound here, Hogue. That 200 moving average is starting to flatten out. We got the bowl of spaghetti moving averages. Everything's kind of wrapped around each other, which if you're going to be a range trader, why don't we identify the extremes of the range, right? Anywhere 95 or below looks like a decent opportunity to buy for now. And then on the upside, everyone's been looking at it, right? We were doing at the buzzer last night, and crude oil was rallying, made a high after the close of 99.78. There was some offers up there at $100. So I think anything 99 or above, we have to start looking for. Is there continuation flow up there, or does the market kind of dry out and fall right back into the range? So right now, we're kind of in the middle of that range, right? If we mark out 99s and 95s, we'll call it, we're right in the middle. This is the chop zone. So stay out of that. But if you're a range trader, maybe there's opportunity at extremes of the range until we break out. I got Dolby's attention.
Yesterday. Neutral day. It should, by all rights, start looking for new levels to facilitate trade. The fact that it hasn't, don't forget, what doesn't happen is as important as what does. That's what we've got for crude today. Not very exciting, but it's what we're seeing. Lots of opportunities here, folks. Lots of opportunities,
there
even in a range day. That's what we got.
All right, guys, let's take a quick recap look at what happened yesterday. February wholesale inflation was the highest in a year. The producer price index increased 0.7% from January. Let's roll it. Yes, that report yesterday showed wholesale inflation rose more than expected last month. The February producer price index is 3.4%, its highest rate since February of 2025. FactSet shows the increase from January is more than double what economists had expected. Rising food and energy prices are large drivers of the jump. PPI came in pretty hot yesterday. We talked about it a little bit. Just want to give you guys a quick recap on that number from yesterday. All right, guys, give the people what they want. Let's take a look at those NQ charts.
All right. So, NQ daily, we are teetering again on the edge of the cliff. 24,533 is last week's weekly kickoff low, adjusted for the June contract. We've bounced off it a couple of times. We are now trading below it. We've been closing below the 200 session simple moving average. We have the 50 and the 200 session heading towards each other. It might be a few days before we see any kind of death cross coming with that, and hopefully that doesn't happen. But when you look at this chart, every time we've come below this level here, we've run into buyers. Is there a snake in the wood pile in the stock market and in the economy? I believe that there is. The only thing that's going to save it is the mongoose, which would be the resilience of investors here in the U.S. and abroad. We're going to need them to save this. So roll ends tomorrow. We added 1,000 in open interest yesterday. Again, very much a function of rollover. It's the snake versus the mongoose today, folks. It's Nog versus Ricky Tiki Taffy, and we are putting in new lows as we speak. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
On the daily, we have closed below that October 10th candle a couple of times, but this again would be, I don't know how this plays out, could be the lowest close we've seen since October 10th. 496 point daily ATR. Right now we're at 303. So there's another almost 200 points available for a daily ATR range. That would put us, if we've made the high for the day, put us somewhere near 24 220s. If we see the rest of this range to the downside. And right now, as we're making lows before the equity open, the question is, does that flow continue? We've seen the markets down here before. We've seen how resilient they are. Same story as in the S&P, but it feels a little different. I haven't said it in a little while, Hogue, but is this feeling like 2025 to anybody else? Very similar structure.
You've been saying that. You have been.
Yeah.
I've heard it. I've heard it.
The real breakdown happened in May, right? And we're in March 13th, March 19th today. The real breakdown in this market happened in March. Is it a pattern if it only happens once? Are we seeing the same song here in the markets with a different catalyst potentially here? It doesn't look good. I'll say that much.
Jay, looking at the market like Caesar saying, beware the Ides of March. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Here we go. All right. So there's that October 10th low, weekly kickoff low from last week, which I gray out when I believe are going to be impactful. And it was impactful end of the week last week, early this week. And we are now below it. Do we have overnight inventory to the short side? Yes, we do. Are we opening with a gap below the session from yesterday? Yes, we are. Do we have a late spike to the downside yesterday at the end of the day? We do. The base of that late spike, 24,709.25. Do we think we're actually going to get an opportunity to see that today? We're putting in lower lows as we speak. This is another situation where if this market is going to continue to be directional, DFADM. Don't fight a directional market. Just do yourself that favor. I've tried it. It doesn't work. I was never smart enough to pick the dead low of any major moves. So don't think you're going to. If we do, find some basing. Maybe the mongoose comes in and starts buying it, but something tells me that today's mongoose is a Maltese. So all the nuances where we're going to open with the gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look in the direction of the gap. Opening below the base of the late spike is a high probability of marking acceptance of lower pricing as well as value at lower pricing. Where is this market heading? Well, I mean, we're not too far from 10% off the all-time high, 24,187. That's 10% off the all-time June contract high. Last week's low is still below us. We still have that. If we're going to target this level, last week's low and the 10% off the all-time high, we're not the only ones looking at that, folks, by the way. We're not the only ones looking at those 10% levels. If that's where the target is, if that's where traders are looking, there's a tendency to bring price there. I don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows what's going to happen. I'm like Powell yesterday. I don't know. But the nuances are lining up for continuation to the downside. And the snake in the woodpile in the economy is finally rearing its ugly head. Jay, what do you think of the 30?
Looking at the 30 here, Hogue, I want to look at, the box I have here is that October 10th candle low. I'm looking at the higher time frame moving averages that we have, or medium time frame moving averages. Right now we have the 20 moving average leaving that range, and we've been here before, right? We had the 20 leaving the range before, but the 50 stopped right at that low and turned around. Resilient markets, right? What can really get these things to sell off? If this 50 moving average leaves this range, there's a lot of room lower. And we say it's scary because it's selling off. I'm sure longer time frame investors are looking for dip buying opportunities. And it's only scary if you're looking to buy it while it's selling off aggressively, right? Who just said it in the chat? Trend traders unite. This is what we look for, right? If the market starts to trend in a direction, if I just jump on board, maybe there's opportunity to the downside. 24,187 was that 10% price hold. Is that correct?
24,187. Yes, 10%.
24,187. Got you. So if we get a daily ATR move, we are in striking distance of that level. Keep an eye out on it. But again, extremely resilient markets. Don't be surprised if buyers just step in and push us right back up into the range and we say we're continuing to trade in that October 10th candle. It is going to be an interesting trading day. It already has been an interesting trading day. Silver down 13.4%, gold down 7.5%. The NASDAQ right now down just under 1%. We welcome opportunity as traders. We just got to manage risk, but there should be some good trades for sure.
Well, historic events have in history have occurred while I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation next week, folks. Take that as you will. So that's what we've got here for our markets and our charts. Thank you again for trusting us with your time. Back to JD. What's happening?
What's up, guys? Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Hogue. Always appreciate your market insights, your market knowledge. We've got crude oil just tanking right now. Everything's right off the lows. A little bit of a pop in equities. We'll get back to those markets in just a minute. But let's take a look at our schedule for the rest of the day. Coming up next on Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be here. A couple of rotating guests. Mandy will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Dakota from 9:30 to 11. And we might get a drop in from the trader-in-chief himself later this morning, too. Stick around for Fast Markets after this. Morning highlights. Hogue's going to be here to talk about what we saw here during the opening call. We didn't take any trades. Both of our opening range breakout trades were invalidated before they triggered a signal. So nothing done here, but maybe we'll take some trades during Fast Markets to talk about. 11:15 power players. Jay, Youssef, and Dolby Time will be here to trade it up. 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Group coaching with Hogue, Robert, and Coach Hoop. You got a question for Hogue, Robert, or Hoop? We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little bit. Grab that form, fill it out, submit it, and we will get the guys to answer your questions live right here on TopStep TV later on. 1 o'clock trade with TopStep, Hogue and Robin Dane. It's a Mindset Matters session. Robin Dane is back in the house. If you got a question about trading psychology, we're going to pin that form to the top of the chat in a little while too. It was up there yesterday. I'm not sure what kind of questions we got, if we got any, but you're going to have an opportunity to ask Robin Dane some questions about trader mindset, trader psychology. Great session. She's a great guest, as always. 2 o'clock, Power Hour. Andre, Braden, and Dolby Time will be here to close out the day. And then don't forget about Coach Jay and Coach Ball at the buzzer, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. That is your lineup for TopStep TV today. Bell to bell, wall to wall, belly to belly. We're here for you all day long.
What a pop we're seeing in the equities right now.
Right? Look at this.
We said it. They're resilient. 20-point pop there in the S&P. Crude oil selling off. And these are volatile markets. We welcome opportunity. And there you go. Really nice pop there. Resilient, Hogue?
Resilient.
Resilient.
The Mongoose. Mongoose showed up. Last week's low.
Dan Evans saying we're getting some ECB headlines affecting the dollar. Let's see here. We are going to have a great day of trading.
ECB headlines came out earlier this morning saying they expect 3 rate hikes. Is it through the end of the year or 2027? I don't remember. I'll have to dig around and find that headline. But ECB expecting
Hikes.
3 rate hikes. 3 rate hikes. We got one more piece of news to share if anybody's interested.
Let's do it, JD.
Yeah, let's check it out.
We've got a public service announcement for all you degenerate sports gamblers out there. What are your odds of filling out a perfect March Madness bracket? Pretty close to 0. I'm going to tell you that right now. The first round of March Madness is nearly underway, and Thursday, today, this morning, is your last chance to fill out your main bracket. But when it comes to bracketology, the odds are not in your favor for predicting all the correct winners. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan breaks down betting on March Madness games. why maybe you should just save your money. Let's hear it.
On Sunday, the best men's NCAA basketball team celebrated as they got invited to the big dance. But in the end, only one team will conquer the madness.
People are super excited about March Madness.
Lori Kalani with online betting site DraftKings says they see a surge in users this time of year for the tournament known as March Madness.
Every year, there's always a lot of surprises. That's what keeps it so exciting.
The NCAA says as many as 100 million brackets are filled out every year. But as far as it knows, no one has ever filled out a perfect bracket. That's because the odds of picking all 63 games correctly is 1 in, yeah, that's a lot of numbers. 9.2 quintillion. But if you know a little about basketball, your odds are slightly better. 1 in 120.2 billion, according to the NCAA.
It's always fun to have skin in the game.
Beyond the bracket, people can also bet on individual games and player stats. The American Gaming Association estimates Americans will legally wager $3.3 billion on the NCAA women's and men's tournaments this year, an increase from previous years. Many legal betting sites offer deposit and loss limits. You can even set time limits on how long you're on their app. And while the odds may be different for each game, the chances are high it will be another exciting March. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
So you're saying there's a chance?
1 in 9.2 quintillion, Hogue. I'll put $5 on that. Why not?
It's $5.
It's like quintillion, quinbillion, trillion, but shamalama lama, 0% chance of doing that.
Yep, 0%.
Just call it 0.
There's a, I did hear there's a pretty good probability. It's not 100%, but a pretty good probability of you having a great trading day if you hit the thumbs up button. You like and subscribe and tell your friends and family too as well. Better odds than a perfect bracket. Let's have a perfect trading day today. Also looking at micro Bitcoin. It's under 70,000. So watch that one as well.
Oh, Dan Trader in the chat. Thank you. It is 3 rate hikes this year, not through 2027. 3 rate hikes this year. That's over in Europe, not the United States.
Gonna quote some prices before we get into fast markets to see the team getting ready in the back. We got gold, a little bit of a bounce here in gold, 45.73.90 last trade there. The S&P 65. Nope, that's not the right price. That is the wrong contract. 66.33 last trade here in the S&P. The NASDAQ 24.450.
Rip and
Continuing
crude
to
oil
sell
happening.
here. Yep. You wanted volatility, you got it. See the team getting ready in the back. Coach Hoop says this is going to be a spicy open.
It'll be a spicy day, I think.
Yeah, it is.
$1 quintillion.
Will we live to see
And
the first quintillionaire?
The Cobra's winning right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hogue, I think we're close. Are we ready to go? We're good to go? Maybe. Why not? Let's do it. Hogue, we are good to go. Let's do the thing. Get us into fast markets.
Doing the thing. JD, pleasure being with you every morning. Thank you all for trusting us with your time. As always, I call out the early birds in the chat. We got Shubham, we got Anastasios, we got Koog, we got Tommy C, we got Roach, we got Dan Trader, we got Classic Dips, we got Buddha Goalie, we got Benner, we got Rich Quaz, we got Westy, we got Crypto Trades. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be one heck of a trading day today. Make sure you are the best risk manager you can be. I said it earlier. I like all of you, and I want you to be here again tomorrow. It's always about trading for tomorrow. You want to be here for the next day. So remain humble, stay grateful, stay creative, and stay centered for your trading day today. Pray for peace every day. Heading into fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to TopStep TV. Specifically, welcome to Fast Market. Dre, just the two of us. Let me tell you about something that caught my eye this morning. All right.
Yeah.
Fed Watch Tool. We are actually down to only a 90% chance of holding rates in April. The bad news is that we're at a 10.3% chance of a quarter point rate hike.
Yeah.
We're back, baby. Let's do it.
Let's do it, Jack. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody, to TopStep TV. This is Fast Markets. We are in for a doozy today. Well, just Jack and I right now. I think Manny will be dropping in here shortly. Markets are under pressure, to say the least. We got the VIX up above 27. Like Jack said, we are looking at perhaps rate hike. I believe all pricing in for a rate cut has been priced out for the rest of the year. We've got gold under severe pressure. Gold trading 45.60. We're looking at a $300, $350 range. We're trading right around the lows. ES trading around the lows. 66.25. Saw a huge spike about 5 minutes ago. Selling right back into it. Same with the NQ Dow as well. Take a look at Crude. Crude trading $96.90. Jack, thoughts coming into
All right.
Powell?
Yeah.
Let's start with Powell.
Last night we busted through the 200-day moving average in the SPX. That was that blue line right here. We're also at the very bottom of the mega range. I think, especially with the new contract is in June, it's important to look at the spot market on that. And you can see that in the spot market here, this is the SPX. Well, we're going to open 50 points lower than here. Mathing. Which means we got about 25 points to the downside to go before we hit the November Thanksgiving sell-off lows in this range here. So that's another place I'd be looking at.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Sounded like who we got here? Who we got? There she is, lower left-hand corner. Mandy in the house. Mandy.
Hi.
We're in for a doozy.
Hello.
Hello.
You guys.
Thoughts coming in.
I am anticipating it.
Yeah.
Look out below. Say it. Look out below.
I don't know if I have any thoughts.
No thoughts.
Oh,
right.
the VIX is
I'm open-minded.
25.
I'll tell you that much.
Keep open.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good. Jack, I'm trying to shake the bear. Trying to shake the bear in me. Because we know these markets are resilient. Mandy, we got the NQ trading 24,423. But 20 points off the lows, overnight low, or just print or session, whatever you want to call it, 24,401. What are you looking for coming into this open in about 60 seconds, Mandy?
Love my TopStep daily levels. We have a 212 down there. Totally doable. We're still under 1%. I could see us keep selling off, but like you said, Dre, I'm not going to be tied to a bias because I'm resilient. I would love to score 7 before end of week, but that's been the magic number lately for NQ and 25,000. So, but we got to get to 700 before we get to 25,000. So, yeah, let's see how we open up here in the market. Yeah, I have open bias here. I think that's the most important thing.
Indeed. Jack, listened to Powell yesterday. Basically said, I don't know throughout in so many words. I mean, I think we're seeing a price.
Wasn't wrong.
Right no one really wants to know. No one does know, to say the least. All right, we are now open. Let's get this thing going. We are seeing selling. We are now beneath 24,400 in the NQ. Big selling there, selling in the ES as well. About a 50 point sell off right off the bell. Working on open orders. Dow selling off Take a look at crude. Crude. It's a bit of a bid, but oh wow. Okay.
So
Just
here's my thoughts here, right? I
Okay.
mean, you don't want to jump in and just buy the lows or something. If this does bounce, like it's going to bounce a lot if it does.
Yeah, I know.
And so I'm really only looking if it gets back into this area above 6,600 and the 200 moving average up here. For now, the only thing off the bat I can see is I marked out here the November lows from the SPX. Looks like it's around 65.80 in this contract. Is maybe I would go long if there was some sort of like failed breakdown below those lows to catch it. But for now, I think this deserves a few minutes to settle in.
I agree.
We
I'll probably be
just-
hands off.
Okay.
At
And we got 500
least
lot.
10 minutes.
Go ahead, Mandy. Yeah, I mean, we are looking at just some selling and more selling. Dow selling off. New session lows. 46,103 just printed. What do we got here in ES? 66.11. We were trading right around 66.30 when the bell rang. They just dropped it, sold it 19 points right there. And looking at the NQ, continuing to sell off. Closing in on new session lows. We sold off about 70 points when that bell rang. Gold, again, just getting absolutely pummeled leading into this New York session. Catching a bit of a bounce here. A hell of a bounce, actually. $80 off the lows there. Any numbers? We got wholesale inventories, top of the hour, whatever. I mean, much.
Yeah, we had jobless claims this morning.
How'd that go? A little better.
Trying to find my... So many screens open right now, Andre. You know the deal. A
So
little
do
better.
205. 205 versus 215 expected or forecast. Okay. Mandy, what was that level you had to the downside there? In the NQs, you said 200s?
212
212.
was, I think, weekly low. So would love to see I'm just looking like where's a good place to bounce, right? If we were to buy this thing up. And for me, that's such a strong target in my mind. These weekly levels that we have touch pretty often with those TopStep TV levels. Shout out to Hogue for those. And so, yeah, just really curious to see, can we get sellers to push this any lower below these 300s? If we get below 300s, I think I'll try to get into a short.
Okay. Oh, Mandy, thanks for the layup there. Beautiful stuff. See Dolby Time in the chat as well. TopStep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Update and refresh before every New York Open. You can do one better. Click on the indicators tab at the top of TopStep X. Type in TopStep daily levels. Have them slapped overlaid on your charts. Again, update and refresh before every New York Open. Got closer to the 300s. 24,329 new low print in the NQ. Didn't we just see 25,000s like yesterday? Sure did.
Life comes at you fast.
Sure does. Basically, Powell.
Yeah, let's
saying I don't know.
And we got the, the bonds too. We got the 10-year back to its sort of top of the range. It's been in for a good while. 4.3%. The 30-year got to 4.9% last night, just a little bit below that right now.
Oh boy. It's going the wrong way. Again, Fed Fund Futures price, taking out any pricing for any rate cuts for 2026. Obviously, that can change. However, Powell speech, press conference yesterday, essentially saying there is a lot of uncertainty. Good luck to you, Warsh, is what he was essentially saying.
Yeah, good luck.
Not my problem.
Go get him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, tilt, nothing really. The equities, pretty much 50-50 across the board. I see some more selling here in the NQ, about 20 points off those lows. ES, anything on the ladder? Did see some 800 lots on the bid to the downside. Don't believe they got filled. We'll keep an eye out for that using that level 2 data. TopStep X. Gonna see another round of selling here.
Yeah, very curious about that.
Okay.
like a hold below 300s, like maybe we went into these 290s. I would, on a probably like a 3-minute, I would love to get short. I think if we can hold below 300, why not go for those 212s?
This, yeah. Got one eye on crude. Again, crude trading $96.76. Keep an eye on gold. Gold seeing some selling coming in. Back in, I should say. 45.67 last trade. We're seeing selling out in the equities. More selling in the equities. Closing in new session lows, NQ. There you go. New session lows, NQ. This looks like some stops were popped. And you just popped off 20 points there.
VIX trading 27.25.
Let's go.
96.72 in oil. The April contract is almost done. I still have it up because I just want to see if it hits 100. Last night it came. Oh, it did it last night, didn't it? Briefly. I was like 150 cents real quick. Oh, no, it wasn't. Almost got there.
What was that spike? What was that big spike about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago in the equities? What the hell was that? They just sold it back down.
Well, even if there's a huge,
that threw me
that's
off.
why it's sometimes,
You're like, not
some people only go long, right? Is that even in huge sell-offs, you think the tariffs, or if this becomes something worse, there's always, on the micro and like midterm scale, some vicious bear market rallies of just, people short covering, get over their skis. There's, even when it's working out, there's always fun squeezing shorts.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed.
Well, we're holding.
Yeah, we got gold continuing to pick up steam to the downside. Down about $25 here in this 5-minute candle, trading 45.55.
I was kind of anticipating if we would sell off, we would do it semi-violently, coming off of yesterday news and stuff. But we're holding these 330s really nicely.
Yeah.
I let you guys know I kind of have a bracket area. Oh, here we go, some buying. I would love a 3-minute candle close above 405s, and then I may possibly go long. We'll see how we're doing with the price action when we get up there. Not far off here.
Here come the buyers. Trying to fight the good fight. Looking at a 70-point pop in the NQ. 10, 11-point pop in the ES. Roger that, James. 50-50 tilt. And the buyers, can the buyers hold it? I mean, this is it.
Yeah. Do they want
and the buyers
those November lows in the SPX? Seems like a natural target here. That, as I mentioned,
oh boy. Look out below Dow. Oh, buyers gonna hold their buyers trying to hold the line right now. Anything? Yeah, we got that ECB press conference. Could be interesting in about 6 minutes. So that's the European Central Bank. What, 2 or 3 rate hikes, perhaps, this year? Keep an eye on that. Keep those headlines coming to you here on TopStep TV. And we got President meets with the Prime Minister of Japan at 10:15 a.m., about an hour and a half from now. I'll keep you updated here in real time with those headlines that are flying around. These markets are very, very sensitive to the headlines. Boy, do we have a lot of them.
Oh. Yeah, we are hesitating. Yeah. Like Jack saying, on NQ, we are at November 21st lows. And that's kind of the last time, except for early October or early September, excuse me. where we were in that range. And I think we saw it before, if I'm not mistaken, but a lot of hesitation in this area. Yeah, it was, that's right.
Stalling out.
November 8th, we were kind of having that issue too. So getting past these points. So really curious if this is just another hesitation zone as like of a support area, like Jack's talking about, specifically NQ November 21st on the daily chart. And there's not a whole lot of movement. Usually we would anticipate a lot more movement in this time of day, and we are just not. So I think we just need to wait for who's going to come up to the plate, hit, and go with them.
There is a lot of volume being traded here in the ES on the bid and the ask.
We are about 6.2% off the all-time highs in the SPX.
Okay.
NASDAQ looks like we're close to 8%.
Hey, Jack, this massive sell-off in gold, what do we attribute it to? Dollar? If anything?
Dollar is some of it.
Okay.
But, for instance, the dollar is down a bit today. I think it's flushing out a lot of leverage.
Gotcha.
And also something people sell, like when there's a panic like this for, margin calls or whatever else.
Okay.
There's a lot of leverage in there, or there was. There might be a lot less now.
Just unwinding it. Okay. Oh, Bowman. What we got here from Bowman. Bowman hitting the wire. There we go. Proposals, modernized bank capital requirements. What are we talking about here? Basel III. Talking about Basel III? Boy.
Okay.
Hold on. Hall speaking right now? Hold on.
Ooh, this looks good for a long, possibly.
Where's this coming from?
We are bouncing off an EMA on my 3-minute and my 1-minute. Green's on top for both of those. That's my EMA. My only hesitation is a 35 period on a 3-minute. Let me look at the 5-minute and see on a moving average. I guess you could argue it's the same. On a 5-minute, that would be a 21 period. That's holding us down a little bit. I might be getting long. Give me just another minute or two to see what the 1-minute chart does.
I'm watching this price action. Good stuff, Mandy.
Yeah.
Buyers jumping back. Oh, take a look at MBT. MBT beneath 70,000 by a couple bucks. 69,900 last trade there. Crude still beneath 97 bucks. Overnight, we got within 22 cents of 100 bucks. $99.78. Overnight highs. About $3 lower from there.
Almost. Apple is just scratch right now. Microsoft, both green. Apple, Microsoft, just barely. Biggest losers. Nvidia's down 2.3%. Tesla's down 2.6%. Tail old as time. Yesterday, Micron had earnings, and
I gotta hear this.
Confused a lot of people because they absolutely crushed them.
Yeah, there you go, Micron.
They're also down 6% right now.
Yikes! Ooh. Okay, Mandy, long 3.
We're gonna attempt for some.
What price? What price did you get?
48 quarter. Now we're starting to sell a little bit, but
24,000.
I've been a bit preemptive on this.
8. Okay.
But I'm okay. Just taking a little swing at it.
Okay.
See what we can get my tradies out.
66.30.
It's been a minute since I traded. This is my first time since Sunday night looking at charts.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Lots happened.
Jumping on
a lot has happened. I'm kind of glad I've missed it, but I was down and out for a hot minute. Moms shouldn't be allowed to get sick. Let's just say that.
Oh no, under the weather. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can get a little pop here. Holding bid, holding bid. Let's take a look at the Dow. Dow holding bid. We got Crude might be looking to take a peek lower here. Crude trade $96.48.
So one thing
headline-
about
is that
like
how headline new?
uh,
Go ahead, Jack. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out where that Powell.
to say one thing about these Micron earnings too is that it really puts you could hold a pretty well diversified thing of stocks, right? And be getting murdered right now if you don't have a few names. Basically, the index is holding up. A lot of stocks everyone owns have been killed already. You know, Microsoft, Oracle, United Health. You can name a bunch of others. If we get like the memory stocks turning around or something, or Nvidia, then we can get a real sell off in the actual indices. It's just been a series of like rolling pumps and dumps in different industries.
$1 trillion. $1 trillion didn't do the trick. Eventually it will. All right, Mandy, we're holding bid. You still in this, Mandy?
Yeah, still in. I put my stops. I wanted a little bit of breathing room since it is a little slow at the moment with price action. So I put it a little bit lower, wider stop. So lows below 400.
Priced in.
Yeah, we'll see. For a second, I was feeling pretty good there, right? Where we got to almost break even again. We're going to get stopped out here. That's okay.
72%. 72% long tilt ES. Sorry about that. 72% long tilt ES right now, trading 66.27.
Being preemptive on the 5-minute. 5-minute does still have my MA on top. So
these markets are jumpy.
Yeah, it's fine. Just get that first swing out, and I'm good. I'm fired up.
Did you cut it?
Yep, we cut it.
Okay,
-3, but I'm excited to get back in here.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Here goes gold. You'll have there's going to be opportunities throughout. Gold on the move lower now. Closing back in on the lows, about $40 to go. 45.44 last trade in gold. We're down about $40 or so here in the start of fast markets. Still 72% long tilt on the ES. All right, while we're at it, upper left-hand corner, you see the name of the segment. It's called Fast Markets. Last hour of the show, we got something called Power Hour. Use the hashtag Fast Markets or the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopStep TV on the X. Hit us up with some sweet content.
There's always some good ones that come through. I love the trader setups. That's a fun one. And the wins.
Dr. Volatility will be judging, rating, and bringing those to you. In Power again. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour at TopStep TV on the X. This market cannot make up its mind right now. See if gold's going to continue the push lower. Crude, pretty tame right now. Oh, hello, Grant. Grant, click like, click subscribe. Everyone, for that matter, please click like, click subscribe. Over 206,000 subscribers. Organically grown, unpaid for.
Stop loss better entry at this point. Sheesh. Maybe it's a good day to dice down, widen stops. That'll be good.
Did you go in 3 market? Did you go to market?
Yeah, 3 market. Okay. It was still holding my MA, and I think retested the MA on the 1 minute. So it was supposed. The strategy usually holds, but my 5-minute and my 15 were holding me back a little bit for that buy. Now they're agreeing. Finally, we're finally getting the cross on the 5 minutes. Okay. And here we go. Actually, the question is this a good re-entry? I would say yes. We're gonna go market order 2 and see if we can try again. There's no harm in taking a second shot at this.
Let's do MNQ 24,000. You got what? 455.
Yeah. let's see. We're going to keep tight stops on this.
All right. Well, buying coming back here in gold. Gold back up to 45.65. Now 67. So here comes some buying in the ES, Dow, and NQ. Crude sells off. Andy.
All right.
Might let me anticipate it here.
Figure.
Love it.
There we go, pumping higher.
I feel good though. I was like, oh, like I was right. I just execution wasn't ideal.
Okay, well, how are you going to manage this? Because you know it's whippy, right? You know these markets are flying around, spin on the ladder. You're in the money. We got crude selling off.
I'm gonna reduce risk, and we're getting our TP here. Oh my gosh, by a freaking
go! All right, look out below. Crude selling off now down beneath $96.
I got
oh no!
Did you get it?
I got that's.
What happened, Mandy? What happened?
Right on the line. The spread.
Oh yeah, I know.
We reached it in price, but the spread held me back.
I'll get another shot here.
Should have 10% it, you know.
Okay.
Doug always tells us that. But we got a good chance here. I'm gonna drag this and not let it go anywhere.
Right,
we got it. We're good.
We got crude
right,
selling
made
off.
Up most of that.
Okay.
So we'll see another swing in here. Next level, I'm looking for VWAP looks so good. See money, take money has been this last like 2 weeks for me. Anytime I hold, I always have a green trade go red. So I've been trying not to let it go back and lose anything I've gained. So you'll see some very fast trading this go around.
Ooh,
we got about 150 point turnaround in the NQ higher. And ES, look at this, Jack. ES up 35 points or so in this first 15 minutes.
Yeah, next stops to the upside. About 66.53, I think, would be 6,600 SPX. Then we got that 200-day I was talking about. I mean, at some point later in the day going long is I've seen this in the past where it's a big psychological thing whether we close above that 200 moving average. And past year, they've been pretty good about getting up there and doing it.
The buying hold. Can the buying hold? Mandy, one winner, one loser. Job well done.
I like my out on that because we're getting choppy wiki in this area.
Here goes gold.
I don't know. Jack, how have you been managing your trades? I know you're usually one to let them run, but are you a little bit more quicker to secure your green than let things play out? What has been your sentiment in the last couple of weeks? I just feel like it's been a little different lately.
Yeah, I mean, like in the other stuff I do, I've been just my only mantra is don't get over your skis. Like swallow the medicine on hedges, which is sort of like covering in this. As far as the futures go, I think see money, take money, unless you're going to be really wide.
Yeah.
Line up the 10-year now. Rates, 10-year rates retreating. ECB President Lagarde hitting the wire right now. Keep an eye out for that. ECB rate, they paused as well.
Man,
back above 500. Back above 500 in the NQ. Right off that opening bell, we bottomed out the NQ. 24,326. We're now up about 180 points from there. ES bottomed out. Selling came right in on that bell. Bottomed out at 66.11. We are about 40, I'll call it 50 points higher right now.
You want to get back in this long. Can get back to 500. Maybe I will enter. That'll be 20 points possible.
Jack, it looks like 10-year pops. Equities pop.
Yeah, I mean they're all correlated right now.
10-year pops, gold pops. All right, 10 years pulling back right now. Seeing a little pullback in the equities. And 10-year yields above. I don't know if they still were. They were above 4.3%.
Yeah, they're below now, 4.28 or so. They did pop to 4.32 last night.
Wow, interesting. Well, gold back to 4,600. This 5-minute candle, we're looking at a. Oh yeah, this 60 points or $60 rally. 6J on the moon. Okay. And here comes selling. Hit overnight view up in the ES. 66.48. They sold it back to 66.42. Call it these markets. It is very thin on the ES ladder. I'm sure NQ, same story there. Yep. NQ, 24,000. Here, gold's continuing to push higher. 46.10, 46.12 now trades in gold. 13s. Wow. We got number top of the hour, wholesale inventories, new home sales as well. And President will be meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan. An hour and 15 minutes from now. We see if we do have that here on TopStep TV. We got Mandy in the house.
So a question that like
Well,
I'm
we will
thinking
have the
about right
feeds, too.
now is because I'm looking at like wider trades or something like that is if we go up to around this 200-day moving average, we're also basically filling the gap, right, in the ES. So the first time we get there, is there a chance for a tight short before? Because eventually, if it holds that, I want to go long. I'm thinking maybe the first time if they close the gap and hit that level, maybe we get a sell off.
These markets. All right, gold continuing to see some buying. 46.16 just traded. What's going on in the equities? Equities selling off. Trying to find any correlation to save my life right now. It's hard.
Right.
It is hard. Oh.
Unprecedented times, that's for sure.
Sure is. And we're looking at gold is about gold's up $70 right now in the last 5 minutes. Crude just chilling for now. Crude still has
I really want to see what happens on this 15-minute candle. We're about just under 2 minutes from that, and I think that might give us a little bit of a better direction of what NQ wants to do. If we close below 450s, 453, excuse me, on the 15-minute, or I guess on NQ, right? It's on the 15-minute. We have a moving average there. And if that means that we'll respect it and look for a possibility to continue shorts. But if we stay where we're at right now, above these 58s, 57s, my EMA moving average cross will have our EMA on top, which would then give us hopefully a clear path to just go. And I would love 700s, but
25,000s.
So have a minute for this 15 minutes.
We got a number in 60 seconds as well. Again, wholesale inventories and new home sales. Gold continuing to rally. 46.22 last trade. Now 24s. Ooh, sellers just smacked it down to 14s.
I know this is an exciting market, Dre, because I just realized I've just been casually holding this bottle of Gatorade in my left hand for the entire time we've been on instead of, putting it on my desk.
Electrolytes.
Yeah.
I need more electrolytes. That's for sure.
20 seconds. 20
Stuff
seconds.
you crave.
I'll tell you how they. I'll tell you about that later. Let's get this number out of the way. Lagarde talking about inflation. Inflation being high with these energy prices. Okay. Let's get the number out of the way. Wholesale inventories. Expected 0.2. Actual. U.S. Okay, new home sales change month over month. Expected to negative 2.7, actual minus 17.6. However, the number can be a little skewed. Well, it was a miss. All right, get that out of the way. 10-year popping, 10-year pushing higher here. Prices, that is. 10-year goes higher. Gold goes higher. Equities go higher.
I would imagine that we'll see that dynamic today for sure. Of if one thing is kind of bouncing or reverting, the others are going to too. Like I don't see bond yields going higher right now while stocks are going higher.
Bond yields higher. Bond yields higher. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
6,600 in the SPX.
Okay, so 10-year. Well, I'll keep an eye on the 10-year. Yep, more buying stepping in the equities. Looking at a 200 point rally.
All right, I'm in long 2. Might be a bit preempt. Or sorry, 1. Whoa. Yep. Okay, let's just go 1. We got VWAP coming up. Is that? Yeah, we're just gonna scalp this real fast. This is gonna be a quick one. Just a VWAP. Not much.
Gold still cruising higher.
20 points or so.
46.40. 43s now. I'm talking gold. 44s. Gold up about $100. Yes, $100 in the last 10 minutes. The 10-year pop as well. Crude just pretty much stuck right around $96. $96.20 last trade. Mandy, what price are you long from? Well, they got you.
17.5. Like right here, right now.
Yep, 517 hook.
This is going to be a very tight stop. So I just want to see us pump here. We bounced off my EMA on the 5-minute and respecting the MA on the 1-minute right now.
You're good. 10-year still pumping higher here.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get this. If we get a push up above of like at least $15 on this trade, I'm going to go to break even.
What do you got?
Like I said, see money, take money.
A little pop again in the equities.
I think it's just got to go here and now.
We got what's overnight view up in NQ, Mandy? 10-year just popped again.
34s, but I want to go to actually the TopStep daily level, which is 565s. I feel like that might be a stronger magnet.
40 points.
I don't know. VWAP's a strong magnet.
Funny how that works.
Got a lot of magnets. Let's just say that.
25. Did. Oh, yeah. 25,000. Oh, yeah. We traded 25,000 yesterday. 25,100. Well, we were. We got, all right. Crude still 96.
Even again.
30. Nothing's
else. Telling me that it's not invalidated. Let's just say that. So I'm staying in this trade.
Okay.
With a tight stop. Down at 96.
So will you let it hit your stop or will you manually cut it?
It's going to hit it here.
Okay.
It's gone. Tight stop. I'm glad. Get out.
Right.
Hoping, I mean, I don't know. Do you call that a test of VWAP? Like, didn't tag it. I was hoping to get a full tag on it. We didn't get it. We were off by
objection. All right.
$2.
Shit, we got a 10-year. We got a 10-year tips auction at noon.
We can get back into it. So if it sells, I feel like it's going to sell fast and hard. But we've been a slow little grind here so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. Are the lows in? Do we think the lows are in?
I think it's impossible to say right now.
Right.
We'll find out one way or another.
There you go. Good cut.
Yeah.
Glad I
it's a good feeling,
take
isn't
any more that. Yeah.
It's a good feeling.
Paper scratch, like $30 or something like that. So,
All right, new 5-minute.
like I said, we can always re-enter.
We're doing the megaphone right here, maybe, if we sell off in the ES. Look at these half-hour bars here.
Any upside prices? Wow, buyers in the equities. It's gonna be one of those days, Mandy. It's gonna be one of those days.
Stop loss, better entry. Always.
Yeah.
Hey,
I gotta
I'm
tap
not
the
sweating
glass
them
real
out.
quick.
Look at that. Yeah. It's 66.48. I just printed in the ES and Q. Pop back up to 25,525. Crude trading still $96.60. Tilt
It's
50-50.
Yeah, I think that's my rule for today. See money, take money.
Yeah.
Tight stops. And I think it's going to be good for me. And honestly, I'm not sweating too much about the red. We'll get that back here in no time.
Yeah.
Just looking for another good setup.
That's the attitude.
I think I'm trying to evaluate this out loud, right? This is my journaling. I've said this before. I come back and watch my segments. That's my journaling for my trading. And, how could I have read that better? Or how could I have executed that better? And I think for today, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Yeah, I think just see money, take money will be probably my best thing. And it's my first day back on the charts in
Yeah. Hell of a time to get back in the markets. Hell of a
3
time
days,
to get back.
right?
Get back on the saddle. Well, guess what, man? We were talking about those TopStep daily levels. You said shout out Hogue. Guess who we got? Waiting in the wings. Hogue, come on in.
Love Hogue.
An opening call. There's a snake. Where's the snake? Snake in the weeds? What'd you say?
Snake in the woodpile.
In the woodpile. Looking lower, but here come the buyers. What's Hogue? What's up, Hogue? Let's get right into it. Volatility is back.
Yeah. Good morning, Mandy. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Andre. All right. So I'm glad to see that the overnight bloodletting is over, at least for now. At least it gives us some sort of reference if we're looking for opportunities against the lows, if we do get back down there. Let's start with the S&Ps. Surprisingly, the opening range, the 1 minute bar in the S&Ps didn't get taken out on either side for 12 minutes. We stayed inside that 1 minute bar on the opening for 12 minutes. The NASDAQ swept the lows, hit some stops down there, but it was that was at 6 minutes. So the market opened really with kind of a yawn if you're going to look at it by those opening ranges. But we're still looking at nuances that are saying that there is possible continuation to the downside. The opening range remains the dead ass low in the S&Ps. All right, that's going to take some of the sting out of me being very aggressive looking for shorts, but we haven't closed the gap to the session low from yesterday. That's one of the levels that Jack was kind of pointing out in the S&Ps here, 66, 73, 75. The other nuances that we had the spike to the downside. The spike base is all the way up at 66.89. So that's indicating on our open today that the market is attempting to accept pricing at lower levels. It's also going to move value to lower levels, either outright lower than yesterday's or at the very least overlapping to lower. So I don't think that the nuances that say this market is likely to kind of continue to the downside have been taken out. We did see buyers come in on the open. The opening range remains the low of the session. We traded up to VWAP. We're having a little bit of trouble at VWAP. We still haven't closed the gap, and we've got the late spike above also to kind of give us a degree of resistance if approached. So we've got the snake in the woodpile, right? I think yesterday Powell had a little bit of a different demeanor to me yesterday. And like we said, he said, I don't know a lot. So that doesn't instill confidence. So, you know, as long as we can't close this gap, as long as we don't see meaningful buying above the base of the late spike, I still think that there could be some more moves to the downside. And then the daily chart, you can see we're sitting right at the edge of the cliff here. And if we fall off that cliff, we fall off that cliff. Nobody knows. So the snake in the woodpile is basically the economy and the fact that things aren't going as good as they think that it might be. Okay, well, we also know that there's a mongoose that's fighting this snake in the woodpile. That's the buyers and the resilience of these U.S. equities markets. So I don't know. We don't know, of course, what's going to happen today. I think there's going to be one heck of a rock fight in these equities. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. All right. So again, very similar situation. Overnight inventory was short. Overnight inventory has probably been adjusted. We've come back to VWAP. We haven't closed the session gap to the session low from yesterday, which precisely is 24,641.75. And remember, nothing is precise in futures trading. But we also had the late spike to the downside, opening below that with the gap. The market is attempting to accept pricing at lower levels. Until we see meaningful buying above the base of the late spike, I believe, you know, there will be opportunities for continuation to the downside today. I don't know. This is all speculation. This is not financial advice. I did leave last week's weekly kickoff low grade on this chart here and adjusted it for the June contract. Are you in, Mandy?
Yeah, got in at 511s. Market order 2.
Let's go. All right.
And looking for a test of 65s. Plus past this. Like I said, it's all these and good trade ideas. Not fantastic execution, but I re-entered because it's set up again, and I need to do see money, take money here. Hold on.
All right, catching along. Yeah, we just popped right there. Gold popping as well. 46.50. Last trade there. We've got the pop. Mandy catching the momentum.
Come on.
Popped as well. All right, Mandy.
Yeah,
How you manage this?
This is a pretty good pop above that previous weekly kickoff level there.
Yeah. We are respecting the 5-minute and the 15-minute EMA holding on top. We've come and retest both of them, and then that was the bounce I was looking at a cross of the 1-minute EMA on top again. So I'm gonna try to lock this in here. We're just trying to get back to where we were at.
What's Delta?
29s. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let's go below the MA here.
NASDAQ Delta positive 2,200. ES Delta positive 3,600.
So we're green no matter what, and we just got tagged out. Or not. Okay, I'll take that.
Preemptive.
Yep.
Hesitation here. Yeah, we're out. That's fine. $40.
Let's go.
See money, take money. Do you see this? Like,
you have to
hit a 15-minute support resistance level that I had, multiple touch points on a 15-minute time frame. Come and kiss it, reject right off of it. So yeah, it's a see money, take money. I want to see things fly. It's just going to be either one, let it breathe significantly.
It's right back down. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we're looking at.
You caught that just perfectly, man. You caught that just perfectly.
I know. If only I had locked in a little more. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, I mean, I was green. We were up another $40 on just 2 contracts.
Beautiful.
Can't
hate that. You can't hate longs with the opening range of the dead ass low, but man.
Absolutely. Yeah, just following what the market's giving us, and I just need to be a little quicker on taking a little bit more from it and not letting anything back. So that's my problem is, like, you know, you get worried, you get wicked out, and then it just flies, right? And so, yeah, I'm still pretty happy with that execution. I'll rewatch today and see. Hey, thank you.
Yeah, these Lagarde headlines.
Yep.
I mean,
back to 500.
Sounds even worse than that. All right, 66.
Watch out in the metals today, folks.
Oh yeah. Dare I say, one might not even want to be involved with the
Not even
metals
trade it.
today.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
right?
Where are they going with this?
From what I'm hearing, there's a little bit of a liquidity issue for dealers dealing in physical gold and silver.
Mm.
You're gonna have a hard time finding anybody to buy your physical gold or silver at this time. If you do, they want a lot of it, and you're gonna wait 2 weeks for your money.
It sounds bearish for equities to me, Hogue. I don't know. Call me crazy. Bottom of the hour, 15 minutes. We'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the equities. Simply the highest, lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. Speaking of metals, gold down about $40 here in the last couple minutes. Trading 46.18.
Like we said, there's a snake in the woodpile.
Yeah.
What was that?
I'm just looking at this 5-minute chart and this 1 minute. I'm proud of myself. This is disgusting to be green on 2 trades. I'm proud of that. Like, you know, as we're getting more information, as these candles print, this looks disgusting if you look back at it and you're like, well, who would have traded that? So yes, good outs, very good outs.
All right, NQ 25,500 right now. Did pop all the way up to 24,550. Dropping around there. Gold might be looking to continue to sell off here.
Failed upside auction.
Which one? Gold?
Gold.
Smoke that shit.
But you're up or down 20 ticks the second you get in.
It's amazing, man. This is
Wow.
volatility, man. Nothing 50-50 tilts again.
And there's no harm in just sitting on our hands.
10 years.
I mean, that's a
10
good
years?
position right now. I'm trying to think out loud, and maybe you guys could give some input.
I'm bearish as hell.
What?
I'm bearish as hell, man.
I
That's all.
know, Dre.
What was your question? Sorry.
Yeah. How do you not sit on your hands too long to miss a good entry? Like, what? I'm trying to think, where's my A+ setup, right? How do we know it's not going to chop, right? How do we know? I'm just trying to think out loud.
Headline.
How would a better entry be? Headline. There you
No
go.
brainer.
There's
A
our
no
answer.
brainer. A no brainer headline. A no brainer
There
headline.
you go. I love that
Would
one.
be,
There you go.
it's all about all
Gotta
I can
sit and
come up
wait for
with.
that one to happen.
Pretty much. It's about all I can come up with. Momentum trade. Anything? We got 10-year rolling overs.
Dolby, how are you trading it up? This is a little rangy.
Where's Dolby? Dolby's in the chat right now, I believe. Let's see Dolby.
Yeah, we got the backwards Dorito forming on that 30-minute chart still. Since about the jobless claims this morning.
Hammer this thing.
Wait, a backwards Dorito, would that be a megaphone?
Yes.
You're confused.
I'm speaking Dolby.
I'm getting
Dolby.
confused.
You're speaking Dolby. I love it.
Holy shit.
There's the less than and the greater than.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
That
which number does the crocodile want, Hogue? I remember that.
The one that yes. We're seeing a little bit more selling here in the ES. 66.36, now 35s. Right.
There goes gold.
Going off.
Rolling over, at least for now.
Yep. Let's see if we can get this push lower here. Push lower in the equities. What's the Dow doing? The Dow very sensitive to those oil headlines.
Right.
Or the oil prices. Oh, Dow's getting smoked right now. Dow seeing some selling. 46,184. Last year, now 179.
I don't even think crude's sensitive to crude headlines today. It's just sitting in the middle.
It's something, I mean, something's
roll
coming.
over.
Something's coming. Roll. When in doubt, Hogue. When in doubt. We got
roll over.
Crude catching a bid here. $96.77. 78 now.
I
79
mentioned it a couple
cents.
times, but important to remember that we're usually trading the front month contract, or we trade whatever has the most volume, but it's a near dated in something like Crude that rolls monthly. And even though we're kind of hanging around there, I have the CLU, the September Crude up. I'll probably put up a July too. But for instance, yesterday we
Crude
made new
too.
highs in that contract.
Oh, Mandy, what price? Don't matter. Let's go
71.
lower.
71.
All right, 71.
This is a freaking range trade. Dang it.
You gotta hold on. I mean, you gotta, yeah.
Well, here's a question. How, if I can I DCA into this? It's a range trade.
Yeah.
Man,
Let's
see what happens
Mandy,
here.
you can, it's, yeah.
So here's my rationale for it, right? Yes, we're at the bottom of the range, but we are on a moving average 5-minute. My MA popped on top, which would give indication of sellers having a little bit more control. Same with the 1 minute. We came and held below that moving average. So trade still validated. We're back at entry now. Let's see if we can get this sell off.
Gold's
Looking at
cooking
the
now.
15-minute.
Gold getting smoked. Oil popping now as well. There's your sell off. There's your
Take
sell
one
off.
off at 55. So crap. Oh, that just went down.
There you go. Crude can Crude take a peek above $97, about 12 cents to go.
All right, we're out of one.
Nice. I'm short for 40.
Let's go.
All right, above $97.
Break even on this trade now. It is a green trade.
Your
no
first
matter
short
what.
today, Mandy.
I know, right? And we're gonna get tagged out. Come on. See money, take money, man.
Watch Crude. Watch shit.
You're out of one, right?
Yeah, we're out of one. We were green on that one. Let's see if we can sell down to these lower end of 400s, like 420s would be kind of nice. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we're going to trail this a little bit more. Down my EMA. Okay. We are... Yeah, let's do that. Stop profit is at 463 and 3/4. So green trade no matter what. Looking to get all the way down to these 20s.
We cooking.
I'm feeling good about that. There we go.
Yeah, Crude's on the move. Crude's on the move now. Higher, $97.14. Seeing some downside pressure, definitely in the Dow now. 97.18. 97.18 trades in crude oil. Dow closing in on the lows. I got short with you, Mandy. These markets are cooking.
5-minute candle.
97.20 now trades. We got here in the ES. Gold selling off as well. Nothing on the till bottom of the hour in 7 minutes. Dow continuing to sell off.
Megaphone continue.
Mandy, you still in one?
Yep. I moved my stop profit to 55.5 now.
Nice.
Still green no matter what.
Well done, Mandy.
So looking to hold a test on this EMA on the 1 minute. Sometimes you best pass it and go to the MA, but I'm still happy with my stop location. Yeah, we came and kissed this, and now hopefully it should rotate back down.
Look out below Dow. What do you see?
Dow.
Dow going down.
You wouldn't be interested in that because of the oil correlation, right?
100%. What's the setup here, fellas? Looks like we might have something cooking here. Got to be patient. Looking for perhaps a setup. All right, let's man. You can manage this trade. We'll get those IB high and low prices at the bottom of the hour. Let's bring it. So let's take a look at these live funded leaderboard. Big P&L's getting put up already.
Hi.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh wait. Mohammed, I believe it is, and Karab. Say it ain't so. Indeed, it is. We got 47,000, 47,000, 43,000, 21,000, and almost $19,000 right now.
We're
Great
out.
job. Out. Okay.
Yeah.
Check back in with
Good trade.
those. Indeed. Rob again.
Take it.
Mandy, what's your P&L?
Just down 100.
Okay.
I went a little heavy swinging at first, but
Guns blazing.
remember I got wicked out, went and did what I wanted it to do. Then I got scared, sized back down. And so, yeah, the next 3 trades have been good. So, yeah, we'll be good. We'll be green on the day today at some point.
Indeed.
I'm warmed up now. Get the bad trade out.
You know,
3 good trades.
Yeah, football players like
And your tradies out.
I don't get into the game until I get hit. You know, you get hit, you get tackled.
There you go. Yeah. Woken up.
Yep.
It's kind of like with running. So you're not really running
down new
until
lows.
you're
Down new lows. 46,091. 091.
Let's see if we can get lower. I still want those 20s, but I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll see.
Well, what do you got for IB high? IB high in ES and NQ. Get those in here quick.
NASDAQ IB high is, they're probably in right now. So initial balance high 24,546 in the orders in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
IB low 24,326.75.
Okay.
ES 66.55 half to the upside. That's the initial balance high, initial balance low, 66.11 in the orders.
What was high again? My apologies. I was get the
not a problem. 66.55 half.
Again. Short one more time.
Oh, Mandy. New lows down.
We'll see. This one's gonna be a tight one. It's either gonna flush or it's not.
It's gonna go because Crude.
Oh, that's a little too far for me. There we go.
Hang on tight.
411s is what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, down.
Another quick 20 points.
Hang on, you got it, man.
You got it. A second. Probably should have.
Got it.
Let's enter a second for kicks and giggles. This feels really good. This feels heavy.
What price, Mandy? Oh, here you go. There you go.
33s. Here we go. I'm locking that in as it drops down. See money, take money, people.
Let's go. Look out below, Dow.
Look at this.
Fellas, what's the setup here? What's the setup? What are we looking at? We got 500
I got
downside, 66.20 on the bid. You get in there? We catching this move?
Did I get in there? No, I'm envisioning the possible hero trade if we start selling off.
Sounds good. I'll sell one for the break here. I'm short 2 from 66.29. 66.29. Can we continue to push lower? New low. Mandy, you still in this thing?
Yeah, I am. I'm giving it a little room to breathe. It feels really heavy. I would love a retest down to these.
Oh, look out.
Below 400s. This is feeling pretty dang good. So we'll get out of one here at 410s.
Yeah, that was just the
snake ain't dead.
How we trading this, fellas? The snake ain't dead. We got opportunity. What are we looking at?
I'm looking at the November lows in the SPX. Like that's the line. I mean, we're still a little bit away from it. It's about 65, 80 or so in the futures.
Out of one.
We get down there. I would love to see it like break down below, swipe some people out, and then go for a pretty wide long. We'll see if it gets there.
Okay. Mandy's shaving one there. I mean, this is it. On down.
Yeah, glad I got in two. I like having this runner type down here at 78 halves, but we're gonna
700 lot downside. 700 lot downside in the ES. 66.20.
So I went just above my stop loss, just above this MA. on my 1 minute. It came and kissed it again, and now selling off. So that's why I put it just above it. Again, these are guidelines, not exact rules of whether or not it's going to test. All right, let's sell off. Nope, we're out. Okay, that was a green trade. Up another $30. We'll take it.
All right, bottom of the hour. There you go. IB high, IB low.
Lighting it.
Mandy, that's how you do it. That was fast. That was I wish these power hours were like this. Mandy, couple words before you get out of here. What's the P&L?
Negative 70.
Bad,
Good start to my trading week. Late start to the week, but we'll take it.
Hell yeah, Mandy. Good stuff. A couple words. Good to have you back. And then
thank you, you guys.
Get out of here and get. Hope you're feling better. Surely seems like it.
Oh, a lot better. Yes. But yeah, a few words. All I can say, I've said it multiple times already. See money, take money. These are quite the markets. Quite a time to be trading. Be smart. Use those TopStep risk settings that we have. The settings tab. Lock in your profit. If you're green, stay green. Don't give away anything on the day that you don't need to give away. Live to trade another day. So good to see you guys. Good to see you, Dre, Jack, and Hogue. And we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll be in the second half of Fast Markets.
Let's go. Thank you, Mandy.
Awesome. See you later, Mandy.
We'll see ya.
All right, might get another round of selling here in gold. Gold, great stuff, Mandy. We got President Trump will be meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan in about 45 minutes. We will have that. We will be bringing that to you here on TopStep TV. All right, we got initial balance high, initial balance low in Hogue. What are we looking for? Got I guess not down there yet.
Nothing in the middle.
Waiting for that headline. Jack, you're looking for what to the downside?
Two big levels I have my eyes on
Look at that.
are at around 65.80, which would be the November lows in the spot market.
Okay.
And then up at the 200-day moving average, which I was hoping last night that we didn't go through that so much, so we'd have an opportunity maybe to buy it if it held it today.
Well, look at these buyers.
Right in the middle.
Look at this thing.
At the moment of the range so far during New York.
Look at this. Buyers just jumped on it right there. It was looking a little shaky to the downside in the equities. We are looking at a 80-point pop here in the NQ, 100-point pop in the Dow and ES, 18, 19-point pop. Closing back in on 24,500. Uh-oh. What up? Look who it is. Where are you?
I'm here.
I'm here. Let's do it, Dakota. What are we thinking?
I'm long gold from 45.85 spot 4.
45.
I bought gold. Yep, gold is on a move. We got silver down 10%, gold down 6%. We were down 7%. We came down all the way to 4,500, which was absolutely insane. And then had a vicious rally. And this has been really quick, right? I think this is a 3% rally. This is a 5-minute chart over here on the left. That's been the last hour and a half right here. So from a pure technical standpoint, we made a big low here at 45.30s. We made a higher low, and we made a level of support right here at these, 45.80. Broke out, came back. This is a retest. And I'm looking for this market to come back up and retest these, 46.30s, 46.40s with the possibility of, breaking out higher.
What a rally. What a rally.
Bullish gold down here.
It's along 4.5.
My, oh my.
4.5. Look at that. 4.05, 4.5. Last trade, 4,600 in gold. Look at this pop. Look at this pop in the equities. 24,500 just printed in the NQ. I mean, crude sold off about 30 cents. That seems to do the trick. What's the 10 you're doing?
Gold's ripping now.
4.27.
Nothing there. Okay. I thought we were toast. And more buying coming in here. What a rally in this 5 minute. So, Dakota?
Yikes.
You're in the money about $60. in
Yeah,
gold.
200 ticks.
Let's go.
It's looking pretty good here on gold. We're finding a lot of buyers stepping in
Damn, buyers
quick
in
here.
the house.
So it was BTFD. Look at this thing go back up 4610.
Yeah, I did, Javon.
Hey, gold was on discount, man, and I picked some up.
Nice trade.
And that was close to the highest volume 5 minute of the day right there. That was a ripper.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, gonna stall out here. Gonna stall out here. What do you want to see? We try to maybe high.
I'll take one profit if we get back to these 20s. It's extremely volatile still.
Initial balance high. Initial balance high. Initial balance high incoming. Initial balance high incoming ES and Q. A couple points away from both. What would the setup be here, Hogue? We want if any.
We got a lot of time here. I mean, it's a cheap short up against this. Just because of the initial balance high, but I'd rather see it sweep the IB high and then leave a selling tail up there, and then we'd see the continuation move to the downside.
So get through what 66.55 in the ES. What do we get to? 66.51.
Man, to be honest, this might be a trade where
look at gold. Gold, man.
Yeah, this might
Dakota,
be a trade
the IB
where
high in gold is 46.23 half. No, when you left a selling tail above there, anywhere up around 23, like you mentioned, would be a good out for your first one. And if we do see some continuation above that, then I could see this thing really continuing to rip to the upside. But we want to see meaningful buying above 46.23 half.
Yeah, this is a trade where I would call Mick or the risk team and say, hey, let me hold one of these contracts into
5,000.
I'm gonna marry it.
5,000
overnight.
baby.
Yeah, let's get married.
66.49 last trade in the ES. We get another pump higher here.
We're at 350 ticks on this.
It's wild.
Wild.
Oh. Nothing really.
The only problem you wish you had more. I picked up one mini in the Percy down here at the same level, and this is definitely a hold for me.
Hold above these
sell off. What caused this major sell off in gold overnight? Do we know?
I'm asking the same thing.
Yeah, I was reading yesterday that there's a whole lot of physical gold and silver dealers that are having a little bit of a liquidity crunch right now. If you're trying to sell physical gold or physical silver, they'll buy it from you, but they want a 10% haircut to the physical cash price, and you got to wait 2 weeks for your money.
Ooh. So it's a good market to be a buyer in if you want gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you can buy it at 10% below cash, below the spot price.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember it was just a year and a half ago I got some at 2,600.
Yeah, right back. That's our whip here now.
Well, let's see.
Second time we rejected off of VWAP, overnight VWAP in the ES.
Cheap short.
66.35, 66.34 now trades.
How's Crude doing? I thought it was going to be at like $100 a barrel in crude. We're at what, 96 70s?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're trading WTI here. Brent is well above $100, and as I mentioned yesterday, we're still further out on the curve. We're near the highs. The September crude right now is right at the highs from that night where the front month spiked to 119.
Okay, that makes sense. Here gold catching a bid again. Bitcoin took a hit. We're at what, 69,100 in spot.
Crude been relatively range bound. Let's see some headlines. Headlines from the Middle East. Qatar rejects Iranian claims that Wednesday's attacks on gas facilities in Qatar were targeting U.S.-linked facilities. A little bit of bid here in crude. Looked like crude struggling to stay above 97. Take a peek. Sellers did step back in. We'll trade $96.75. 77 cents.
My Intel's holding up pretty well.
It is. Intel's green. Oddly, Rocket Lab is green.
Interesting.
Oracle's up 1%. A lot of red, though, as you might imagine.
Yeah, a lot of red. Here comes gold. Trying to get through these 46.20s. I'm going to tighten up this stop loss. I mean,
wait, were you long from Dakota?
85.
Oh, 85 is very good.
85.4. So,
85.
yeah, I mean, great location.
Wow. More buying. Yep.
Yeah, let's get through these 20s.
Right up against that IB high.
If we break through these 20s, I'm going to look for a retest of these, 46 upper 30s, maybe even 40s.
Crude. Come on. Where do you move your stop, Dakota? Are you in profit?
Yeah, it's in profit now. I zoom in to this 100-tick chart and I look for these pivots to move my stop loss. If we do break out through these 20s, then I'll move my stop loss like 46.07 and I'll trail it up. So just looking for, technicals, support resistance here on the 100-tick chart.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, Crude might be on those.
Someone asked why the VIX isn't higher if everyone's hedged. Well, maybe a little bit, but the bigger thing is we've just been with a high VIX for an abnormal amount of time, right? It's not comfortable for the VIX just to be at 25 for several weeks. And it's hard to get it higher without bigger realized moves in the market or something unknown, right? The VIX getting to like 40 or something is like a real serious, like, what? Surprise. So to get higher, we're going to have to sell off like a bunch more and like fast, or something new's got to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in this range we've been in for months in the NASDAQ.
What range? Lower end of what?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the NASDAQ, right, or the equities, I guess, in general, and then you zoom out to like a daily, you can see where we're at the lower end, right? We've been here since basically September in this area where these 24,000, like mid 24,000, 24,400 is the lower end. And, obviously all-time highs is the upper end. And then even a condensed range since the past few weeks around 25,000 down to this level. This is where we were on the 9th, and we really bounced off of it. So I'm leaning towards breaking down. Maybe I was talking with Coach Jay last night. 23,800s would be my target if we can break down below this range.
Okay.
Yeah, 23,800.
Dakota long gold, also breaking down NASDAQ at the same time. That's how you do it here.
Smooth F. Is the VIX a tradable instrument or is it just a metric? It's both in a way. It is just a metric, just like not a metric, but like it is a solvable number, like the SPXs. You can't just buy the VIX, but there are VIX futures, there are VIX options, there are ETFs that track the VIX. So it's both, but be warned. You warned. Trading VIX derivatives is one of, if not the quickest way to lose everything you have and more very quickly if you don't know exactly what you are trading and how much it can move.
I thought
For instance, like
yeah,
the
go ahead, Jay.
UVX, you can't like in normal markets usually like short volatility strategies are gonna like consistently get you a little bit of money. But when it pops, like I think the UVXY, for instance, went up 20x during that first month of COVID. So if you were short like 5% of your portfolio in it, you would have gotten completely blown out and liquidated if you held it.
Wild.
Okay. Again, 30 minutes. We have President Trump meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan. We will have that feed. We will bring that to you here on TopStep TV. We're in a holding pattern for right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to practice patience. You want to know why? That's the TopStep TV tip of the week. What does it say? Thursday, the fourth day in a row we're bringing this to you. But we bring you a new one every week. Practice patience and discipline. For high probability setups, yeah, avoid over trading on slow days. Also avoid over trading on head fake days. When you're thinking we're going higher, you get long and it doesn't, then you try to get short. Yeah, practice patience, and then don't let that FOMO get into your head when you do practice that patience. So, practicing patience. What's the difference between practicing patience and not letting the FOMO get to you? That could happen.
Well, FOMO is like the anti-patience. You know, if you're succumbing to FOMO, you are not practicing patience. That is for sure. You know, I think a lot of folks look at a trade that that they were thinking about, or that they want to get in, but it's not the best trade location. Just remember, there's always another trade coming down the pipe. Another trade coming down the pipe. Always demand good trade location. Cheap trades is what you're looking for. Cheap trades.
Good stuff.
Great stuff.
I'm gonna get out of
Dakota,
one.
did you get out of one of those up there in the 20s?
Yeah, I'm out of one. I have one contract left as a runner. I'm just gonna let this one just kind of a wide stop and let it just play out. Since
nice trade.
Yeah, got out of one. So let's see if this last trade could just run.
Awesome.
Yeah, to get really high, just to sum it up in the VIX, like if we're talking like 50, 60, we'd probably have a circuit breaker. That's that range. And they changed it. Didn't overnight, Hogue, it used to be 5% was the breaker. Am I correct on that? I can't remember exactly.
I believe that is correct. And with pricing where it is, they added another 2%.
Yeah, well, that made it a lot harder. It used to be like 50 would probably result in that. We got the 60, I think, during the tariff stuff, and people forget. I mean, on one of those days, I was kind of wondering why aren't we having a circuit breaker yet? Like we were down the 7%, but missed it by a little bit.
Missed it by that much.
I don't think I've ever traded a VIX derivative, even to hedge.
I have. I don't know. It's probably too cute by half for most folks. There's some things to do with it. I actually bought some VIX calls over the weekend just because it was, that was just pure hedging. Obviously, they went to zero. The thing you got to be careful for is you just need to know exactly what you're trading in that. Like you can't buy like VIX calls that expire 3 months from now expecting to print when the VIX goes up now. Look at a VIX chart going back historically. It's highly like it spikes and then it comes back down. So it's
right.
The futures curve is going to be hugely inverted on a big move.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in these 20s for a long time now. All right, here goes gold catching a bit again.
Yep. Gotta watch that 46.23 IB high. Gotta take that out. If we do, you'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah, gold's still chilling. Crude's still hanging out. 96.3.
Yeah. Gold, Crude's just waiting for new information. Just waiting for the headline. Just waiting for something to change, something to happen. It's also in
That's what it,
rollover, so
that's what it felt like last night,
the
Hogue.
roll.
Coach Jay and I was trading it up. I got
Yeah.
chopped in out a little bit. That's why you see I'm not trading my live account. I got chopped out a little bit, locked myself out. So that's not worth continuing to get chopped. But it seemed like the markets were just waiting for a headline. Got a couple big ones to start slow markets, some really big moves, and then it just kind of settled. And once again, wait for headlines, then react. And wait for headlines and react. That's been the story of this week.
It doesn't help that it's in rollover. It's been in the same range for the last 5 sessions, which is very helpful for the rollers, but not too much for anything other than a range bound trader. A range trader probably did pretty well.
Yeah, the range is. I mean, we've really been, given how high the volatility is, not moving very much. The 55. So we had what, like a 45-point range in the ES so far since the open. That's not a lot, given everything else. I think that the options implied move for today, is like 120 points wide, for the straddle, or it was when we opened.
Well, I mean, it's day isn't over yet, of course, but I'm really kind of surprised by the price action today, and the fact that it took 12 minutes to get out of the 1 minute opening range in the S&Ps. That I was not expecting.
And here goes gold.
Well, the problem
gold
with this is why like some of the stuff yes, people are hedged. So many people are buying puts, but derivatives are a zero-sum game, and there is someone on the other side of those puts. Now, selling the puts, the majority of those are probably held by market makers, which means they're going to be very big about hedging the position. So even if people are like all in puts, if we do get, that's like fire. If we do get to some levels down there, there's going to be a lot more forced selling.
Gold's almost to 30 here. 46.29.
Yeah, we didn't get much of a pullback off that initial balance, off that failed upside auction in gold. If you want, you can see it on my charts. Oh, that's not gold. Here we go. So here it is. There's that failed upside auction. And we didn't get much of a pullback off of that. So it's telling me that there's probably some inherent buyers here. We got all these wicks down here as well. So, a continuation above the initial balance high is looking relatively likely, and I like it up to the 46.74 overnight VWAP. It's such a big gap to close. I don't know if we're going to do that, but I could certainly see 46.74 VWAP is a pretty decent target if we do maintain price above this initial balance high. Haven't proven it yet, but we're getting there.
Yeah, I'll be okay with that.
Good looking trade, Dakota.
Yeah, I could see a break through these 50s as well. Good position. I just trail this. Let it run. Let the runner run. But
take a look at
very
news. Good. Nothing at the moment here. We got on the day just down 0.5% ES, 0.6% NQ, 0.3% Russell, 0.7%, 7.8% Dow Jones. Bitcoin spots below 70,000 still. Watching Dakota. Still long in the MGC.
Yep. NASDAQ 24,500.
Gold. You put a position on there, you're up or down 20 ticks either way instantly.
Yeah. Well, this single trade now up 430 ticks since coming on air. That's wild.
So
that's like the daily range.
The record for an opening range trade In gold, we got an 800 tick profit one day. See if you can get to that. Stake that out.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't see
it?
why not on this one. I could see that. If we really get momentum into these 40s and break out, yeah, that's won't be too bad.
For all the action, we're
Third
only
one
5
above that
points
IB
away
high.
from the. Yeah. We're 5
You guys see
points
the
away from
12
the opening print in the ES.
You guys see that? You call it the 1200 lot on the bid. Ooh, it just vanished. We had 1200 on the bid, 66.33. Now you
Down
see
at
it, now you don't.
66.20 now.
Yep, selling off. Okay. I'm seeing some size. And we got NQ selling off. We have YM selling off. Gold or crude, not popping higher here. Nothing on the tilt. Top of the hour. 4 minutes. Dakota's still long.
I'm still long. I took profit for one contract and I have a runner.
Nice.
Yeah. Crude kind of just going sideways. 96 is.
Got it in a range. Got it in a range. 96 to 97. Yeah, looks like
ECB sees inflation peaking at 6.3% in Q1 2027 in the severe scenario.
Are you seeing these headlines from Lagarde?
Not great.
Not great. Not great indeed. We got the Dow. Dow trading 46,164. Yeah, that use that level 2 data on TopStep X. Yeah, you're seeing that 1200 lot moving around on the bid there in the ES. And rollover is still, in fact, the March contract. Equities expires tomorrow.
Okay. Tomorrow, yep. Tomorrow's Friday. Big options expiration.
Yeah, what do we have?
March rolling off.
Triple. Question in the chat. Do you guys ever get out of trades before the president starts talking? Depends what the yes, indeed.
Depends on the trade and what's
it depends the
on
topic
tap.
too. Yeah, it depends what the topic is supposed to be.
Like
for sure,
for
if it hits our
the
stop.
National Women's Day event, for instance, usually, okay, we'll play this. Probably not too much, but if it's, announcement about Iran or something, then I would probably think about getting flat.
Unless Cardi B shows up. Then I go, we're all just, flat and all cancel. Flat and all cancel. I'm just kidding. That was incredible.
Nicki Minaj. Yeah.
It was Nicki. Ooh. That was my apologies. Yes, Nicki.
Sometimes you're in a trade. The next thing you know, the president hits the wire unexpectedly.
Yeah, this meeting will be with
work in your favor too.
Yeah, this will be the meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan in about 15 minutes or so scheduled. We will have that when it does indeed start. Some buyers jumping in a little bit. NQ. 1, 2, 3, 4 times is taking a peak above 24,520. Even got into the 540s for a few times. Sellers have stepped back in. Yeah, range. Sloppy range.
Yeah, it is.
Crude. We got crude. Will crude gear up for another run higher here. 40 cents away from $97 even. $96.60 last trade. Dakota's seeing this pullback here in gold.
Yeah, we hit this. We tapped 30. Like I said, I got out of profit, so I don't mind letting this one just run. And we're right back down to 46.05. Market's volatile. Seeing these big moves both directions, but locked in 100 ticks no matter what on this last contract.
That's nice. Good job. Dakota, of course. Star, Slow Markets, another good one last night with him and Jay. 7 p.m. Sunday through Thursday here on TopStep TV. Who will be joining you on Slow Markets this evening, Dakota? It's Thursday.
Tonight, it will just be me, but I've been talking with the community. Said if you guys tune in, show support, get to a light goal, I'm bringing Braden back on next week.
Back by power.
Yeah.
Braden will be joining us today in Power Hour as well. Yes,
Excellent.
Nice. Yes, Braden. Good to see.
Oh, we got a big wiggle here in gold. It seems like top of the hour. That's why top of the hour.
What's up, Jay? I see you. Top of the hour. Here we go. Yes.
Yeah, we need.
Oh my God.
When are you going to join, Andre?
People say, you don't want me on there, Dakota. You don't want me on there. These people see me. I'm watching. I'm a fan. Can I just be a fan?
You got to get approval from the significant other.
I just want to be a fan. I just want to watch.
Hey,
I want to watch you guys just chop it up.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Again, bottom of the hour will not be the European close. Present scheduled in about 15 minutes. All right, let's bring volatility. What's going to happen again? Watch this. Dr. Volatility, get in here. We got some announcements on TopStep TV. Big one coming in.
Well. Hello, everybody. We meet again. It's me, James, and I'm here to tell you about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with TopStep TV. And that includes sticking around for today at 1 o'clock, Mindset Matters. We're welcoming back Robin Dane, the Traders Coach, for another Mindset Matters segment. Now, if you've missed Robin in the past, you're missing out. Robin has guided elite traders and portfolio managers to overcome fear, sharpen focus, and trade with confidence. Now, it's your turn. She'll be answering your questions live and showing you how to build the discipline and mental edge every trader needs. So set a reminder, because your mental mindset is the ultimate trading tool, and Robin can help. If you have a question for Robin, we have an answer for you. We have a link that we're going to drop in the chat. It's going to be pinned to the top, and you can submit a Mindset Matters question directly to Robin, and then Robin could answer your question live on air today at 1 p.m. Central Time. If you have a psychology trading question, a mindset question, you feel like you just can't get your trading plan right and you don't know why, and you think it's because you can't sleep at night, you keep having those dreams about the pigeons, they're coming for you? Well, Robin can kind of help you out with that. So go ahead and click on the link in the chat, fill it out, and then be back in your seat for 1 o'clock with Mindset Matters with Robin Dane. Then after that, the fun continues because it's group coaching. Before that. Group coaching is before that at 12 p.m. Central Time. Group coaching. This is the point in the show where you get to have your trading questions answered live. If you have a trading question about a specific product, market, time frame, indicator, group coaching is the place to ask it. And today we are joined by a very special guest. We're joined by Coach Robert himself. That's right, Coach Robert, the TopStep X Guru Master, will be here on group coaching with Hogue and Hoop. So it's a great time to ask any TopStep X specific questions. Now, if you're familiar, Coach Robert not only curates, but he also hosts the TopStep X in 5 minutes or less video series. You can find that on our YouTube channel if you need some tips and tricks with TopStep X. And now he's here live to answer your questions. So click on the link in the chat, get your group questions in, group coaching questions in, and then be back here for 2 back-to-back amazing educational sessions. Group coaching at 12, followed by Mindset Matters with Robin Dane at 1 p.m. Central Time. You guys know what to do. Click on the links in the chat. I'm going to throw it back to the guys in the charts. Andre, how are we looking?
Oh, Robin Dane, don't be late. My only advice, do not be late or else.
Don't be late.
She'll let you know.
We marked tardy.
Yeah. What was Jack? What did you have to do? Saturday school? What was it? Treasury school on Saturdays? On school.
Oh, yeah. Is if we... It never had to do with lack of knowledge. It was like if we got blown out on something Friday, our CEO just announced, all right, bond school tomorrow. And you had to show up at like 10 a.m. There were Bari subs, which was good, but it was like the same lesson every time about treasury bonds.
Drill it. Yep, drill it in the head.
Fair enough.
Bari sub
gold
makes it
came
worse.
down, retested this 4,600 level, and we are bouncing again. That's a 20-point rally last few minutes here in gold. Or $20 rally.
Yes. You know, right back to overnight VWAP. ES trading 66.45.
Man, look at this thing go. Okay. NASDAQ finding buyers as well.
Just
Hey, we're getting up to high. We're getting NASDAQ IB high. What 46 is?
Yeah, just looked above it
Yeah,
by
it's
a
not
couple of
there
points.
yet.
Yeah, it's not there
Not yet.
Jeez, NQ's there though. NQ's there.
Gold up $30 in the past 5 minutes. We're breaking through these 30s now.
Yeah.
Oh, ES getting close. ES getting close.
Great patience.
We went through it. We went through it there in the NQ. ES right there. 66.55. 3 points away. 3 points away.
Look at the buyers just stepping in on gold. This is wild. This 100-tick chart, just nothing but green. Yeah, into the 40s.
Somebody say something?
I don't know.
Sold. I'll say one.
Still nothing out of the White House.
Trade.
Again,
we're already into these.
I hope this
40s
is
now.
set up right. All right, we got through IB high or right damn near. What's the? Let's see the sweep.
Let's watch.
There we go. I'm not seeing
1%
headlines.
move.
Still stopping out. Still buying coming in here. What's on the tilt? Okay.
We are above IB
There
high
it goes in the
ES now.
S&Ps now.
Okay, there we go. We got through it now. 66.57. Now 58 trades. Crude selling off. Crude beneath 96 bucks now 95.84.
That helps.
NASDAQ's pumping.
Okay, we swept through. All right, we swept through IB high.
Yeah, NASDAQ's
It's the same
pumping.
NQ and
560s.
ES. What we seeing here? What we seeing here?
VIX is below 25.
Okay.
The first time today.
All right. All right. So.
Ooh. Well, this is worth a shot here.
What do we get? 66.48.
We are going to. We're going to try and squeak into some shorts here.
Squeak into some
shorts. Taking the return inside.
Crude back above 96. 96.07. Prime Minister Japan, President Trump, scheduled to meet shortly.
Okay. Crude at 96.
Back above, yep. What gold do there? 46.20 last trade.
We're going to order to get short. Let's see if we get it.
What price we working?
51.5.
Okay. I might get it. A little pop. Tina push. NQ. Turn right back around. NQ topped out of 24,577. 50 points
Same
lower
with
right now.
Gold. We tapped 46.40 and we're right back down to 46.20.
Too slow.
Well, don't worry, Hogue. I sold 53. So I got short from 53 on that play. So it's currently trading 66.47. I mean, you've laid it out there. I'm like, yeah, gotta get we push lower here.
You're fast.
I just put it in.
Nice job.
Yeah.
At least we're participating.
Indeed. 24,528. 528 last trade.
If we do sell off from here, we've rejected now I'm still seeing big negative gamma there, but at the 6600 SPX has been right around. We've just peaked above it twice. Coming up on it now, we're trading 65.97 in the spot SPX.
This is, pretty preemptive for the failed upside auction.
51's print. Oh, hold on. What's Crude doing? Back above 96.
Yeah, hanging out there.
96.11. 6.12. What's the dollar doing? 6.14. 96.16.
So I'm going to try and scale in now, Andre.
Oh, okay. What price we get?
We're short one at 49.75.
Oh, boy.
Got offers above if we keep going.
49.75. 49.75. All right, 50-50 tilt. Again, pin at the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Robin Dane. And I mean, you better get those questions in for Robin Dane. And not playing around. Everyone sit up
All
straight.
her own good.
Yeah. When she gets in here. Next question. Ain't messing around. Hogue, you'll be joining her.
Yes. Love me some Robin Dane.
Oh, yeah, we have no choice, Hogue. We have no choice. we damn right we do. Just messing with you. Robin Dane's the absolute best.
Gold hanging in this range.
Short one from 49 hook. 49 hook. 49 in the orders. 66.49 in the orders. Crude. You know, catch a bit of a bid. Hanging out up here.
Yeah, it is. So much time to confirm. Very preemptive up here.
We got Crude continuing to push. One more.
Yeah, we held those 96s.
Let's run out of see. What do you got, Delta, Hogue?
Good question. 8,900 positive in the S&Ps, 3,900 positive in the NASDAQ.
Brutal. This again, huh? Okay.
Just got filled on our second one.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
You guys are shorting this, right?
Up against that. Cheap trade.
It's a preemptive failed upside auction.
Cool. Sure. I like those. My favorite kind of
yeah, sometimes they work beautifully.
That risk reward's pretty high up there. That's what they're good at.
Yep.
James, you'll keep me posted. Keep me posted when the president and the prime minister of Japan do begin. I should have with you there, Hogue. Hogue, what's your average price?
Right now, 50 in the orders.
Okay. 650.75. Short two. Yes.
Let's get it.
Crude.
Ooh.
Don't be
yeah,
lame.
we're below 96 now.
Lame, Crude. Don't be lame.
We might be headed to settlement in Crude, which is 50 cents lower.
Hold it. Come on, where's that headline? Here. 60 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Right at 96.
Right.
Well, it's got to hold the line here.
Short 3 now. 66.51 in the orders.
Oh, look at that. 66.51.75. Short 3. Yes.
Okay. Gold popping here as well. 36.28.
Preemptive failed upside auction. Let's see.
I think
it'll either work or won't. Stops up above 59.
I like it. We got here in gold. Hold a bit.
Nacho, what kind of beer am I drinking? I don't drink beer. This is sparkling water. That'd be kind of wild. Wake up in the morning and have a beer while trading.
Hey, beer 30s. 5 o'clock somewhere, Dakota. 5 o'clock somewhere.
I trade the Asian markets.
Dow doing Dow. Hold bid just a little bit. And Crude. 96. There's a new 5-minute. What's it going to do?
Take the edge off.
We used to have a 7:30 a.m. Standing Friday happy hour when I was working overnight.
Really?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
What's the name?
Because you're getting
Billy Goat.
because you're just finishing.
Billy
that.
Goat. You went to the Billy Goat.
Yeah, we were just finishing.
Yeah. Short with you here. All right, President's scheduled to speak any now. However, we will bring that to you. Indeed, the Prime Minister of Japan and the President do get going. Nothing on the tilt. 50-50 across the board. What's the 10-year doing here? Back beneath. I guess I'm back beneath 4.3.
Yeah, 4.26 at the moment. Topped out at 4.32 earlier this morning.
Gold is also stuck in this range. 46.20 back and forth.
What's up, Westy? Dre, okay. Cody, when'd you take that long, by the way? Did you roll out of bed?
When?
Yeah, you just roll out of bed and say, buy them.
I look at the gold's cheap. Buy it. No.
I've done it before.
Actually, right before joining the stream, like right here at 9:30 a.m. Central, I bought it on this retest of these 45.80s.
Now there's some stops. Some more gas in the goose here. Question for Jack.
What Crude?
It didn't go anywhere there, Hogue. Question for Jack in the chat. What's the gamma you are always monitoring? Should one learn that to trade futures?
Yeah.
I mean,
not necessarily. I mean, it's an options thing, really, but it's trying to model how much hedging has to be done at certain levels. And I find it useful, but the problem is I think it's useful to learn about regardless, because I firmly believe that options kind of run the market at this point. With 70% of them being 0 day. But, it's something that really, you got to pay for it. So I don't think it's absolutely necessary unless that's what you're focused on. Oh, yeah, turn around there, Hogue.
Hogue, you're in a trade. You're got a little turnaround there. We got some price action. How are we managing this trade? We're short 3. You're from 51 on the orders in the money. What are we looking for? Downside target and managing risk.
All right, so we have 3 on. If this thing does continue to push lower, one exit at 66.40, one exit at 66.26, and the other exit at 66.11 and the orders. If we just don't leave that last one on for a runner. If that plays out, it ain't over yet, folks.
No.
Indeed.
Nice trade.
No, don't jinx
Got a
it.
chance.
Yeah.
Got a chance.
Selling started without Crude moving. The selling came in without this 10-year movement. There goes Crude. A bit of a bid.
Getting closer to that 30-minute time change, too. Which I like.
Look at that. We'll follow through the downside here. And Q
bottom of
selling
the
off.
hour.
Yeah, and Q's down 60 points. Back to 24,500. You got Dow selling
Gold's
off.
done nothing. We going sideways, back and forth. This might be a slow grind type of trade.
Higher.
Yeah. Preferably 100. Preferably grinds
where's
higher.
5,000? Where's 5,000?
Yeah, go back
What are we
home.
doing?
5,000. Go to 5,000. Why not?
You know, some more selling coming in beneath. Now we're beneath NQ, about a 90-point turnaround to the downside, 24,485. How selling off? Crude's not even pushing that much higher. A little bit, 96.23. Again, took a peek beneath $96. Fire step back in. $96 seems to be low end of the range, give or take. $97 upper end of the range, give or take. That's crude.
Yeah, crude. NASDAQ back below 500.
James, keep me posted
Come on,
when
guys.
the president gets started. A little bit more buying here in crude. Gotcha. Thank you, James.
Yeah, we want to see.
Crude,
Yeah, we want to see crude keep going
41.
up.
Just
Yep.
took one off at volume point of control 66.40.
Nice work.
We'll just let them run.
You move your stop. How we manage that stop?
Not
Well,
yet.
IB low. IB low is still about 20 points lower from
Yep.
here. 25 points lower. Why not move the stop, Hogue?
Because it attracts price. The trade isn't invalidated until it gets up to that price, but I guess we can move it down to just above the IB high, 56 quarter. We'll put it there. It'll reduce the risk to basically break even.
There you go.
Okay.
And a little more selling coming in here.
There we go.
Look at that downside. Here we go. Selling off here. Now down about a 100-point turnaround. 100-point turnaround to the downside in the NQ for 24,460. Yes. Down about 15
NASDAQ's
points.
getting hit.
Yep. Crude. Right high.
Crude oil back up to mid 96s. Gold violently unchanged, sideways right now.
I know. It was that selling coming into the bell, the New York Open. It was just getting absolutely pummeled. Just got destroyed.
Yeah.
150 bucks. So look at that. BTC just took a hit.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. 69,000 spot. Now we still got
Headline
silver
here,
down
headline,
almost
headline.
10%.
F-35 struck by what was believed to be an Iranian fire. This is from CNN. CNN. F-35 struck by what was believed to be Iranian fire. Watching crude. Keep an eye on crude. What's gold doing? Not much yet.
Sideways.
Flopping.
I'll get short of that.
So that plane, Andre, according to the same CNN, did land at a U.S. airbase. That's why I feel like if, something like that happened and that wasn't the case, you'd see a pretty sharp friggin' sell-off.
Now we're seeing, we saw a 100-point sell-off, 120-point sell-off in the NQ. Those planes are not supposed to be getting struck. We're seeing a pop here in crude. Crude up 60, 70 cents. Not exactly the velocity with which, but that headline, interesting. Again, what's contributing to this sell-off in the equities here?
Something that can't be over. I don't know. I think I mentioned this. Silver's down 10% today. That's huge.
Is it? What happened? Silver
down to $70 an ounce. Gold down 6%.
Awaiting the president. Yeah, pin at the top of the chat. Robin Dane will be joining us 1 p.m. Central with Hogue. We got group coaching before then. You seen another push higher here in Dow selling off. We got crude grinding higher. Not exactly
the MES chart.
Headlines here: Iranian missile has hit the Bazan oil refinery. We got some headlines hitting now.
Crude not reacting like it should.
Equities.
Do we have a welfare check on Scott Besant?
Pushing lower. This could just be.
Seemed like there was a lot of selling just before $100.
Sure were. Sam would not let that. It would not let that thing go higher. All right,
Oh,
more
man,
buying here.
last
More buying
night-
in crude. Crude now at $96.70. Just gonna explode. Oh, nothing on the tilt. It's gonna be interesting. Is this going to delay the president meeting or meeting with the prime minister, or at least going on camera? We got developments again. F-35 struck by what was believed to be Iranian fire, and Iranian missile has hit another oil refinery. Dow selling off. 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Stay long.
I'm seeing the move I'm expecting with these headlines.
What are we thinking here, guys? Come on, guys. We are in these markets. We got headlines flying. What do we have for setups? I know we got the headlines coming out. What
for me? I mean, I'm not seeing these markets react to those headlines the way we typically
what
would.
you think, right?
It's
Not what you think.
There's no
Right,
knee-jerk
so-
reaction.
Is that market generated information? We're at point of control. We got out of one. We're not seeing the reaction. We're out of one. We're out of another one. We're gonna let this one run, just in case we
Love
do
it.
see some big reaction.
Would you be comfortable being long right now? Pose that question. Would you be comfortable
No.
being long equities right now?
Leveraged? No.
Currently, as we speak right now in this moment. Oh, I'm already in, Derek. Short 4. Yeah, would you be comfortable being long? If you were flat, what would the trade look like? If anything, still selling here in gold.
Yeah, I lean towards the short side on equities for sure.
I'm still looking, we haven't had that big a range today so far. And we haven't got up to either of the levels that I'm really interested in. I'm still looking at those November lows in the SPX.
So I
Gold
did
sideways.
move the stop to break even, Andre, just in case. But we're gonna see if we can hold on to this one for a little bit.
Okay. I mean,
But hey,
Crude oil not
winner.
reacting at all.
Good trade.
the lows in, or the lows
Nice
in.
work.
Lows in. More selling here. 10-year future prices going lower. Yields going higher.
Some selling coming in on crude.
It sure is. Well, that's cause a what influences affects, if you will, the equities more at this point? Is it crude or is it treasuries? Is it headlines? Economic data?
I'm still leaning crude.
They're all
I
connected.
still think- yeah. Which is
Expand on
just
that. They're all
interesting.
connected. Expand on that. They're all connected. In what way?
Well, because
Lows in.
crude is both like in the longer term, it's just pure supply and demand, but it's a proxy essentially for oil risk off the Iran headlines. And so if that's going up, stocks are probably going to go down. We mentioned the correlation with the Dow, especially because that's more of an industrial mix, is very high with crude at the moment.
How about this, Hogue? Hogue, you got morning highlights coming up. You still have a valid
I do.
trade. Yeah. So
What do I do?
oh man, we're gonna walk and chew gum here. is what we're going to do. We're seeing a little selling here in crude. Oh, managed to trade. Keep us posted on this trade.
Of course.
Just short one, correct? So we've got
Yeah.
Yeah, 3
just one micro.
All right, sounds good. Hogue, see you in morning highlights. Couple words. Got a lot more Hogue coming at you. Couple words, Hogue. Good stuff.
Yeah. Dakota, good luck on your gold trade. Hopefully that's a nice winner for you. But hopefully we're all finding winners today. Andre, Jack, Dakota, pleasure. See you in just a few minutes for the morning highlights.
Sounds good. Keep us posted on that
Take
trade.
care.
Short one, 66.51 in the orders. Short up against the that IB play. Again, President saying it on a repeat. So wait for the President of the United States and Prime Minister of Japan to get in front of the cameras.
Crude back down to 96. We got those headlines, and we're seeing some selling coming in there.
Better price to sell into for Sam, I guess is what that was, man.
Yeah.
Incredible.
NASDAQ hanging out 450s. Maybe they're just waiting for the president.
Could be. Once again, after all this, we are coming up right now to our opening print in the ES right now.
All right, I'm flat.
Flat?
Yeah. I'm going to get back into it if we reject.
You're hammering this shit. So
I still want to be holding a long gold here.
Okay. See some more selling downside pressure here in the equities. Looking at 100.
I'm going to keep it back on. Andre.
Back in?
Yeah. I still want to hold on to the gold trade.
Okay. So 631 last trade. Initial balance low in ES, about 20 points lower. Waiting for the president.
Someone says it's so hard not to hit sell.
Oh, you just
one market.
We
We do have NASDAQ selling off now. Still a bit range bound.
Would you? Oh, here goes gold. Gold selling off. Oh, still can't. I put downside pressure. Can't figure out. Where do you want to go? Nothing on the ladder. Waiting for the
We
president.
go to session lows in the NASDAQ?
I don't see why not, Dakota. I haven't seen one bullish piece of news headline.
Yeah, I'm surprised we held up so well here in this New York session.
Positive delta. There you go. Hey, Z3. Up 1K. Good to see you. We got your real name, didn't we? Forgot your real name. I think it was Brad.
We don't
That's
dox
right.
people here.
He doxed himself. We didn't know if he was a bot or not, remember?
Yeah.
You catch the short?
We might just break down here the NASDAQ.
This thing's going to get destroyed.
Hogue's still riding it.
Nice.
Session lows, if we zoom out.
Coming, baby. It's coming. Come on. For sure. No. Okay.
This week, the weekly lows is these 220s, these 200s.
Yep.
Plenty of room to downside. I don't see why not. Why would we not get down there? From a technical standpoint, I'm not seeing anything. I'm flat on that gold.
What am I short from? Flat? Yeah. Go gold selling off now. 45.80. Last trade looking at a $50 sell off. Last few minutes. Get another push lower here. I mean, what will really get this part if crude pops here? I mean, we're seeing what the equities are doing, selling off, methodically. If crude really pops here, it could just they'll just step on the gas to the downside here. But it looks like they're going to continue to sell this thing.
I have no support from a technical standpoint in the NASDAQ.
Nothing
until 220s. No,
well, of it.
nothing until
So, all right, so this is
200.
how you do it. This is what you're doing here. As soon as you hit this little market sell button. All right. My take profit 66.19. 66.19. New 5 minute. They're just gonna destroy this thing. What am I short from? House count still short from 66.51 in the orders, about 20 points of the money.
I imagine Hoag's gonna. I don't know if he'll leave a runner or if he'll take it off at the other end of the initial balance somewhere. You'll find out because he'll be back for morning highlights.
I'm going to join in on these shorts in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Selling this
one from 430.
You get 430s?
Yeah. 430 even.
You got him. Nice job. I think you're gonna like that. Still nothing from the president. Nothing yet. There might be supposed to start
Postponed
about
or something.
20 minutes ago. And then we got these headlines coming out. They've pushed back you got from 430.
Yeah, 430. If we start breaking through this 400 level,
it's
session lows maybe.
Yeah, Dow's starting to sell off as well. They're gonna destroy this thing.
Crude getting back up there, 96.40s.
There goes the Dow tiptoeing lower. One more push.
There goes NASDAQ.
Yep. NASDAQ closing on the 400s. 24,413.
Crude's starting to find buyers. 96.60.
Yep. Iranian missiles targeted Haifa oil refineries. Starting to see confirmation now from Iran about that. Here we go. There goes crude. Crude popping here. I see an acceleration on the downside. Dakota
just broke that level.
Short one.
Yep, short one from 430.
Okay.
I think we can flush through these 400s.
Oh yeah.
Go at least maybe test these session lows.
There you go.
Crude on the move.
Indeed. Closing on $97. Closing on $97. 96.75 last trade. Dow beneath 46,100. You thinking caveman here? What, Jack?
I just got my eyes on that November low. We may or may not get to it, but it's a pretty big thing. You know, that was what, 4 months ago or something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Come on, Crude.
Come
on, Crude.
I'd like 23,800. So, I mean, there's plenty of room to the downside. Not right now.
Wait, you said, okay, 24,200 first.
Yeah, 24,200's first, which is more realistic today, maybe even tomorrow.
Yep.
We see crude rallying, 96.80.
Yeah, yep. Come on. What would make this thing go higher?
I think I got someone asked. I think it's around 65.80 in this contract would be the November low in the SPX. Got it marked out on my chart there.
But anything that would nice cut on the gold. Nice cut on that gold trade. Nice winner there.
Yeah. So we get the same thing here in the NASDAQ. These equities. Hoag's trade is cooking.
Indeed. He came within about a point of getting stopped on that one, too. That was good location.
Process over profits.
Yeah. This is the dipping point right here. I was going to try to give it a shot. Crude looks like it wants to go test those 97s. Again, that's the big area of resistance we've seen.
Since the New York Open, really, both sides are just trying to feel each other out. I've said this 3 times already, but like the range hasn't been that big for everything that's going on.
All right, here we go. Making maybe another run lower here in NASDAQ.
Crude. Come on, crude. Crude 96.80. Go.
Yeah, we're struggling. We're struggling here now.
It's getting closer to 26. We're 25.79 at the moment. Broadcom's a little up for some reason. Everything else in the Mag 7 is down. Back to 4.28 in the 10-year.
What happened? Oh, what was that? Oh, okay. That was the 5-minute. That was the 5. Okay. Well, probably that's just short covering, Dakota. That's just short
Yeah, we're
covering.
seeing a lot of volatility stepping in right here at the
short
level.
cover. That ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Better price to sell into. Please be better price to sell. 24,000 to 8. Last trade there. So wait for the president, Prime Minister of Japan. Fetch me late, of course. Indeed. All right, JD, come on in. We're seeing some huge P&L and P&Ls being put up today. We've seen it throughout the week. JD, P&Ls, payouts. Hit me with some good numbers. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Let's do it. We've got yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. Check out these numbers coming from our live funded traders. Here are the P&Ls first. 2 traders on this list are also on our payouts board that we're going to see in just a minute. The first of which being Stefan O, up at the top, $42,814 in profits yesterday, trading the NASDAQ on a $150K live funded account. $57,000 payout hit his account. He's going to be on our payouts board in just a minute. We're going to see his name again. Mehmet, our old buddy, is back in the markets, $31,729 in this live funded account, trading a 50K in the gold, silver, and NASDAQ. 2 more winning days to get the payout eligibility for Mehmet. Poe, $25,012 in profits trading the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ in a 150K live funded account. Also just 2 winning days away from payout eligibility in this live funded account. Kyle, $21,156 trading the NQ in a 150K live account. Took a nice $40,000 payout to start the month a couple weeks ago. Big shout out to Kyle. And Mark L., our other trader who is on our payout board, which we're going to see in a minute, $18,476 trading the NASDAQ in a 150K account. $27,000 payout to start this week. Requested it on Monday. It's in his bank account now. All right. Let's get over to that payout board so you can see these names again. Let's start with Rajesh, though, up at the top. We saw him on our P&L boards a couple of times last week, turned around and took a $63,900 payout. Nice job, Rajesh. Stefano just talked about him a minute ago. Had a nice P&L from yesterday and turned around and took a $57,128 payout. Lucas H, $37,472. Karen G, $31,236. And our other trader from the P&L board, Mark L, $27,486 going in the wallet. These are all live funded traders pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. Great job, pro ball trading from all of these traders. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Ooh, crude pop. Big pop in crude. Crude on the move. Crude just popped 50 cents there. $97 got.
Oh, wow. Okay.
97.40. Oh, just selling this damn thing. 97.40 just printed. That's the headlines. Big pop in crude right there. 97.50 just printed. What is going on? Something is going on.
Until he's stepping in here.
Crude's still cooking higher here.
Yeah, 97.60.
U.S. will not implement a crude export ban. There goes crude.
98 almost.
U.S. will not implement a crude export ban. Seen crude absolutely pushing higher here. Up about $1 off that pop. $97.90 last trade. It was $98. As much reaction as you would think.
Well, I
Here
mean,
we
what you're
go.
seeing there, I don't have the spread up, but I'd be interested what the spread between like Brent and WTI did there.
Still going. $98. $98.15 last trade. Still pumping here.
In fact, what could be happening is a lot of people are buying that spread, buying the WTI and selling the rent off that headline.
Why aren't equities going? Why aren't equities going? Still pushing here, still pumping. Trump
we're
meeting
going,
delayed.
Andre.
Trump,
Just
yeah, there we go. Trump meeting delayed. There we go. 98.
All right.
98 50s, 60s, 70s. Crude is going.
Yeah,
There we go. April contract about to hit $100. We're at 99.90.
We're at
Only 1 day till
we're at
expiration.
almost
You better have your
99.
crude. $100.
99 straight. 99 straight. 99.09 trades now in crude. Crude up about $2. $2 on that headline. The U.S. will not implement a crude export ban. Waiting for that downside pressure. Crude on the absolute tear higher. 99.20, 99.25, 99.30. Holy moly.
Oh,
Closing
man.
at $100. 50 cents to go. 50 cents to go to $100 in crude.
Equities getting
Already there.
ready
$1
to get-
difference. We're at 162 in the April contract. Expires tomorrow.
You short 2, Dakota?
I'm short 1 now. I 430.
$100.
$100.
$100 prints in May. Again, looking at a $3 rally. $3 rally.
Wow, wild.
That is
I don't
from
like
Politico.
Why aren't equities getting absolutely destroyed?
Maybe it's a delayed reaction.
It's too delayed for me because crude just absolutely went on a tear.
I'll venture a guess, Dre, is that it would actually be a very, very disruptive thing if the U.S. implemented crude export bans. Like it was kind of a desperate move, and it would lead to possibly embargoes from Europe, or like China would not like that. It would be taking our ball and going home. And it's probably not super effective because I don't believe our refineries are even meant to process all just U.S. crude or something.
Again, headline hitting that the I gotta get out of this short. So lame. Headline hitting. What is it? Again, the U.S. will not implement a crude export ban. We were talking about that yesterday. I'm out of these shorts. Unreal. We saw $3. We were trading around $97 in crude. We popped all the way up. We saw $100, 28 cents.
Yep.
Topped out there. James was okay. Yeah, the Trump and Japan meeting has now been delayed. It's been changed to delayed. So give you a rest of that. Yeah, that pop was absolutely wild. There's your headline, but the equities did not react.
All right, I'll show you why. The hypothesis. So, like,
I'll sell.
I had to spin this up on the fly.
Oh, again, yeah. I don't. No, Jack. We got crude continue to move here, Jack.
Yeah, I'm going to show a crude chart. But look at this. I'm on the fly, so I found the Brent ETF, and you'll see that on the same news. 1 second.
Back above $100.
Yeah.
It's not bull. It's not bullish for equities. It's inflationary. It's inflationary at the very. Trump is live. At the very least, it's inflationary.
$99.60s.
All right, we got the feed. President, we got President now joining us here in. Bring that audio in. Bring that audio in. Everything's.
And she's a great woman. We have a very fine relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
皆様ありがとうございます。本日は非常に特別な方にいらしていただいております。歴史的な選挙の圧勝ということで、私と共通するものがあると思います。私たち素晴らしい 絆を持っておりまして、だからこそ私の方からも応援のメッセージを出させていただきました。素晴らしい人であり、私も心から尊敬している方です。日本の歴史上最も素晴らしい選挙で圧勝したということで人気の高い女性であり、すごい方だと私も思っております。本日に関しては貿易その他の課題について多く話をする予定です。
Thank you for inviting me to the White House today.
Thank you.
My visit is timely. So, given the current situation, so.
Oh, please, yes,
Okay.
absolutely. You have a very good interpreter.
Yeah.
Who I've known for,
Your friend.
who I've known
Your
for a long
friend.
time
I
with,
know, I
with
know. He's
Shinzo,
your
right?
friend. 今中東情勢も含めて、それから世界中の安全保障環境が非常に厳しい状況にあります。
Right now, situations in the Middle East and also the entire world, we are actually experiencing a very severe security environment.
そして世界経済もかなり厳しい影響を受けつつあります。
And also the global economy is now about to experience a huge hit because of this development.
でも私は世界の繁栄とそして平和に貢献できる、世界中に平和と繁栄をもたらせるのはドナルドだけだと思っています。
But even against that backdrop, I firmly believe that it is only you, Donald, who can achieve peace across the world.
そのために私は諸外国に働きかけてしっかりと応援をしたいと思っています。
And to do so, I am ready to reach out to many of the partners in the international community to achieve our objective together.
今日私はそれを伝えに来ました。
So today, I came here at the White House to directly convey this message to you.
そしてイランに関してはもう核兵器の開発、これは許されてはならないことですから、日本も働きかけをしてきました。
And speaking of the situation in Iran, Iran's development of nuclear weapons must never be allowed. And that is why we, Japan, have been urging them and also reaching out to other partners in the world.
そして我が国は周辺国に対する攻撃、ホルムズ海峡の実質的な閉鎖についてもこれは非難をし、そして茂木外務大臣からもイランの外務大臣に対してそれをやめるように申し入れをしてきました。
Okay,
In
we
addition,
are watching.
Japan condemns Iran's
We are watching. We're here in the Oval Office with the President of the United States, Prime Minister of Japan. They're doing their formalities right now. We're seeing that huge pop in gold. We are back beneath $100. I'm sorry, crude. That is. You got the crude chart up here. Now back to $99. We popped up to $100 again. What was the headline again, Jack? It was not.
Yeah, it was that we're not going to do crude export controls. Now let me show that chart really quick here. To show what I was talking about and why stocks might not have the same sort of ripper there. This is the CLK contract. I have a Brent ETF up here. So what you see happen on that is they just completely went, you had oil WTI popping and Brent selling off the spread there. So that's what led to the buying. I think that export controls would actually be very negative for stocks. So if they did say they were going to do it, we would have crashed. But that's what's sort of happening right now.
Again, thank you very much for that.
Cody, you still in the short? Are you still in the short? Dakota?
I'm waiting. Yeah, we're watching. I'm surprised the equities are holding up with crude popped above 100, but we're still off.
Yeah, crude. We got the President of the United States and Prime Minister of Japan. Meeting Oval
Gold
Office.
caught a
doing
bid.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. Headlines are hitting. Headlines are absolutely hitting right now. Again, we have morning recap coming after this. I'll pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Robin Dane. I don't know that's on the bid in Crude. It's going to get filled. We'll roll with this meeting here and into morning highlights as well. The power players after that. Crude oil absolutely woken up.
I still think there's a pretty good chance these equities sell off.
Yeah, Dow's selling off. All right, guys, we'll just get right into this. We have morning highlights coming up after this. Power players, Robin Dane, group coaching. Markets are just absolutely going bananas right now. TopStep TV, let's go. Volatility's back. Come on.
Go.
Let's do it.
Great job. Again, congratulations on the biggest win in the history of Japan. That's not bad. That's a pretty long history. That's a large nation with a great reputation, but it's a tremendous victory. Congratulations to everybody. Very proud of you. Very proud of you. We've become friends, and I'm very proud of the job you've done. It's not easy. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, are you fully satisfied with the level of support that you're getting from Japan on Iran, including around minesweepers?
Well, we're going to be speaking about it today. Go ahead, you can go.
日本から、開いてなどの支援に関して、その点について今の状況に満足していらっしゃいますか?
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything. And I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes.
非常に日本から素晴らしい支援を受けていると思います。おとといのコメントから、日本からはそれに対して非常に力強いメッセージを得ていると私は思っています。
Unlike NATO.
NATO とは全く違いますね。
Please.
Mr. President, do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price as low. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but it just hit 50,000, and we did that in 1 year, not 4. S&P had just hit 7,000. They said that was even more impossible than the Dow hitting 50, and we did that in 1 year. So it was all done. Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gasoline was dropping to, I mean, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. She considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does, just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, you know, if I do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated their Navy. We've obliterated their just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want, Pete. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, I mean, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They picked new leaders, they're gone. They picked new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island if anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. And we've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes will take years for them to do. But I would say we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something that no other president had the courage to do. And everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the courage to do it. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming them. It was left to me, and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one of the things we'll be talking. They want to buy a lot of the military equipment. So it's just an honor to have the Prime Minister. We've had a tremendous relationship. Okay.
Mr. President.
I think she's going to have to go first before you. Is that okay? Do you understand? It's very good. I tell you, she's good. I mean, it's so nice that we don't have to sit. No, it's very good. I haven't picked up your language, so the next time you come, I'll have your language mastered. All right, go ahead.
All right, we are going to interrupt the president now for the morning highlights. Markets are moving, folks. Markets are certainly facing some changes. Lots going on. Here's the S&Ps. We've never closed the gap. Opening range remains the low of the session. We do have a failed upside auction. We're still holding that short 1 micro. We're seeing some gyration in these markets here with the president speaking right now. This is the MES, so you can see the position is still on. We're risk off on it. We don't have any risk on it, so we're going to be positive after this trade, regardless. Not really liking the fact that the market hasn't responded a little bit deeper to the downside after the news about crude oil. But hey, we don't get to choose. We're still in this trade. We have no risk. We're just going to let this play out. Maybe we'll see this market turn around. Would like to see an opportunity at initial balance low, which to be exact is 66.11.5. We shall see. Market certainly seems to have found some buyers with the president currently speaking. We did not take any opening range trades today. Gold and crude oil invalidated the trades very early. Although in gold, we did have Dakota come in at 9:30. He was already long, a couple of micros, 45.85. Looked for a while there like we were going to see some pretty good continuation above the initial balance high. He got out of one of those at 46.20. Pretty much got out at a scratch when the market kind of turned back. We didn't see the continuation that we would have maybe hoped for if we were long at that time. All right, we are down to 10 points in profit on our S&P trade. We'll just let that play out. No trade also in crude oil. The market has been, relatively range bound. We were kind of looking at this market to stay in range today as it gets closer to expiration. The news that came out did, push prices higher, up over $100 just for a brief moment, but cooler heads have prevailed. The market has come back into range and back into value from yesterday. Wow, look at this. Look at this move. Wow. Something must have just come out. Something changed. I'm not sure what's going on here, but we are almost at our break-even point in our S&P trade. We're just a few ticks away from it. That's all right. We're just going to let that play. So lots of things changing, lots of things happening in these markets. Let's take a look at that S&P trade here again. About 5 points from our break-even stop. It's all right. We'll see how this plays. I'm pretty sure we're toast. What about the NASDAQ? Looking here at the NASDAQ, again, always thinking in context. The market opened. It has not closed the session gap. Opening range remains very close to the low of the regular trading hour session. And just to take a couple of looks at Mandy's trades here today, see what we're doing here. We're kind of pulling off those lows here. I'm sure Dakota is probably flat on his short here at 24,430. Take a look at a couple of trades from Mandy here. So Mandy was originally looking for longs. She got into a long 3 micros, 24,448. Those unfortunately did not play out. She got out of those 24,389. She chipped away at those losses for the rest of the session. However, here's one of the winners that she did have. She was long 2 MNQ 24,455. Not too long after she got taken out of that, pretty much almost the same level that she got long, and she had a nice win on that one, 24,493. She took a few more trades throughout the session. I ended the session maybe down just a little bit. Hopefully she's been able to recover those. All right. So, and again, Dakota was short. I don't know if he's still in that. Are we still in our S&P trade, our MES trade? We are. Traded basically right to value high for today's session. And we do see market pulling off a little bit here. So we're going to let this play out. I'll let everybody know throughout the day how this plays out. Let's take a quick look at the quotable quote for today, and we'll get moving on. Right. Bertrand Russell. The fact that an opinion has been widely held is no evidence whatsoever that it is not utterly absurd. This just rings so loud to me for something that my dad always told me, especially when markets are concerned. The market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. When everybody loves it, the high is probably in. And when everybody hates it, the low is probably in. On that note, we are going to move on. We've got Yusuf coming in for Power Players with Jay and Dolby coming up next. Trade well, everybody. Make sure you protect yourself. Always use stops. Like I said earlier today, I like you all. I want to see you again tomorrow. Always trade for tomorrow. Folks, this is TopStep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back.
For $25 million. $25 million, and it would have been beautiful. Look what I've done at the White House fixing it up. And I mean, the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right. So there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived. But that contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, and we know, but whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make, I mean, he could make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building, it's a renovation. The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is an incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be a dishonest guy, but somebody's dishonest because there's no way that building can be $3 to $4 billion.
Mr. President, on a straight of work, President.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people right here.
Thank you.
Is he good or bad? Good. Is he a good reporter or bad? Don't you know?
So.
Not a, all right, he looks like a nice guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan is stepping up. What kind of the support do you expect from Japan in the future?
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, we have that kind of relationship. And we step up with Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan. And we've had that kind of a relationship. So I expect, I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else. But I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished, that country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You could take two people and they could drop little bombs in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get none, practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even, I think we do it just to be nice. But we, think of it, we don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it. But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude. They're getting much nicer. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know, UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send me aircraft carriers after the war is. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss it, by about 90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being demolished. Maybe.
Yes, sir. Our missiles being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President. Their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they wanted to rebuild more launchers or more missiles, they couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone. All communication is gone. And all of the leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. Okay, how about one more question for the Prime Minister? Let me pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, sure. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful.
Oh, okay.
He sounded shy.
We're
Go ahead,
Japanese people.
please.
Of course, no, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me, no, you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right? Okay, one more for the Prime Minister.
Mr. President.
Are you good for the Prime Minister?
Yes,
Go ahead, for the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Japan's TJ Press. Japan's biggest concern is China. Now they are giving us export control and very harsh terms to criticize us. So could you plan? Will you plan to bring up relationship between Japan and China while you are there?
Yeah. Well, I'll be going to China very quickly, but I think I'd really like to have the Prime Minister talk about China because I know they have a little bit of an edgy relationship, and I'd just like to know where it stands, how you're doing with China. So, please.
で日本はいつも中国に対してオープンです。会話はオープンにしています。それから冷静に対応しています。でとにかく米中関係も含めてですね、これが地域の安定、それから世界のサプライチェーン、これに貢献するものであることを願っています。日本は常にオープンです。
So first of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China. And also, second, we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also, speaking of the US-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship will be something conducive for regional security and also ensuring the global supply chain in the world. Once again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
And I think we're going to have a great trip. The trip has been postponed for about a month and a half. It's been reset, and we look forward to it. And I'll be speaking Japan's praises when I'm in China with President Xi. But we're going to have some good talks today, and I think mostly about trade because they want to do a lot of trade. They're a tremendous purchaser of our energy, our oil, gas from, in particular, Alaska. Because Alaska, believe it or not, is very close. It's much closer than any other source. It seems a little cold compared to, but it's just a short trip.
So that's something that we will talk after the press board.
We'll be discussing trade, and a lot of the talk will be about energy. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
All right, welcome back to TopStep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, and in the middle, we got Yusuf. Yusuf, welcome back to TopStep TV. How are we doing today?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Just wrapping up this holiday season for today's last day of Ramadan. Can't wait to get back into my normal routine starting Monday. I am so excited.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. We got markets moving around right now. Happy Ramadan today. Again, like you said, the last day. Got that meal planned already for later tonight. We got some markets moving around right now. Mr. Dolby Time, welcome to the show. How are we doing?
Hello. We're doing great. We're doing great. Absolutely insane markets right now. Headlines everywhere. I would say violently range bound. I guess, because we're in a roll right now for indices. So there's so many cross currents right now. So many cross currents.
Yes,
So we have a
there
nice
are.
little Dorito forming right now. I'm kind of curious to say if we're gonna, break any structure here because of roll. But if the headlines are strong enough, maybe I got crude oil popping off. It's been a chop fest. It's been hard. I traded it this morning and it was, green, red, green, red, green, red, back and forth, just trying to catch some of this stuff that's going on right now. See if we can find a trade. See if we can find a trade with Yusuf.
I thought I found a pretty good trade, but chat, the screenshot purse is undefeated. I was just long gold from 45.96, just a one lot micro. 45.96. I posted it on Twitter just to get some engagement, get you all over here to view TopStep TV, and I just got stopped out. So take your profits before you take a screenshot. That is the lesson for today. Either way, we got a good trading day. But Yusuf, what are you looking at in the markets right now? What are you seeing? We got NASDAQ trading 24,455. What are we seeing here?
Yeah, it seems pretty bearish. I missed a possible entry there at 11:07 Central Time, price at 24,520. That was a golden pocket, real decent short. I was going to take a long at another golden pocket there at 24,467, but just the downward pressure didn't give me the full confidence that we would reverse back bullish. So right now I'm just kind of sitting on my hands, waiting until we see some momentum in one direction before I take a position.
Not a bad idea. Pretty range-bound market we're seeing now. I got the NASDAQ sitting right at full session, New York session view up 24,463 is that price. We're sitting about 7 points under it right now. 66.36 last trade in the S&P. We do still have the president meeting with Japan's PM right now, so we may bring that back into you. We saw insane volatility in oil, spiked up to $100.40. What was the high? $100.48. Trading about $2 off of that right now. These markets are moving, man. These markets are pretty insane here.
Yeah, I can't really remember the last time we had markets that were just so headline driven.
Tariff time.
Going both ways. Yeah. tariff time was pretty rough, but I don't know if we were getting as much like news, because we got news affecting different markets. It's really messing with crude oil, then crude oil is messing with the indices, really messing with the Dow. We had that correlation website, the MRCI correlation sort of matrix, which is a super cool website. You can see how the markets are correlated. Yeah, what a time to be alive and to be a trader here, because it is opportunity abound.
Opportunity abound for sure. Yusuf, any trades for you today? And Dolby, any levels that you're looking at for? Actually, let's go with Dolby. Dolby, any ranges you're looking at right now?
Yeah. So looking at the 5 minute here, it's been I would say violently range bound. We've had it was funny. I was looking at 500s yesterday during Power Hour, and I was like, I want 24,500s. Everyone's like, you're crazy. It's like, well, I was early. That was the only difference. It was a little bit early. But we did get to these 24,500s. It looks like it's kind of acting as a little bit of resistance here. We have a lot of wicks kind of floating above the 24,500s. But at the same time, we're also making higher lows. So this is the classic Dorito formation. I know Chad is tired of me saying it, but if the market's making the formation, I'm going to keep on saying it. And it kind of just seems like we want to just hover around these 24,500s during roll. So it's not really a range so much. I guess it's kind of a range. If we do like a 30-minute range, Jay, that's what I'm going to say. 30-minute range. 24,400s, 24,540s.
100s to 540s.
Currently in the middle of it.
Dead set in the middle of it right now. That's what we heard, Yusuf. Patience, right? Patience. Do not have to force a trade in the middle of this range right now. I'm looking at all four of the equity markets, and they're all kind of saying the same thing, right? The Russell's in the middle of the range, the Dow's in the middle, the S&P, and the NASDAQ. So we sit and wait for some of the extremes. We did just get some volume in the Russell that traded right at the prior day's low.
Really?
Is Hogue still in that short? Hogue, if you're in the chat or in Slack, let us know if you're still in that short. Beautiful trade that Hogue took there. Yeah, the rejection at the initial balance high. Right under the prior day low in the S&P. That was a great trade.
Yeah.
I think he's I
took a trade earlier thinking I was on my Express account, but I was accidentally on my practice account. It was pretty frustrating.
Okay.
Oh, so that was a winning trade then, I'm assuming.
It was a great trade. Great trade.
Yeah.
I actually took an entry over there it was right around 10 o'clock. It was at 24,480, and I took that whole leg up to about 24,550 before I got out, right around that 10 o'clock Central Time. So yeah, that was. But at the same time, I'm the type where when that happens, I still tap myself on the back and say, hey, at least you saw the right thing.
Yeah.
Right. Good vision.
You saw.
Good vision as a trader. It means you could take the trade again.
Jay, I always thought it'd be interesting if, like, a thought experiment, if traders had like 3 different accounts, but they were hidden and only one was real. And then it randomized what trade your account went into. So that way you never actually knew if your trade was a trade that went into the account that mattered. Because some traders get into a practice account and they get into that perfect mindset of being carefree and they can take trades easily. And then as soon as they get into a live funded account, they end up, seizing up. They can't breathe. They're choking on all their trades, and it's a disaster. But I always thought that was interesting. With the practice account sort of phenomenon. You never hear traders complain about, putting a losing trade in their practice account, though, when they thought it was going to go into an XFA. Never got those complaints in customer support.
Seeing some selling here coming into the equities. The Russell, Henrico called the Russell the snitch yesterday. I saw a pop of volume in the Russell, and now everything else is selling. That was some selling volume that came in there. 24.8250 last trade there in the Russell. 24.438 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get down to the lower extreme of this range. 24.400. Taking a look at the tilt. 53% long in the S&P, 52% short NASDAQ, 68% long crude oil, and 67% long gold. Gold just had to stop me out on my trade. Kind of want to put it back on, but we'll see here.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Crude oil's bidding. Trying to see what it wants to do. It's kind of in like a congestion zone right now between like 98.10s and like 98.60s, which is still a great range. It's like 40, 50 cents there, which is awesome. And then for this NASDAQ, we are starting to bounce off this 5-minute range that we had. So if this is going to Dorito, like the chart's telling us, I actually am kind of curious at longs at 440s, as insane as it sounds, just to see if we can have support kind of come in here. Resistance become support at the 440s, and maybe we just get back up to 500s.
It only sounds crazy if the risk isn't managed. Dolby, where's the stop go? Go ahead, Yusuf.
Great question.
That's true. No, I'm just glad we're not at that 24,800 level where every time I come on that we're at that same price. So it's nice to have something different going on for once. Because 24.8 and 24.9 was just what we were stuck at for the longest.
I mean, it could be like 25 points. That's kind of what we're risking typically.
25 points, gotcha.
Yeah, on a micro.
Let's
That's
see
enough.
here. 24 450s. Last trade there. Market's definitely slowed down. Fast markets was pretty volatile, especially with whatever that crude oil pop was. And Andre gets a lot of slack for his energy when things are moving around. But shout out to you, Dre, if you were in the chat. I caught a piece of that crude oil long when you called out that headline. Headlines pop, see Andre's energy spike. Markets are probably moving. So nice call there, Dre. Thank you.
Okay, now crude oil
speaking.
Okay.
Is the president still speaking?
I mean, probably. Is he ever?
Yeah.
Ever not speaking? Speaks a lot.
Ends remarks. So ended remarks about 9 minutes ago.
Okay.
So,
cool. He is not speaking. Fantastic. So maybe things settle down a little bit.
Yeah, I just get paranoid to get in a trade if he's talking because he could just say one word and then just like
tariffs.
Anything can happen. China,
Embargoes.
tariffs, whatever. I mean, anything.
Yeah. A couple keywords. I want to see if we can actually get long NASDAQ here at 434s.
434.
Mm-hmm.
Moved it down a little bit, Dolby. You were talking 440s.
Yep. I just want to see if we can run the low of this 1 minute candlestick at like 433s, 434s.
Gotcha.
Alternatively, another long possibility, Jay, would be the 50% of the previous range, which is between 400s and 440s. That would get us to 420s. What's up, Eddie? That would be another possible kind of target for a long, but I think we're already kind of bidding here, so I don't know if we're going to get this.
A little bit. Catching a little bit of a bid here.
Yeah.
I don't hate the idea of a long here. I'm looking at the Russell. It's holding this prior day's low, and volume's getting ready to cross back into it. See here.
We are at a 50% retracement for the day.
Oh, are we?
For regular trading hours?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, for today's low to today's high.
You know what I found so difficult about today is that really difficult to hold positions for a long time. Really difficult. Unless you like literally caught the exact top or the exact bottom, because this is not really a trending day. This is a range-bound Dorito day with a rollover occurring with news-driven headlines. So
it's hard to hold anything.
Yeah, it's why going long down here feels weird, but I think if you look at the chart, it makes sense because we're doing higher lows. And if we get up to these 520s, maybe shorts start looking pretty good as this range sort of starts, condensing into lunchtime. Big round number short might be interesting, maybe 520s as well for a short possibility. And really just be looking for like somewhere between 20 to 50 points, depending on what you get. Crude oil's getting wiggly on the dome. I wonder if it's going to make another 98.50. It's a good example, actually, of wiggle. And there
Good
it goes.
eye, Dolby.
Yeah,
Crude up 50 cents in the last 20 seconds.
$500. It's $500 on the E-mini right there. Have you traded any crude, Yusuf?
No, never. Well, I mean, I traded crump oil back in the day when it was regular stocks versus actual futures. Made some money on that, but in regards to futures, never.
Got it. Pretty fun market.
We do have the London close coming up in just a little bit here.
Is it true you're always automatically negative though via the spread when you get into a trade in crude?
For crude? No. No.
Okay.
It's not
I
that
think
bad.
I've heard that before.
No, I mean I'm looking at the dome right now, and there's no spread. It's a 0 tick spread.
No.
There's like 1 to 5 contracts at I think every price pretty much.
Yeah.
It
gets pretty thin.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah, go ahead, Dolby.
I was just gonna say it does get thin if you get like headlined. And this is in the way back time, but crude oil was like the market to trade. And every now and then you'd be in a crude oil trade thinking everything's great, and then OPEC headline comes out of nowhere, and the dome evaporates, and you get like 25 ticks of slippage, and your day's done. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess we're an early trading session today.
I guess that's it.
Yep.
Figure out what's for
Sometimes
lunch.
it's not fair. Yep, exactly right. It's like, I'll go in the gym early. Thanks. Crude cannot make a lower low though.
No. Let's see here. What was very interesting, and shout out to Jack for sharing that at the end of fast markets there. We saw crude pop above $100. When crude was above $100, was that last week? We saw the equity sell off pretty aggressively. But with the headline that came out that pushed us above 100 was the U.S. was not going to ban oil exports. We saw Brent oil sell off and WTI oil rally, which is, maybe traders just trading the spread. So didn't really see an effect in the equities, which is pretty interesting for those correlation traders out there.
Yeah, it's a hell of a trading session right now. Ooh, question from Crypto Trades. The daily levels. I think I got mine. I got mine up right now. So indicators, TopStep daily levels.
I'm in for a long here.
Somebody just got long. Yep.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm gonna risk we're gonna risk right at $140 at 24,443 is my stop. My entries at 24,479. This is kind of counterintuitive, but at the same time, it's a hell of a drawdown already. But I just really like that RSI how it was holding over 0.5. So I'm hoping that this is just them kind of pulling the rest of the stops out before it does a leg up. Just in a bearish market, man, it's kind of hard to always take a long here.
It's weird because NASDAQ just sold off a little bit, and crude oil actually really hasn't sold off at all. And the dome has chilled a little bit, slightly more chill. Getting back to those TopStep levels, though, try to go to like one chart up and then test it. Go to micro NASDAQ. Sometimes you have to refresh to get it to work. I think, Jay, maybe you've had a couple tricks to get the daily levels to click. I know sometimes they don't populate every single time.
Yeah, hit that Control R, refresh on your charts, and then should do it. If we can pull up my charts really quick, I'm also in my last trade of the day. However this works out, I am long one micro Russell.
Really?
M2K.
Okay.
Just long one here, 2486. But I want to point out something in crude oil here. Shout out to everyone who joins us for At the Buzzer. We have a potential J trade here on the 3 minute in crude. So highest volume candle of the day on the 3 minute. We had almost 15,000 contracts trade in that minute. You can see that little push there in crude rejected right at that low, and volume is starting to leave that range to the downside. Could be pretty interesting here. If we continue to hold these lows, that's a risk limiter for crude oil. With that being the high of the day, the candle that traded through $100. So interesting stuff going on here in crude.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. NASDAQ selling off a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and tough call. I was gonna just let it stop me out if it wants to stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a bid in at 420s here. I'm gonna see if NASDAQ can test sort of the midpoint of this sort of 1 minute range that we have here, and kind of see how that happens. Crude oil, man, hitting sell side here. Cannot catch a bid right now. What do they know? What do they know? Excellent. Control R worked. Fantastic.
There you go.
Love hearing that. Wow. Violently range bound right now.
Violently range bound. Yusuf, you're still in that trade, right? What was your average price?
Yeah, I'm still in that trade. I mean, the risk is pretty low at $140, so I'm gonna let it do its
Okay.
thing.
Gotcha.
It's just kind of crazy. I got the exact top tick of that move.
For now.
Hate it
For
when that
now.
happens. Yeah, true.
For now.
True.
For now. Just a reminder to everyone, we got Robin Dane coming in today. There's a form pinned to the top of the chat. You can get your questions in for Robin. Make sure you get your questions in, and a lot of them, because she runs through those questions pretty quick. Next question.
Yep.
So
she is a
make
ball
sure
of
you get
energy.
them in there. Yes, she is. Do have some news also, Gabe. So if we want to bring that in, then we'll come right back to the charts. We got Yusuf long the NASDAQ right now. I'm long the Russell. What do we got for news, Gabe?
Regulators say Ford is recalling more than 800,000 vehicles. They include 2021 to 2026 Broncos and 2021 to 2024 Edges. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says their rearview cameras don't always show images as intended. It says a software update should fix the issue. This follows a separate Ford recall involving the cameras. You can find any recall information by using your vehicle identification number on the NHTSA website. And in other news, gas prices are continuing their steady creep up. The average cost of a gallon of gas rose 4 cents Thursday. It now stands at $3.88. That's their highest level since October 17 in 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine. It also marks a spike of 90 cents in just 19 days. And keep in mind, it's the national average. 8 states are averaging more than $4 per gallon. And if you live in California, Hawaii, or Washington, it's up to $5 per gallon on average.
Thank you for that, Gabe. Shout out to Ford stock. Every time we mention Ford on this show, I got to mention that was the first car I ever bought for myself was a Ford Focus.
Ooh.
And first stock I ever owned was Ford, actually. And it was about 15 years ago, and it's trading the same price. Shout out to Ford.
I just saw
Inflation
like
couldn't even help Ford.
Yeah, that's funny. I saw a TikTok. It was like a bunch of mechanics being asked, "Hey, what car pays your bills?" And like everyone said Ford. So apparently the build quality right now is maybe not the best.
Yeah. Bro, I took my Focus to the Ford mechanics. Shout out to any mechanic, but I took my car to the Ford mechanics because the AC wasn't working. And they said it was user error. I didn't know how to turn the AC on.
Oh my!
Charge me like $500. I'm like, okay.
Jay, figure it out. What's your problem?
Right.
Learn how to use your car. Did you read the manual on AC?
They're just like, yeah, you just turn the dial and it turns on. I'm like, okay, this isn't gonna work.
Dude, it's like going to the vet. It's like going to
right,
the vet, dude.
Yeah. Do you brush your dog's teeth every day?
Charge you $800 for your vet visit.
Right.
Jerks.
Yeah. Seeing
a
oil
racket.
pop a little bit more here.
That trade did stop me out.
Okay, you're out there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just a small, small scratch, minus 140 on the trade. Still looks. I mean, now I'm kind of leaning towards bearish, but I mean, right now it's kind of bouncing back up. So unless I see something that I would consider A+ setup, I probably won't take another trade. Is like Dobie said, we're kind of in a Dorito pattern right now.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Chop City right now. I mean,
Your bid's at 20, Dobie?
Yeah, 420s. Crude oil is pretty range bound as well, to be honest. I mean, it's a little bit more exaggerated of a Dorito, but it is doing higher lows, lower highs, kind of getting stuck between maybe like these 98s, 9850s, 9860s. So we'll see. We will see. See what happens.
Still sitting in this Russell long, 24.8680. Same thing. It's kind of just chopping around, but this will be my last trade of the day either way. I'm looking for a settlement test, 24.9550s, which would be pretty nice. 2 micros, just kind of just a concept trade here. Let's see if this plays out. Risking about $120 on that trade. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. We're about halfway through the trading day. How is everyone doing? Are you up on the day, down in the day? Anything that you've learned from trading today? Are you surviving the volatility? Are you taking advantage of the volatility? We got the tilt right now, pretty much 50-50 in the equities, 68% long crude oil, 58% long in gold.
Ooh, Jay, I should have just taken those 440s. Just trusted the chart.
Yeah.
Would have been 30 points right
how's
there.
That range chart, the high-low charts?
I've really enjoyed it. So if you're new to TopStep TV, and I haven't explained this before, on the left-hand side here, I'll make it even bigger. These are called high-low bars, and someone in chat was kind enough to actually introduce me to these. If you are a range trader, I would highly recommend taking a look at the high-low bars. It is a setting in TopStep X. You click on the little caret at the top middle next to indicators. So it's going to be high-low. And all this does is it's only going to print the high of a candle or the low of a candle. It won't show you any of the swings on the inside of a candle. So if you're a trader who, let's say, gets baited by momentum and you're supposed to be trading levels instead, you'll probably enjoy the high-low bars because you're not going to get the FOMO that you get from watching a candlestick in real time, because it's just not going to print that much. So as this 5-minute candle just printed, right? So 1140, brand new 5-minute candle. As it starts making highs, you'll start seeing it increase. If it makes lows, it will increase to the downside. And if it just waffles in between, one tick below and one tick above, it's not going to do anything. But it can be a way to kind of remove the noise off of your chart if you are a trader who gets tempted, let's say, by momentum.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Dolby Time. We are seeing oil continue to reject off that high volume. Yeah, 97.60s last trade there in oil. Equity starting to pop a little bit here. 24.490s last trade in the NASDAQ. 66.45 last trade in the S&P. Gold catching a little bit of a bid as well. 46.04 last trade over there in gold.
It's like the
Rusty,
snitch.
let's go. Yeah, it is. Catching a little bit of a bid. Yusuf, would you get back into that long? Or you kind
Man,
of
I
reassess
almost
right now?
took it right there. I almost took it right there, but right now I'm just gonna wait. It feels like Dobie just said it a second ago. Don't FOMO into the momentum going in. I want to see a little bit more structure.
Yeah, momentum is kind of bait right now because it can just switch on a dime. Crude is all over a dollar sell-off in the last.
The market is insane.
4 minutes. That's $1,000 on an E-mini.
Absolutely insane. Gold catching a little bit of a bid here as well. There was a big, what price was that? On the way down this morning, there was 46.02 down to 45.93 in gold. There was a big order that got filled there, and it's been somewhat of a support zone the entire time, entire day. Let's see.
Yeah, if you're new to crude, would highly recommend checking out sort of like I would consider them standard levels for crude. So that's going to be evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. The market, for whatever reason in crude, tends to respond to those levels. I mean, even if you look at the high, we got to 147, around that to 150. Even the low of that move, 97 evens. What about this triple top? 98.40s, 98.50s is about the average. Where are we bouncing right now? 97.20s. So if you want to get into the crude, I would start there. Not financial advice, but I do find those levels to be fairly well respected. Even if you go back to 10 a.m., look at this, 95.80, triple bounce on the 1 minute, 96 evens, found support for a higher low. It's pretty consistent. They're good levels. Can get you started at least. And look at that, 30-point rejection off of 25K. Sorry, 24,500s. You were just saying it, Yusuf. Momentum. Don't get baited by momentum.
Not get baited.
Very true.
I kind of got baited there, Dolby, in the Russell here. Settlement was my target, 24.9560. what did we get to up there? 24.9480. So stops in profit at this point. This is a range trade, small size. Maybe you should have just 10%ed it up there, but this trade at this point does not need to be a loser. It got to within my target. We'll see. If we do get momentum and breakthrough settlement, I wouldn't mind adding to this trade, but we need to see some momentum for sure, not just empty price action.
I mean, this also might be a day that we get out of this range in the second half of the session.
Yes.
So first half of the session is like, I don't know, open to 11 o'clock. Then you got lunchtime, which I don't really count. And then I would say between like 1 and 3 is like the second half. And then sometimes if we stay in the range in the first half of the session, we'll end up getting a range break in the second half.
Yep.
So I don't think we're done yet. I don't think we're done yet.
I do not think so either. Shout out to Bink in the chat. Hit my profit target off of Coach J's MCL trade call out. Nice job. That was definitely not financial advice, Bink. You took your own trade there, but a nice trade shorting crude oil. From that candle we were talking about. Always take your own trades. But from that candle we were talking about, we are down about a full $1. Maybe continuing here.
Yusuf, have you ever read Reminiscences of a Stock Operator?
No, but I can't recall if I heard it all via audiobook when I was really big into like those stock books a few months back.
So good.
Sounds familiar.
I would highly recommend anyone read or listen to Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. There is a quote in there, which I will not say word for word because I don't know it, but the gist of it is that the problem with taking someone else's trade is that you don't know when they get out of a trade. Right? You might only get half of the information if you are taking someone else's trade, which I do not recommend. Take your own trade, and then you have full control. And then you know
Which I guess
what
would go both ways for an
Mhm.
exit for in profit or an exit in a loss.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. I think I have like half that book highlighted. It's a real gem.
Yeah, it really is.
Some great quotes in that book.
Real good one. Great quotes. We get great quotes here all the time from our great coaches. We got a form pinned to the top of the chat. Group coaching is coming up after this in about 15 minutes. We got Hogue, Coach Robert, Coach Hoop here for group coaching. So make sure you get your questions in for them. If you have any questions about automated trading, maybe some TopStep X features, make sure you ask Coach Robert. You got questions about the cows, make sure you get them in for Coach Hoop, and ask Hogue anything. Ask Hogue why he took that trade today. Why did he feel so confident in taking that trade today? It was a beautiful trade that Hogue took. That short
initial
during
balance
fast markets.
High rejection, I think, was his. He preempted the initial balance high rejection, I believe, is the trade. Initial balance is the first hour low to high. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Are you a fan of the initial balance, Yusuf?
Only when Hogue talks about it.
Good answer.
But the initial balance, I mean, the more you hear about it and the more you actually hear Hogue explain it, it is a pretty good tool. I mean, the market does seem to kind of work around that.
It does. It does.
It's like an opening range trade.
Yeah, opening range trade. It's good as well. If you master, get super familiar with one sort of setup, you can kind of become a specialist in it. Like Enrico, for example. I think his trading sessions last all of like an hour or two, and it's all based off of, I think it's the 15-minute opening range is what he specializes in. I think he's still on an 83-day win streak. His last losing day was in November of 2025, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. He'll be on next week, same time.
Let's see here.
This volume's really messing with my mind here. Like we have high.
What's going on?
Like I feel like the volume's not matching the price action. You just have more negative volume or red volume, and the price is trying to essentially staying stagnant around this 450s, the 480s, 460s.
So what does that tell you, Yusuf? Right. So you said you see more volume to the downside, but price is not necessarily agreeing with that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I see. So I'm expecting a sudden downfall, to be honest. I'm expecting a sudden 50, 60 point flush, trying to compensate for what's going on here. Because I mean, it doesn't make sense. Because especially that 1 minute candle at 11:38, where we jumped up 32 points, that volume is not nearly as much as the volume at 11:42 and 11:43. Even looking at the 5 minute, just overall, the volume just does not seem to match the price action, in my opinion.
Seeing
Validation.
something. Spidey senses tingling.
Yeah, Spidey senses are tingling.
I mean, look at all the lower highs we just made off that 1 minute. That's kind of wild, actually. And crude's selling too. I'm kind of surprised that NASDAQ hasn't caught a stronger bid into the 24,500s. But who knows?
NASDAQ right back out a full session. New York session view up here, 24,463s.
Trying to hang on to this 1 minute range here. See what happens.
Don't fall asleep, chat. As soon as the market thinks we're sleeping, that's when something happens. We've seen that, I think, every day this week.
Oh yeah. No, this is a lively one today.
Yep.
It's definitely a lively one. Crude oil. Okay. Crude oil thought about catching a bid and then now back down underneath 97s here. Very interesting. But is NASDAQ okay? Wow, continue selling here in crude oil. Are we going to see a bid in NASDAQ because of that? 96.80s now trading. Down 30 cents from 97.10s. Wow. Long and strong to the downside. Huh.
Right back to the low of the candle from the oil export news.
Very good point. Oh, there's that sell-off you're talking about, Yusuf.
And view up. Yep, there it goes.
Still going to see
if we can... Yusuf, you saw something.
Yeah, and I could, man, it's probably going to follow through. Man, it's a tough one to take.
I'm going to see if we can bid for 436. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that correlation is not as strong. All right, we're in 436.
Long one?
Long one.
Long one, 436. Not really hearing any headlines come out. It's a lot of repeat headlines that I'm hearing. Shout out to Coach Hoop in the chat, always posting those headlines for us, keeping us up to date on what's going on in the markets. Let's count long one from 436s here. I'm flat that Russell trade. It kind of came back and got me. Oil sitting right at full session VWAP 97.22. Last trade there. VWAP is 97 evens.
Yep, we're kind of testing the bottom of the Dorito.
Got a headline coming out here. Iran fired fresh wave of missiles at Israel. Coming out a minute ago.
Okay. Not ideal, but let's see what happens.
Let's see.
Just hate that they're both hitting resources. That's kind of messing with the whole.
Yeah,
my gas tank
not cool.
Like the gas here in Northwest Louisiana went up. I think February 27th, it was like 219, 209. Yesterday, 349. I knew you guys are probably a lot higher than us, but that's pretty significant.
It's always trash. It's always trash in Chicago. We're going to reduce our risk by about 7 points here. This is not the price action we want to see for this trade.
Yeah, I called it. I should have taken
Yes, you did.
Short.
You did, Yusuf. You did.
You nailed that.
What you saw there is just volume building and not validating the move. And at some point, something has to break, right? Either the markets are just going to invalidate it or not. But that's a great volume read there.
Reducing risk again.
And I'm not even a volume trader. It's just something I use as just another extra confluence more than anything. Kind of to confirm a bias.
Mm-hmm. Our risk is at 423s now.
423.
We really don't.
That little low there.
Yeah, we don't want to see this get back down there again. If it stops us out, congratulations. But this is not the price action we want to see for this type of trade.
Nope. We just saw a pop of volume somewhere. Where was that? That was the S&P. Selling just came into the S&P right at the opening range high.
NASDAQ. Okay, crude oil selling off again.
66.28.
Crude is nuts right now. Absolutely nuts.
Gold catching some selling here as well. 45.80 last trade there in gold.
Oh, okay.
Coach Jay, how do you feel about inversing order flow as a strategy for confirming an entry point? Inversing order flow.
What's that mean?
Join me for At the Buzzer. Cereal is soup, and ask that question again. I think I have an idea of what you're talking about, but I don't know that we have the time because we got to get to a break. We got group coaching coming up. We got to make some space for Hogue, Hoop, and Coach Robert for group coaching. But that is a good question. So join me for At the Buzzer, 4:15 Eastern time. We'll definitely talk about that. Dolby time in this long. Keep us up to date on this trade. Yusuf, again, enjoy your holiday. Enjoy that meal you have planned tonight with your family.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No, well, Eid Mubarak to everybody that's, celebrating Ramadan. Tomorrow's Eid, and I hope everybody has a good trading session. Keep up with the news because fundamentals and technicals are kind of intertwined this week, guys. So, keep up with everything going on.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Yusuf. We'll see you back here soon. Dolby time. Keep us up to date on this trade. We'll see you for Power Hour. We're going to go to a break here. We got group coaching. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Hogue, Hoop, Coach Robert. Make sure you get your questions in there. This is TopStep TV. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Let's go.
All right. Welcome, traders. Welcome, friends. It is time for group coaching. Got two of my buddies here with me today. We got Robert in the middle. We got Hoop on the other end over there. It is great to have you here again. Thank you all for trusting us with your time. We've got Hoop in a position in crude oil right now, long 2 micros, 97.10, I believe, is that price. Is that correct? Is that correct, Hoop?
That is right. That is right. Kind of right here, right now. I'm risking basically a little bit below session VWAP. Yeah, I mean, once again, pretty good pullback off $100. Market's really volatile. That's one thing, Hogue, when you hear people talk about micro crude. Forever there was just the WTI contract. And I remember, Hogue, when they talked about bringing in the mini contract, which is, instead of being $10 a tick, was $5 a tick. And everybody's like, oh, great. I can't wait for it. It's going to be the best thing ever. That is one contract that is on our platform that you can trade, but it never really took off. And that just happens sometimes, in terms of giving somebody a contract that you can reduce the risk. But there's literally, a 100-barrel contract, which is the micro. You got a 500-barrel contract, which is the mini. And then you got, the regular WTI, which is $10 a tick. With the ranges we have now, Hogue, I don't know, remember, when we have ranges, I don't know how you could survive a day with the volatility that's going on here. So micros, I am all good for being a crude trader from a long time. So I can manage the risk if I'm wrong, so yeah. We just forget there is that middle contract. If you want a little more risk, it is there.
All right. Well, as far as the house account is concerned, I just flattened that short from during fast markets at value low. I didn't want to really, but I don't want to be distracted. I'm kind of driving these next two segments, so we're going to focus on that. So we are flat. Made a couple $100 on that. Not a bad trade. Good trade. No problem. Anything green is always good. Robert, how are you? How's trading going?
Haven't done a lot of trading. So first of all, I'm good. Yeah, everything's cool. 2-day recovery from St. Patrick's Day this year. I'm getting old, bro. But yeah, it's all good. A lot more focus on the back end of stuff. A lot of build outs. You see a lot of, if you're not following TopStep and TopStep TV and Ask TopStep on Twitter on X, you should be, because we're dropping a bunch of clues. They are coming fast and furious. Of a lot of things being worked on the back end, and that's about as much as I can say. You'll have to check it out publicly to find out what's going on. Overall, I'm good. Not a lot of trades happening, except a little bit yesterday when I did the Discord coaching session. But I'm still seeing it in the markets every day, watching this volatility, and when we get further into questions and stuff, I'll share something I discussed a few years back. I say a few years, is in 2012, regarding the oil and prices and everything else. But see if we can weed that in somewhere along the way. Yeah, it is.
Sure thing. Well, equities have rolled over. They are continuing to push to the downside now. We've got crude. Just got a nice little whack to the downside there. 69.54 last. And gold, it really kind of fell into a balance here, at least for the time being. So, Robert, there's a question actually from a few days ago, and it's it's about the TopStep API and algorithmic trading and that. So I thought we'd start with that. This question is from Kay, and Kay is currently thinking of using the TopStep API to do algorithmic trading. Just curious if there are any TopStep statistics for success rates of algorithmic traders within the funded accounts. What are your thoughts on algorithmic trading from a retail perspective? I don't think we have any statistics on success in the funded accounts. Unless, Robert, you do, I'll let you answer.
Wow, that's a great question, loaded question. I seem to get all these ones, and I love it. So thank you, Kay, for this question here. Hogue, correct. I do not have any statistics on which is better or worse, or more profitable, not based on any, not even the combines or XFAs. It's not something that we that we track. We just want everybody to do good. Regarding the automated stuff, it's really a tool just like anything else, just like VWAP, just like volume profile, just like moving averages. It is a tool that you can use to assist you. I'm going to say this line here where, because this is what a lot of traders think, and I want to make sure we put the nub on this here. It is not, the longer you let it run, the more money you make. That is not the case. I have not seen it anyway, and if I'm wrong, please share. I'm willing to learn. I have not seen that. It basically is using for automation, get into the quicker trades. Like, man, I want to get this when it breaks, and then it breaks like crazy, and you're like, oh, dang it, I couldn't get in there quick. Even if you had a stop order on there, the algos, they can look at it, and they'll get you in there automatically without a lot of thought process. And the second side is it does take the human emotion element out of it for the most part. Always know, because you can always turn it on, turn it off, and make adjusted settings, but it does take that human element away. It may stop you from hesitating. It may stop you from like, I don't want this to happen. It can look at several things at once, whatever you program in there, especially if you're looking at a chart and you go, okay, this looks really good. What is the DOM doing? And then you look down at your volume and then you look back up at your chart and the move is already gone for you, where that can happen all at once. So it's quicker, takes the human element out of the picture. And then lastly, if you just need to step away for a few minutes, and this is honestly exactly the way I use the algos. I don't turn it on, let it run all day long. Just say, I have to be on TopStep TV right now, and you can't see it because there's a green screen behind me. But on my other computer over there, there's an algo running. It's just taken the trades, toned it down, shrunk it down to micros as usual, just sitting right over there. And it can make these trades or not without my attendance. But I guarantee you, as soon as I'm done on air with you guys, I'm going to go over there and say, okay, how did it go? Leave it on, leave it off, whatever we need to do. That's literally how I use it. So it's a great question. And if you are playing around with it, there's a good channel in Discord. It's called TopStep X-API. A lot of great coders in there. And wish you luck. Throw the questions out there. We'll be happy to help you out. There's more coming on that field as well, as I'm building out a couple AIs in the background. So stay tuned for that as well.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Mike B has a question. Can you talk about and explain the difference between the continuous contracts, the MNQ1, MNQ2, MNQH, MUZ? So if you're looking at TradingView, the MNQ1 is the continuous contract, and that's usually going to be back adjusted. So I guess the difference, to me would be, do I want information only from the current month? If that's the case, I'm gonna go to the the MNQH or MNQM. I'm gonna go to that current contract month. But if I'm okay with back adjustments, then I can use the MNQ1. Robert, is there something I'm missing on that? I'm not an expert at TradingView.
No, you want to use the contract with the most volume, most activity on it. So it's generally the current month until it gets to the end, like it is now coming up to the end of March. Go into the June contract on the equities, you could roll that forward. TopStep X does it automatically for you once the next volume. So let's say the volume today happens to be higher. The following trading day is when TopStep X will roll for you. This trader is speaking specifically of TradingView. Yes, you can look at those forward contracts, and it's something that we don't have in TopStep because it's we're here to train and to learn and to trade and then make money after that. But if you are looking to do calendar spreads, that is something you would use. You would use one contract, MNQ for March, and then MNQ for June, and those prices will be different. You can go back, you can go to December for that matter. Go down to the Z contracts if you want. It's just not something that we do as intraday short-term traders at TopStep. But yes, you can do that. The continuous contract, you can go back further. So, and you'll look at it and say, well, wait a second, the MNQM didn't exist. It would be MNQ then like 26 for this, or 26
a year ago,
25. Right. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to look back. So you just use a continuous contract, and that I believe has the exclamation point at the end. It's like one exclamation point at it. So yeah, you can do that too. Usually use that stuff when you're doing backtesting algo things, because this month, well, what happened for this contract 6 months ago? It's like, well, nobody traded it, so you're not going to get any data. You'd use a continuous contract for that. But TopStep X rolls forward automatically.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. This next question, I'm coming after you, who and I know we all have some pretty decent recommendations for this, but Will is asking any book recommendations for mindset or psychology of trading. And there are oodles of them, Will. We're probably going to go over a few of them now, but don't forget, Will, right after this segment here, we're going to have Robin Dane with us, who is a mindset coach, a trader. She has coached, some of the biggest traders in the world, and she's going to be here with us right after group coaching today. So don't forget about that. She is a virtual book of mindset psychology information in herself. Okay, that said, recommendations for mindset or psychology of trading. Anything from Dr. Brett Steenbarger is going to be excellent. A lot of fan favorite for Mark Douglas's books, Trading in the Zone and The Disciplined Trader. Even like Jim Dalton's new book, Markets and Momentum, to me is as much a psychology book as a technical book or a market profile book. There are some really good books out there. Just named a few. Hoop, do you have any what's your favorite? Let's start with that.
Best loser wins, period. I was watching something last night about Hugard, and Tom Hugard makes a comment, and I think it really, believe it or not, it really made me think last night of, I lose an XFA, right? And I sit there and say, okay, I spend all this time trying to do some technicals. And he said, I'd rather spend more time working on my mental prep and my mental part of my trading any day. And he goes, well, if you would put a survey out there and ask traders, how much time do you spend on technicals? How much do you spend on the mental part of it? And the guy would go, I treat, the mental side like 10% of the time. And I hate to say it, he made a great point. He goes, now I would sit there and say, is that why 90% of the industry fails? Well, I think the how we prepare ourselves mentally for a trading day, and I really caught myself last night. We get into the time change. I can trade euro a little bit. I can look at all the technicals in the world, but I'm still the guy behind the wheel or behind the mouse. So the time we spend on the mental part of what we do, I just think it gets neglected. I get caught in the moment of looking for the next trade. Hogue, we've been through guys like, was it Dr. Kerr, early in TopStep, right?
Yes.
Getting away, there's certain things that when you go through, to me, and your mental prep, that will stick with me. Like some of those, when they hit home with you, they stick with you forever. Menaker said something, when you get away with the trade that's outside your strategy and you make money, that's one of the most dangerous trades around. And that still resonates with me to this day, because I'll do it and get away with it and go, you got away with that. What are you going to do with that information? So, prop,
do it again next time.
Ultimately, 100% Hogue. So, Hugard, best loser wins for me.
Yeah, there's there's lots of good trading psychologists. You just mentioned Dr. Andrew Menaker. He's got a website. You can check out Dr. Menaker. You got what is it?
Jared Tendler's really good. Yeah.
Mental Game of Trading. Jared Tendler. Yes. I got a whole library of them back here. That's why I keep looking behind me. So, and they're all good. And I'll just end this question with something from Yogi Berra. Trading is 90% mental, and the other half is technical.
So true.
Nice take on it. Nice take.
Hoop, do you? Excuse me, Robert. Do you have a favorite psychology book for when it comes to trading?
First of all, yeah, I do. That was a baseball reference for those who don't know, but it was really good. That just replace trading with baseball. That's all. Trading in the Zone. was one that hit home for me because I'm stronger on the technical side and the analytical side than I am on that manage emotion side. So the easiest way for me to manage this is me. The easiest way and best way for me to manage emotions is to shut them off. Now I don't have to manage them anymore. It's just how I think. It's really weird, but that's how I think.
How do you do that?
Years of losing, because I was not the best loser who won for sure. And what Hoop said is, and for people that don't know, is one of the largest problems I had trading was when I first started. I actually did really good my first week ever. I was like, this is it? This is all it is? What you have to do? And then 8 months straight, nothing but losses. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. What the hell did I do wrong? No, I just got lucky the first week, did a couple things. Market went the way I wanted to. I was like, oh, this is easy. This is good. Worst thing that could have happened to me because I bought it for the next 8 months. So for me, trading in the zone, and that is real, just getting yourself focused. And he does a great job with giving you analogies. I'm an analogy type, metaphor speaking type of person. And I think that works best when I'm coaching because you're talking with so many different personalities. You can say one thing one way and you'll lose half of the crowd. So you have to say the same thing slightly different. I learned that in the webinar. Tell them what you're going to tell them. Tell them what you just told them. Slightly different ways and you'll capture the audience. Trading in the zone does that. It did that well. It gave some good analogies and good metaphors. It made sense to me. I didn't read it. It was on an ebook or an audio ebook. Audio. I didn't read it, but it was an ebook, right? No, an audio book. I have listened to it probably a half a dozen times. I would say 5 times now, not half a dozen yet. But that's the one I would recommend. And remember, you got Robin Dane coming on. Jared Tenler's a great one. And then Brian Shannon has some great stuff for VWAP. And let's not forget our own Anne Marie.
Yep.
Last and best, Anne Marie. Save the best for last. All right. A little housework to clean up here. We do have today's live leaders. We'll take a look at how they are doing. And as I expected, we do have some pretty big numbers here today. Some pretty big moves overnight. We have ONG is 46,700. Bo up 43,400. Meng up 42.5. Osneal 24,213 and Mohamed up 21,500. Those are some big numbers from some pro ball traders in live market accounts. Great job. At this point of the day, better make sure you put those in your pocket. Put those wins in your pocket, traders. Great job.
Looks like they're scaling in some live performance bonuses with those numbers, right? The live performance bonuses. That's some extra cash, just free cash right there.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. All right. Get those live trader bonuses going here, right? Okay. So simple, short question, not that simple. Brendan's asking, how does FOMC typically move gold? Oop. What do you think?
I don't know. It's changed over the years. Typically, I think you've seen the last maybe week as interest rates look like they're going to stay sticky and they're not going to be lower anytime soon. That's tended to weigh on gold, in my belief. And what the Fed came out with yesterday, at least if how you interpret hawkish tone, I think that's what got gold really kind of cooking today, to be honest with you. And the dollar, so I think they're all kind of interwoven a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
I think if all of a sudden you're starting to look at gold and kind of how it's tied to interest rates, when you start seeing like talk of rate hikes going into, from euro, the gold doesn't like that. I don't necessarily know if that was the trader in the 90s that I would know, like, inflationary and all those things tended to be bullish for gold, but that dynamic's changed. So right now with interest rates looking kind of flat to maybe going up in other areas, and once again, Hogue, we had the tariff deal, but I got a feeling if all of a sudden, if crude, I just got stopped out there. If basically crude would go to 70 by next week, this thing could unwind pretty quick, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
So, but right now, I think gold's in trouble with interest rates looking like they're kind of flat to maybe creeping up more. So,
all right. Robert, any comments?
Yeah, I divorced gold a long time ago. It's blocked from my charts. I don't talk about that anymore. So I'm going to pass on this
don't
question.
talk about that market.
Yeah, but I will say, just from knowledge, what I will say is if you're looking at gold, I would suggest taking a look at the other stuff as well. Just as Hoop mentioned, take a look at the bonds, take a look at the notes, and take a look at the US dollar. See how they're working with each other around that time. And the question was, how does FOMC affect it? Just don't trade through FOMC. Again, suggestion. But as far as gold goes, I'm the wrong person to ask, but if the question is how does it move, take a look at the other markets also. Take a look at how everything else works around, again, the dollar, the notes, the bond market. Just keep those up, and that's exactly what I would do. Put a quad chart up like you're seeing now, and put all those on there, and then watch what happens and watch the reaction. And you may look at gold and say, you know what? I don't like the way it's moving, but I love the way the bonds are reacting to it. And you might go that route. Who knows?
Right.
But take your time, study it, drop in your practice account, and see what you think.
Yeah, there's Brendan, there's no way to know 100% how any particular product is going to react to any particular release. In a very basic way, higher rates means more expensive dollars. Well, if you're going to be buying gold, you're going to be buying it in dollars. What does that mean? Do you have to pay less dollars for that same gold because the dollar is more expensive, or do you have to pay less for that gold because the dollar is more expensive? Anything can happen. The one thing that we can be relatively sure of, Brendan, is that the FOMC, when there's a change, it's going to move gold. Direction, always unknown. Always unknown. So I just want to mention to Val, your question is, how do I manage emotions in my trading? You've got Robin Dane coming in the segment after this. If you are around, hopefully you've got that question in for Robin Dane. There's, I'm just going to touch on this a little bit. I mean, there's ways to manage emotions. Like Robert, he automates his strategies. That takes a lot of the emotion out of it. You can try and control your emotions, which to me is mentally and emotionally exhausting to try and just ignore the emotions, or you can choose to use those emotions as information as part of your decision making process. Even if understanding that when you become emotional, you start making bad decisions, that's information you can use. So when you start to feel like you need to manage your emotions, maybe it's a walk, maybe it's stepping away, maybe it's cutting it off for the day. There's a lot of different ways to keep yourself from making emotional decisions, because emotional decisions typically aren't going to be the best decisions. You want to make, analytical, cerebral decisions. And usually when you start to become emotional, the emotions kind of take over that cognitive thought, and you're just responding to what the whims that your emotions are telling you. It's like when we talk about the difference between impulse and intuition. Impulses are yelling at you. That's your emotion. That's your amygdala saying, get the hell in or get the hell out. One of the two. But the intuitions are a little bit quieter. They whisper to you, and being able to recognize the difference is a lifelong goal, right? And you'll get better and better at it as you do. But managing emotions, we got one of the experts coming in about a half an hour. Robin Dane's going to be here, so you can always put your question in the chat also. And if you've already put this question in the list of questions for her, we'll address them then. Robert, does anybody want to kind of expand on this question, and it's a question we get a lot of, but I understand why. Trading is difficult. You guys have any comment on this one?
No, you covered it there, man. I mean, so yeah, I think the biggest thing is, I think I hear when you say that, we talk about whispers, or my brain says, "What's here?" It's that's what we used to say, right? Oh, what's here? I need to, I need to get something done. When you get in that mode, and man, I saw it last night. It's like, I just say it as markets speed up, I need to slow down. I keep saying it to myself over and over again, and it's not a pit environment. It's reacting and controlling inside of those moments. So yeah, I mean, when I hear the intuition thing, I'm like, it's very loud. Slow down. So underline the micro.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing that I have, and I'll make it quick. I've said it before, where if one of the main reasons, one of the largest reasons traders struggle, including myself, right, including all of us here, we are not exempt, but one of the largest reasons why we as traders struggle are due to emotional trading, then that's the first thing I want to conquer. That's the first thing I want to remove or tackle or overcome. So it's the biggest bang for the buck scenario. So that is why I'm like, well, what's the best way I can take care of my emotions? I have trouble controlling them. I'm an emotional guy. I'm intense, and it gets me into trouble with these things. Sometimes in personal life too, you make snap decisions based on emotion, and even personally, got to slow that down a second. Okay, this is what I feel about it. Acknowledge it and be like, now pause, and now let me think about that for a little bit. So the best way for me personally to help with emotional trading or not falling to emotional trading is to ignore it altogether. If I don't have that, that's the best way for me. That's the biggest problem. Let me knock that out of the park. And how can I do that? Don't worry about them. Get rid of them. It doesn't mean they're not there. Just don't act on them. That the FOMO will get you. That's the biggest thing we have. I was just looking at guys. I have CL up on my charts here because we were talking about that. It was dropping off, still dropping off, hitting down 95 and a quarter. One thing I noticed, I have the DOM on the side, and there are a lot of gaps showing in, coming and going. So just be cognizant of that. If you're in a trade and you have your stop there, and by the time it goes hit your stop or your target, and there's nobody there on the other side of the trade, you're going to get some slippage. You're going to get some gaps in there. So as we were talking about, oil coming on, this is CL, the main contract, the mini contract. It's getting really thin, and there are a bunch of gaps showing up. So just please be aware of that.
Yeah, there's about 300 contracts that just got sold in the bigs. Yeah. So a couple hundred lots come in there right at 95 and a half. Like 180, 80. Somebody wanted to get something done up there. 95 and a half. Oh. You can see it on the little on the volume profile on the sidebar. You can see about 1,400 contracts traded at 95.52, and everywhere else is 3 digits. So that's a reference point. And that's, you do with that what you want, but that's, people sometimes ask us why we look at that. It's just kind of I guess the more you watch it, right, Robert, it kind of sits in your head like, this is an area of interest. What you do with that, maybe you go and get into your volume profile and see if you can kind of decipher a little bit from there. But yeah, I just keep looking at that kind of volume profile on this side of that dome. So.
And I just pulled that up. I don't want to jump on there once you finish, but just because before they go away, you can see on my chart on the right-hand side, I slowed the DOM down. I got rid of the auto center. And here's why we talk about real numbers, emotional numbers, right? Look at the left-hand side. These are the bids on the left-hand side here. I'll scroll up a little bit. There's gaps. There's a 4. There's a 10. These are all pending orders, pending buys, right? But look what happens at a round number, 95. It's the largest one by a long shot, 96. Right, this is Crude. And then look at the next one, $94.80. These are big round numbers. These are areas of interest. It just means, hey, why would I want to put a trade on at $95.03, right? A lot of traders are going to take $95. It's a nice round number. They're magnet zones. And you can look at it and see the proof right in front of you. There's gaps. There are no orders. 94. These are all 94 cents. So 0.86, 0.91, 92, 93, 90. There are no orders there, no pending orders. You go to 95, there are 96 limit buys on there. You go to 94.80, not 94.81 or 94.79, 94.80. It's the next highest one in the entire list with 81 pending orders. You can use that to your advantage, potentially to your advantage. You look at the sellers on the other side, they're just staggered all the way up. There are no large amounts of sellers. Historically, what you can look at also is the volume profile on the right. And guess what? $96 is the largest one by far. Guess what the next one is? $96.10. So keep that in mind if you're looking at trading a little bit differently. You may be able to see that. And if you're not a DOM trader, you can still open the DOM like this, scroll down, and go, oh, look, $95. Buy it on your chart. Why would it be $95? As a buy, it's just below low of the day, which makes sense intuitively, but realistically and visually, you can see it. They're all everything else is disappearing around it from 94.80 to 95. There's 20 cents there where there's absolutely, literally nothing happening except at 94.80 and 95.00. I had to throw that in there because oil is big right now, and that's a great way to at least get a bearing on it. It's not, is it fact? No, but at the time, take a look at it and see what it looks like.
So on the big contract, go to my screen on the dome, and Hogue, you know what I'm going to go to right here, right? You can just take this little look at it right here, and here's a perfect example. Yep. 80, even, 20. You got 80 contracts at 80, you got 90 contracts at even, and you got 50 at 20. Oh, we've talked about that for years. Even, half, 80, 20. I mean, it's just...
Yes.
Part of it, Dee's talked about it. It has to do with options to a certain perspective. So I would just tell the traders, the way I've always looked at it is, if those are the big round numbers, be careful where you put your stop in around those zones, because Crude is notorious for just ripping where you think everybody's piled in. It'll go 5-6 ticks the other way and then rip. So just, that's how I use the dome, is just saying, okay, those are the interest points. So yeah, we always talk about that one, Hope.
And those are facts, aren't they, Hoop? Those are not your emotions, correct? Yeah. Right back on. You see what I did there? Right back on topic.
Awesome. Eric is asking, I'm not going to be specific in this, but Eric is talking about, paying a group or company or something money per month for their own training and group sessions, weekdays early. Do we recommend that he does something like that? It really depends on the group. I mean, you're probably going to be able to take something out of it. I don't know the group, and I don't want to call anybody out on that, but there are some good people out there trying to do the right thing and trying to teach people how to trade. There's also a lot of people out there that are just trying to take your money. But no matter who you learn from, Eric, your eventual success is 100% on you. Doesn't matter who taught you, doesn't matter how much you paid for it. It's 100% up to you to be able to put yourself in positions and to be able to handle the pressure and to do all of those things. Like we just said, trading is 90% mental and the other half is technical, right? There's a lot to it. So I can't recommend either way that you do this or that you don't do it. There's going to be something you're going to be able to learn and take from that. And hopefully if you decide to do this, they're good guys, they're good people, and they're teaching you a way that you can learn how to do this sustainably. But nobody's got the holy grail. It's not one group of people or one person that is likely going to be able to teach you how to be a good trader. It's so much up to you. I've never taken a group training such as this. I've read a lot of books, and I got a lot of life experience. I guess that's really the most important thing that you need to do is just to get yourselves, engrossed in the markets and in the charts, and work hard and read and learn and withstand losses, and got to thicken your skin a little bit. I don't know that any particular group is going to be able to create success for you. Success comes from inside of you. What do you think of that?
100%. I mean, if I'm going to get with a group and this person's going to stand over my shoulder with a ruler and go like that when I'm not supposed to get in a trade and go, that's a good area. Ultimately, you're still going to be the one that clicks the mouse, enters the trade, looks at the setup, accepting losses, accepting wins. Yeah, there's so much out there, Hogue. And Robert, you guys know this. And once again, Robert and I spend a little more time just kind of how much content is out online. All I'm saying is, and this is why we always call ourselves coaches, right? Because we're just trying to share knowledge, or like you said, life experience, and how we translate it to our trading. There is no holy grail to this business. It's different for all of us. You're going to go through periods of you're going to have a lot of success and think Hogue, I stood next to a lot of guys that killed it for, a lot of months. And then, for whatever reason, market stage change, things change, and all of a sudden they get run over. So I just think if you want to soak in the content, take it in doses. Don't just be careful, because there's so much out there right now where if A happens, B happens, you're going to have a winning trade. I get it, but just to a certain point where you're still going to be the person behind the wheel. So that's why I always say it's great to take insight from anything, like going on our Discord. I think, Robert, we've talked about this. There's great content that's free. Take it in doses. But mentors, it's tough, Hogue. We just came from a world where we learned from the next great trader that sat next to us and tried to catch a piece of that. And I don't think that's changed over the years. Like reading a book, that I get a little bit something from, or, like if you and I talk after a session, hey, quit fighting the directional market. All those things I think the other thing we don't talk about enough is having a trading buddy of some sort, whether they're in Discord or whatever. Just something you can have bounce somebody off. Find one of those. I'm going to tell you that for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah, all kinds of resources. Yeah. TopStep TV is here. It's what is it, 8 hours a day? Then you have, that's just during the main show. You have the pre-market there. You have Coach Deanna. You have Aaron Trade. You have Dakota. You have Coach Jay at the buzzer. Coach Paul. There is so much in there. It's all free, and that is public facing. No sign up. No nothing. Just jump into that YouTube, and that's fine. I personally like the Discord side of things, not just because of Discord, but because it's so more interactive. You are there. You have a coach sitting there answering directly. It's what we see there. They're not large groups, but they're very intense groups and very interested groups. They are there to want to learn, and that's the best benefit right there. You see a lot of connections being made, a lot of assistance. And the thing is, it doesn't cost you anything. Save it, record it. A lot of them recorded anyway. And you can look at it and say, well, geez, you get this Coach Robert guy. He does this tech thing on Wednesdays. I don't care less. I couldn't care less about that. Good. Okay, you don't have to go. That's okay. It's totally fine. If you're really interested in trading beforehand, Coach Paul has the pivot hour. He lays out the entire day pivot points based on his decades of knowledge. Hoop, you have yours at the end of the day, right? Dakota's got his slow markets. There's so much out there, but all in the Discord. Go for it. TopStep TV, the main channel, and then all the sub ones after that. There is a plethora of information. There's an ocean of training out there. It really is just pick what's going to be best for you. I always put myself in line. Man, I'm straight up front. I'm direct. I'm right to the point, and some people don't like that, and that's totally fine. Talk with somebody else. They may be better. If you're going to ask me about corn, there's no way I'm going to have the conversation. I will refer to you to Coach Jack. instantly. I know nothing about it. I'm horrible with it. Gold, go to Aaron's trades. Hogs and cattle, you're talking to the man right there, Coach Hoop. Hogue, you just know everything about everything, so we'll just let you go with that.
No.
And Robert,
order flow.
Robert will teach you how to cook
Hogue's
ribeye too. Don't tell him you forget. You'll tell him how to cook a ribeye. Don't forget about that.
My second most shared video.
Yeah, get that cast iron skillet out, baby. Mm-hmm.
All right, what's next?
Love that. So, yeah, I mean, you get what you pay for here, right? You get a lot more than what you pay for here. It doesn't cost you anything. And Hoop's got, 30 years of experience. Robert's got 20 years of experience. I've got a couple years of experience. I've been around. I've seen some shit. So you're gonna longer you stick around, the more you're gonna have a chance to learn something, a little something every day. And that's all you have to do. Learn a little bit every day, and hopefully you'll find your way to success. Awesome. All right. So Tally is asking, I'm not understanding a good dollar amount for stop loss. A good dollar amount is a certain amount of loss, a good reason to put a stop loss anywhere. Robert?
If it goes with your plan, sure. But keep in mind, you have the 50K combine. It's 50K of leverage and of margin buying power. Buying power is the word I'm looking for. And the reason we do that is so you can trade all these different contracts. Each one of them has different margin requirements. So if you're trading like the NQ, ES, it costs you, if you had a live account, $500 per contract to place the trade. Well, one contract, one lot of NQ is $1,000. One lot of gold, I think, is like $2,100. Platinum's even higher. So what we do is say, well, okay, you have $50,000 of buying power. That allows you to place the trades on a bunch of instruments and not have to worry about it. For example, that 50K account, in order to lose it, maximum loss limit is $2,000. That means it operates and functions as a $2,000 account. Well, if you had a $2,000 account of live money in your live brokerage, you can't buy 5 NQ contracts because they're $1,000 each. You only have $2,000 to play with. So that's where the buying power comes in. I said all that to say this, Hogue. Treat your account, if you're doing a 50K, like a $2,000 account, and then base your dollar amounts for your losses on there. It's a $2,000 max loss limit, and you $1,000 on one day, it's going to hit you a soft stop, and then $1,000 the next day, you hit your maximum loss limit. Why would you want to risk half of your entire account on one day and sometimes one trade? So do the math that works for you. I'm not going to give a specific number, but if you want to risk 2% of your account or 10% of your account or 1%, do the math on $2,000. You will thank all the coaches later on. You'll thank every TopStep TV later. You will last longer. There's no doubt about it. Are you going to build your account slower? Absolutely. But if you're interested in coming here and just throwing max on there and trying to get the big win or YOLO into a trade, you're not going to last long. It's just straight up fact. We see it all the time. The best traders are taking smaller positions, smaller sizes, smaller stop losses, smaller distance, and smaller profit targets. They're just taking it as they go. This is intraday futures trading. We're not putting on one position and checking it 4 months from now. We're putting it on and making multiple trades throughout the day. So if you want to risk $1,000 on a single trade, you're going to lose twice and lose the entire account. That's how it works. Those are the numbers. So the exact amount is going to be up to you. You may want to take a small trade, take small loss, again, take a small loss again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, no problem. But your wins are now going to be 6 to 1, 7 to 1, 8 to 1 to compensate. Just using round numbers. If you take a 10-point loss, you're going to target 10 points to make it back, or 12. Another loss, you now need 20. Another loss, you now need 30. Okay, well, do the math on that. How much room do you have? If you took 10% of your account, you could lose, let's use the real numbers. $2,000 max loss limit, $1,000 soft reach for the day. So use $100 and you can lose 10 consecutive trades before you actually stop trading for the day. That sounds like a much better example to me, again, my opinion, than just throwing it, putting 5 contracts and hoping you got it right in the next 5 seconds. So the amount, a great question. There's all these risk things. I keep pushing this, but jump in the Discord. We have all the pin posts with all these different stats and all these different graphs. It shows you the way to take. Ask TopStep just put something out. It's just something that I actually had worked on with a bunch of us in Trader Success. It's a chart. The safest way to funding. It's 3 graphics. Go find them out there. Maybe somebody can post it in the chat from our X post maybe 2 days ago. Just shows the safest way. Not the best way, the safest way, right? You're not going to risk your entire account. Give yourself don't try to pass in a day or 2. If you plan for 10, 15 days, guess what? You will last longer. These are not my opinions. These are factual statistics. Take it or leave it. Keep your losses small. Take the trades while they're there and hold on to them to get your money back. That is the winning formula. That is the winning formula for sure.
Yeah, that's a great overview. Thank you very much for that, Robert. Whoop, what about like per trade? Do you ever like put your trade? Do you ever put your stop at a place because you only want to lose a specific amount, or do you place your trade? Do you place your stops at points of invalidation for the trade? Technically,
I think it depends where I'm at in a trading day too, Hogue. So if I am up X amount, I think we always talk, how much are you willing to risk of giving back in a day? And as an early trader, how many times you'd build up a really good scalping trading day and, you're in a good mode, and then you get one bad trade and you get another bad trade. So I think if I'm, either up or down inside of a day, I do have obviously we have our DLLs, but when it comes inside of a trade, I guess I would always lean more to the technical and then try and jam a little bit if I can get the right contract sizing to fit it. So if I think originally I wanted to take it, and right now I can't even use regular gold or crude as an example because I have to almost use like an ES and an MES. You might see it and you might get wrapped up in saying, well, if I take the ES here, I'm risking, $250 to make $5. Yeah, you have to be careful of that. It's still got to fit your parameters, right, Hogue? So you might have to take it into the MES and say, okay, I can put 3 MES on, and then I'm willing to risk, my invalidation point too. And once again, I think the biggest thing I've changed over the years, especially since reading Hugard, is I have a zone of an exit, but I used to be so focused on the level, like where it's got to go. And then when it doesn't get there, like to the tick, and then it goes the other way or does something, then I'm bent, right? So yeah. I think, we talk about this as a trader. I love the 10% rule, and I use the thing as a zone. So especially scalpers, because we're more 1-to-1, like Robert, you're 1-to-2, where Deanna might be 1-to-5, so right. That's where you have to find the right dynamic of the contract and the sizing, not saying, hey, I'm willing to risk, $250 to make 800, So yeah, I think you got to be careful with that, because we do all at times get wrapped up in our P&L. I'm not going to say I've not been guilty of it too, for sure.
And thank you both for those answers. Tally, I'm going to suggest one thing. If you have an appetite that only allows you to risk, for example, $100 per trade, and you're looking at a trade, and at your entry, you can't legitimately say this trade is invalid unless I lose more on this trade. Okay, you either size down if you can, or demand better trade location. Tally, if you're using technical analysis to look for a trade, therein lies your answer. Like the trade that we took in the house account today, I think we averaged into shorts at 66.50, 175. and there was a technical point where that trade was going to no longer be valid. That was up at 66.59. It's above the regular trading hour session because we had an event that created a selling tail. So if we're going to sell against that tail, we need to have that specific breaking point where the trade is kind of telling you it's no longer valid, and that's where you want to get out of it. So I understand, if we have a small risk appetite, but adapt your entries, not your stops. Adapt your entries to fit your stops, not your stops to fit your entries. If you can, you're going to miss a lot of trades if you demand great trade location on everything that you do. That has to, if it has to be that close to your stop. If it's a situation where it's a little bit more volatile, size down so you can expand that stop a little bit to kind of suit your risk parameters or your risk appetite. I hope that all helps and makes sense. So you get some great answers in kind of different ways from two different from the three of us. And again, we look forward to your success in trading. It's not necessarily about a dollar amount. It's about technical failure of the trade. Once you establish that, then you can establish your trade sizing to suit your risk appetite. Hope that makes sense.
Well said. Well said.
So being rollover, I think maybe we should just kind of stick this last little question about rollover in at the end here. These sessions go so fast. DJ's asking how does rollover of contracts actually work? Traders receive or pay cash and put that into the new contract, or is there another mechanism? Well, there's a mechanism called rollover where you can either use the spreads, which will, let's say you're long March and short June. Well, to move that position, you'd have to sell March and buy June. Now there's spreads which will execute both of those in the same second. So now you've moved that position from the March contract to the June contract, or you can physically exit your position in March and reopen that position in June. And the only contracts that are ever settled in cash are after expiration, like the S&Ps, the ES. Friday, the market will expire. There will be a final settlement price for the March contract, and anybody who is up money will earn the money to that settlement. Anybody who's down money will pay that money to settlement, so that everybody that's up money gets paid. Everybody that's down money after settlement that still has a position has to pay. And it's the same, all it does is say that's where all of these positions are now liquidated. Here's your money, or give us the money. One of the two. So,
and if it's a commodity, get ready for your product, right? If it's a commodity,
yes.
There you go. Get that, because we're talking oil, right? Too.
Yes. Yeah. So you
Back
don't
those hogs up to the back of my
into expiration, because you're gonna get a warehouse receipt to pick up 5,000 barrels or 5,000 bushels of soybeans
barrels
from somewhere in Ohio.
Exactly.
You don't want to do that.
Just back them up.
Make sure you're
The
flat.
guy comes to your house and just back it up. Back it up. Keep coming. Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, great segment. Robert, Hoop, always just fantastic answers. And of course, to all of you, thank you for the tremendous questions. We really enjoy the opportunity to sit and chat and talk and help you guys if we can. Hopefully this was helpful to you. And you know what? We got another helpful session coming up here. Robin Dane coming up. She is a mindset coach. She is a psychology coach. She's coached so many huge traders, and we were so lucky to have her with us, and we're looking forward to that. Wow. Make sure you got your questions in. I've been through some of those questions, some really good ones. It's going to be a great session. Anyways, again, Robert, thank you very much. Hoop, thank you very much. Folks, this is TopStep TV. Let's go. Welcome, traders and friends, to Mindset Matters. Again, I'm feeling very blessed that we have Robin Dane with us today. If you don't know Robin Dane, she's done just about everything and worked with just about everybody. She was a professional dancer at 13. She, for 8 years, mastered neuro-linguistic skills as a trainer and coach with Anthony Robbins. She's coached thousands of traders, from managers and portfolio managers at Tudor Investments for years. She is a trader herself. She is a mindset coach. She is a wonderful person. And again, blessed to have her here. Robin, it's great to see you again. It is always a pleasure. How are you? What's going on? I understand you've recently moved. You wanted to
Yes.
talk about that just a little bit. We asked you.
You know, the guys at TopStep asked me to talk about retirement communities. I said it's a bit personal, but I'm happy to share because I'm finding that people that are here or people that have their parents come in here really didn't prepare for it. And so I think just having a little bit of knowledge on it and what to do is important, because you never know if your parents, you know, all of a sudden get ill and you have to take care of them. My mom was fine and all of a sudden diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and I became her caregiver. My dad had Alzheimer's for 8 years, and so we moved him around. And we weren't prepared on what to do and, you know, how to take care of it initially. But I want to just touch on a few things, and happy to answer some questions if you want in the chat, and then we'll switch over to trading in about, I'll give it 10 minutes, and I'm happy to answer any questions. The first thing to do is you've got to look at your finances. And if you're in trading, you should start putting your money together for some savings on what to do if you don't have long-term care insurance. And every state is different. I'm not a specialist in this. I'm just a person, a resident, and a person who had to do it. I had spine surgeries, and it got to the point where I couldn't do, you know, the activities in my house to take care of myself, and was afraid. I didn't have any family living with me or kids, and so I had to do everything on my own. And it got to the point where I needed to get assisted living. So there's different levels that you go through. First is just senior living. You know, do you want to go to an apartment where there's a whole bunch of seniors and they have, you know, basic activities and care, but it's not focused? The next level would be assisted living, where you need some kind of assistance, and there's 5 categories that you have to qualify for. I think 3 of the 5 in order to go to that, if you're qualifying for insurance, you know, insurance is paying for it.
I hate to interrupt, Robin. I hate to interrupt, but just kind of keeping a little bit of focus on the markets here. We just had Crude put in a new regular trading hour session low here.
I see that. Yeah.
Just to kind of tell you where the markets are. Everything else is pretty much centered in the range, except, well, maybe a little bit crude oil or gold. But go ahead, Robin.
Okay. So so first there's regular senior care, and that's just plain. There's not a lot of things that they do medically, or they have somebody on staff, but you don't get a lot of assistance. Next is assisted living, where you may need help with showering, food, your living environment. They clean the apartment. It's like an apartment, but you get more care. And then the next one beyond that is memory care. If you go into a dementia or Alzheimer's kind of situation, you have more, you know, 24/7 care. So it really depends on, number one, how much funding you have, what state you live in, what the state offers, what your insurance offers, and how much you've saved up. So it's something to think about if you're in your elder years, and a lot of people sometimes don't prepare, and all of a sudden they have a situation where medically they have to make a transition, and then they don't know what to do. Each state, you should check what the state has to offer. There are some websites that are really good. A Place for Mom is really good. Caring.com, U.S. News and World Report. And again, each state has a listing, and some of them, most of them, have a rating for each particular assisted living. They rate it. And it's important to see the rating. Certainly the rating is going to affect the price that they charge you. It is not cheap. I'll tell you right now, it is not cheap. And you have got to prepare for it. Plus, when you go in, there's a basic price level that you'll get, and then there's the add-ons. So you have to ask a lot of questions when you get in. You've got to like the place, see what the atmosphere is like, and then see what the extras are. Some people need to get their meds sorted out and then watched for. So that's a different charge. A lot of facilities offer the infamous, I call it the button. So there's your button. And so the button is, if something happens to you, no matter where you are in the building, you can press the button and somebody comes. Now, how soon they come is very important. And a lot of people don't ask, how is your response time? How many caregivers do you have per resident? And some of them have a ratio of, so 7 residents, and then there's a caregiver. And so the number of caregivers to residents is important, because if they can't respond in time, and I think there's like a state requirement that they come within 7 minutes. And I'll tell you right now, the place I'm in is not doing that, which is one of the reasons I'm leaving and going to another facility. How are the meals prepared? Are the meals good? If you're going to be there for the rest of your life, and I look at it as, this is the last place I'm going to be. They're going to cart me off after this. And so I want my experience here to be happy, healthy, enjoy it, and certainly have food that I can eat that's good. You're going to say something?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, we of course appreciate this information. It's something that most people don't think about or don't want to think about, right? We're just hoping and happy that you're finding a place that you're comfortable in, and you are the boss here as far as mindset is concerned. Do you mind if we go ahead and jump into some of these questions?
No, absolutely not. Let's go for it.
Okay. All right, folks, we got a whole bunch of questions here, but if something gets raised in your mind, in your head, something that she's answering, and you have another question, just pop it into the chat. I will do my best to keep track of those and to try and get everybody's questions answered, because Robin's the best at this. She is very succinct. She's going to have some fantastic answers to your questions. And, when other questions come up, she's always quick to answer them. So, all right, here we go. I'm ready. Are you ready?
Okay. Yep. Let's rapid fire.
All right. Joe is asking, when I'm about to take a trade, I often feel a strong urgency to get in quickly, even if my setup isn't fully confirmed. Once I'm in, I feel intense discomfort that makes me want to exit early. What is the best way to build the discipline in those exact moments so I can follow my rules instead of reacting to those feelings? We've all felt these things. Robin, what do you think?
Okay, so you know that I'm going to say the infamous word, the block. So desire is as powerful as fear. So the desire to not miss out, or the fear of missing out, causes a trader to rush in and get pulled into the trade when they shouldn't be in there. So in that instance, I would say make sure you have your checklist of criteria, go through your checklist, and either sit on your hands or something. Don't go into that trade until your checklist is accommodated. Once you're in the trade, again, the block is reacting. It's your mechanism within your body, an innate mechanism that tries to protect you from the fear of being wrong, not being right, not having the right level. Know your levels. Know exactly where you're getting out. In that instance, I need for you to really double check your entry price, your management, and your stop loss price. Make sure those are in place. And I know you were looking at levels just recently. Don't put it right at the level. Go a couple ticks before so you can be sure to get out, because when you hit the level, sometimes there's not enough liquidity at that spot for you to get out, and then you're caught holding it. So know your entry, your management, and your stop loss. But it's desire and fear that are they're actually colliding in this type of a trade.
Desire and fear.
Mm-hmm.
So, instead of getting out early or getting in early because of that urgency that you feel because you see something set up and you want in, and you can see that there's probably better trade location, but you're afraid it's not going to get there, so you take the trade anyway, and then you end up expanding your loss on that trade. I know you talk a lot about habit and creating habits, so every time you do that, you kind of instill a bad habit of getting in early. If you can just sit on your hands, do something, keep your hand off the mouse, or place an order at your real entry
There you
and
go.
your stop, and let it play out. You might miss a couple of trades, or you might miss a couple of bad trades at the same time. But if in doing that, you're creating a better habit by making sure you're getting the trade at the level that you're demanding. And I love what you said, Robin, about like profit targets. I always put my profit targets a little bit short of where I think it might actually go, because I'm not counting on getting out at the high tick or the low tick. There are we?
Also, that person sounds like that person doesn't have his set of criteria defined. And so until you define that and know exactly when you're going to get in, and like Coach said, put your orders in and do it as a bracket order. So when you make your entry price, it puts in your stop and your target at the same time, and you don't have to think about a lot of things. You can adjust it afterwards, but do a bracket trade. It's the safest way, especially for new people. I always do a bracket trade. I never trade just blindly throwing the trade in there. Bracket trade and just adjust it afterwards.
Awesome. Yes. At least you're protected no matter what. Even if it's just sort of, some sort of catastrophic stop, you can move up, or some sort of catastrophic or good profit target. You can always adjust them after they're in. Just get them in.
Mm-hmm. Another thing to do if you're trading ES, I always have a small window that shows me the NQ, and it's just the NQ amount going up or down. And I kind of follow the NQ. If the NQ starts to go up and I'm in a short, I may consider adjusting it at that point, and then I'll make a decision and then get out if the NQ starts to take off. Speed is really important. When speed starts to wane as it's going in a direction, you want speed. Speed comes from volume and that creates your volatility, and that creates your motion. So when speed takes off in an up direction or a down direction, you want to go with the flow. When speed starts to wane and slow down, you want to take a look at maybe it's time to get out and it's not going to hit my number. So speed in the moment is important as well, and that's created by your volume.
Wonderful. All right. Kim, I don't think this is her real name. Kim Tardashian is asking, my number one issue right now is chasing a running market. I'm extremely talented at picking the top and bottoms.
Okay.
How can I make better choices when my adrenaline is at full peak? And she also mentions, thanks, Robin. Love your sessions.
Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I try to really help traders. I've been in the business so long that I hate to see traders lose money. And so I call them tidbits, little things that can help you along the way. I'm glad that I could make those little adjustments. So she's getting caught up in the momentum. Is that what I'm hearing? She's getting caught up in the speed of it. and she
Yeah.
wants to take her
So
profits. Okay, so in that instance, there's a thing that I call when I trade, I call it a lock and load. So I may go in with, let's say, 2 contracts. It takes off, and at a certain level, I'll close one, and then I'll lock it in. If I have one, I'll lock it in and then take a second one right at that point. And then I'll lock in some more profits and then take another trade. Or I will take 2 contracts, lock one in, and let the runner go. So you can lock and load, lock it in, add another one, lock it in, add another one. And again, the speed as it goes, it'll start to slow up. You may not get as much on the second trade, but you'll make money on your first trade and you'll lock in some cash. I call it lock and load for me.
all right, thank you. There's a little kind of contradiction in this question. Like, number one issue is chasing a running market. To me, that sounds like, chasing prices moving away from you and you're FOMOing in. But she also says that she's very talented at picking tops and bottoms, which I've only known a couple of traders that I would say were really, really gifted at picking tops and bottoms.
Yeah, you don't want to.
We say it a lot here.
You want to make a good trade, not necessarily pick a top and a bottom. I mean, if you know where the levels are and you know where you're entering and you're supposed to exit, don't go on the length of the trade. When I interviewed Mark Hook many years ago, and I think he's since passed, unfortunately, I was amazed at how few ticks he went for. He went for, I think, 6 to 8 ticks in his trade, but he did 50 contracts and then added another 50, closed 50, closed 50. And in that time, he would not stay with the trade longer than 3 minutes. And he set an egg timer when he entered the trade. And he didn't even enter his trades. He had a woman entering his trades for him. He only looked at the number. He knew the setup exactly. He knew when to get in. He would tell her to take the 50. She would confirm that she got in and then take the second 50, and then he would give her the number to get out, and he would not stay in. If that timer hit 3 minutes, he was out of that trade. He knew percentage-wise that within that time frame, he could get 100 contracts in and out and make his money. You don't need to hold it for a long time. A lot of traders want to hold it a long time, and you certainly can, but if you want to increase the percentages of your wins and profitability, one option is to go for a shorter run but add contracts, but be more certain that percentage-wise of your wins is going to be able to work and you'll be able to get those wins. A lot of people just hold on, and they hold on too long. And what happens? As soon as they hold on too long, all of a sudden it hits a number, it reverses, and they end up giving back their money. So you don't have to create the stress. The longer you're in the trade, the more stress you create. Next.
It was pointed out in the chat to me, and Freeze Brain, thank you very much. In this question, she says she's extremely talented at picking tops and bottoms. I think we're chasing until we actually get it bought and we've picked the top, or we're chasing until we finally get short to the downside and we pick the bottom. And I'm very familiar with that kind of trading strategy because it was very prevalent in me early in my trading. I could stand in the trading pit and watch the market rally and finally be so moved by emotion that I was going to miss the whole move, that by the time I bought the top.
Exactly.
And then the same thing on the downside. So it took somebody behind me pointing out my timing was excellent, but my direction was wrong. So next time I felt that, I had to do the opposite. I had to do the stanza trade.
I was just going to say that. The trader, I said, every time I get into the trade, I lose. He said, then do the opposite. And my brain just went, oh my God, do the opposite? I'm so compelled to go in that direction. You want me to do the opposite? And he was right. I was late and I tried it and it started working and I couldn't believe it. And Same thing in the beginning. I guess it's a common thing for newer people to go chasing it because you don't want to miss out. And other people are getting in, in the trading room, they'd all be yelling, Microsoft's running and it's going. And of course, I was chasing it. And of course, it would turn around and go the wrong direction when I got in.
You and I are so much the same in that regard then, because that was something. Did you find it physically painful to do the opposite of what everything
Oh my
inside you was
gosh.
telling you to do?
Oh my gosh, it was like the addict being faced with the drug that was going to make them feel better, and was sitting right in front of them, and you couldn't take it. I mean, it was so compelling. You're so drawn into it, and that's the desire part of it. You're so compelled. It's the addictive part of trading. The addiction is very, very powerful, and people don't realize the addiction part of it. And so you have to gain control. Why do you think discipline is the biggest word in every book you read about trading? The big D for everything, because the discipline is the key that you have to master to succeed at this game.
Wonderful
Okay,
wonderful answer.
Oh, thank
and
you.
wonderful question. There it is.
Yeah.
Next. All right. Allie has a question. Hello. I know how to trade. However, I have a lot of bad trades that verge on the side of degenerative gambling that I have a hard time dealing with. I have put myself in the Focus Trader program. That's a program we have here at TopStep where you only get one account and they keep a little bit closer eye on you. So she's put herself into the Focus Trader program so that I don't go on tilt anymore and buy a bunch of combines in a fragile state. I've tried to slow down on my new combine by limiting to 1 micro and max 5 trades a day, and then lock out with the risk settings. What else can I do outside of trading to help me get back on track? I'm afraid for myself financially to continue in this way. But do I think there is a part of me that genuinely loves the art of trading? Well, I think we all love the art of trading. I mean, that's what we're here doing. But I think instead of focusing on your love of trading, focus on your love of markets and understanding how markets work, because that's really what you're here trying to do, is understand the auction process and how markets work. If you're in love with the feeling of putting on trades and managing trades and executing trades, that's a different love. But I love the fact that she's put herself in a situation where she kind of has to slow things
She's
down,
being
and that's a
honest,
good
and
thing.
she's trying with the tools she has. I'm gonna give her some things. I'll put $100 on it. She's not examining her losing trades. $100 on it, because you don't get drawn in again to go into another trade to get the money back unless you are just focused on your P&L and losing. And she's set up herself with all these prior accounts that she's created a pattern, like you said, of refunding. Stop. I like what she did. She's trying to control it, but you have got to look and examine losing trades. And you have got to have your criteria. You should have 7 pieces of criteria that allow you to go into the trade, make a checklist, do it in sim first, have some wins there. And we talked about this a while back, the trading game. Go into sim, and if you have 3 winning trades, it earns you the right to go back to live trading. Do sim first, see if it works. If it doesn't work, adjust it, and keep going until you have a winning trades. Get 3, and then you can go to live. And do it like a game, and then you won't get forced to go in, because the desire is hooking her too. She's getting hooked. She's getting very hooked into those trades over and over and over again, and she's refunding. You'll just keep losing. Don't do that. You can look at losing trades, what you should change, and you can look at winning trades and what you should repeat. And so do the winning trades, see what you did. Oh, I did this, get real specific. Start reading the candles, read candles. There was a great guy, he's since passed as well, Steve Bigelow, and he had 16 candlestick patterns, Bigalow, fantastic guy, and he was the master at reading candles. Read the markets. Can you tell the difference between, and I call it a breath, when a trade goes, and then there's a little downturn, and then it goes again? That's a breath. So it's going up, and then buyers are selling to lock in their profits, so you get a little breath, and then it goes up again, and it continues to wherever it's going to go. But then there's the difference between a rotation or a transition down, or it's going to rotate in a down direction. The difference between the breath. At some point, it's going to take the move and it's going to go down. So can you read the difference between a breath, a temporary breath, or can you catch the rotation to the down direction? And that's just if you're going long. Next.
Awesome. Okay. Walnuts is asking.
Anybody who's posting in the room that they continue to have losing trades, they're not examining their trades. I can tell right away. They're not examining.
It's painful.
I know it's painful, but it's the one. It's like, do you go on the basketball court and keep throwing the ball at the backboard and never hit the rim? Do you just keep doing it, or do you adjust your hands? Do you move where you're standing? Do you just keep doing the wrong thing? No, you make an adjustment. Trading's no different. This is a business. You have to adjust things, and you've got to examine a losing trade. This is the only business that you are faced with losing every time you come to the keyboard. There's no other business like this. No other business like this. You're not going to get, the problem is people win early, and they win and they think it's easy. They think every time it's going to be like that, and it's not. It is not. You have got to know what you're doing.
I've seen a lot of people like that.
Right. You got to know what you're doing. Examine your losing trades. Look at your winning ones. Do what you did in the winning trades. Next.
But I don't want to look at my losing trades.
Yeah, but great traders are honest with themselves. Really fantastic traders are very, very honest with their imperfections. I have them. I still have them. But I've know to stop, and I know to walk away. Great traders know when not to trade. They know when not to trade. If the market's crappy, if it's going in a sideways direction, if it's not have any action, don't trade. Just watch it. The best learning curve or experience I had was when they took away my trading and they said, you can't trade for 30 days. I said, how am I going to make money? How am I going to do? I felt like somebody stopped my heart. But I learned the most that I ever did in those 30 days because I just watched what was happening, and I started to noticing, oh, look at that. I didn't notice that before. I didn't notice that before. Why? Because the emotions were out of the equation, and I just watched the market. I just watched the action. I compared the volume to the candles. I compared one thing to another. And then I said, oh, I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that. And I would never have found that if I was trading, because as soon as emotions come into the equation, you don't see what you're supposed to see. And if you're always in the emotion, what am I going to tell you? You've got a block, and you should get rid of the block. You've built up a block over time, and you should probably get it removed. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. I'm the master at removing blocks, and that's the only pitch I'm going to do for my coaching. Next.
Robin from the block. You got to have thick skin too. You have to be able to be honest with yourself. I mean,
Yep.
If you're not honest with yourself, then you're just blowing smoke. And yeah, it's not easy. It can be painful, but thicken up the skin a little bit.
Yeah,
We're tough. We're traders.
Nobody likes to say that they're wrong and they did something bad. There's not a trader out there that's successful that hasn't had bad days. None. So you're in good company with successful traders. Just be honest with yourself. Be honest. Next.
One of the things I'm most thankful for is that I've profited enough to withstand the losses I've taken. Jeez. All right. Walnuts is asking, what a good name. I've been a full-time trader for almost 8 years. I decided to give futures a shot a few years ago. I have a difficult time with the day trading aspect of prop firms. I'm more comfortable with the successful holding positions for days, weeks, or even months. Do you have any suggestions that might help me dial into shorter time frame trading?
Okay, this is a speed
Walnuts
thing
is a
again.
swing trader, wants to learn day trading.
Okay, so when you're trading stocks and you're going for longer term moves, and you switch to day trading, speed is the thing. Each market has a different speed. My suggestion is to try a couple different futures markets and find the one that is best for your speed. I like ES. A lot of people like NASDAQ. It's got a little bit more action in there, and it seems to be faster when it's not necessarily not, and certainly gold was going crazy recently.
Yeah.
So speed is the thing. And my suggestion is that you watch some people that are good scalpers. Scalping is a whole different ball game and mindset. And don't go for many ticks. Go for 4 ticks and lock it in. 4 ticks, lock it in. You'll feel better winning than you will trying to hold for a long period of time and losing. So get in the trade, lock it in. Lock in 5 ticks. Just, lock it in. You'll feel better winning. You always feel better when you're winning than when you're losing. Don't go for, big, long, 5-point moves. You can always get back in. There's nothing that's stopping you from re-entering a trade. And a lot of traders feel they get in and it's like the trade's over and it's still going. Get in again. There's nothing wrong with getting in again. And know where your levels are. Know how to read the candles. Know how to read things.
Well, and walnuts, if you're if you're a successful swing trader and you want to try and get into day trading, it's going to be an adjustment, of course. Robin's just telling you one way to do it is start looking at very short time frame trades to just kind of get your feet wet in day trading. But certainly don't, until you get your wits about you as a day trader, certainly don't risk a whole lot. Should just do it in the trading combine or a practice account, something
He could try
a feel for it.
A 15-minute. He could try, trading off a 10-minute or a 15-minute. But if you're doing that, if you go to a 10 or 15-minute, and that's how you're placing your trades based on those levels, do not look at a smaller time frame because that'll mess you up. The smaller the time frame, the greater the emotion. So if you want to do a long time frame and you can't deal with the short time frames, do a 10 or 15 and just try trades that way and see if they work some way. You've got to figure out your criteria in that zone, but do not look at a smaller time frame while you're doing it because that'll really mess you up. Stick to a time frame that works for you. What do you trade off of?
A lot of noise.
Oh, what do you trade off?
A lot of noise.
What's
Me?
your major? Yeah.
30 minutes.
Okay, so there you go, 30 minutes.
I will sometimes go to a shorter time frame to kind of refine an entry. But if I leave it on there, the noise gets to me.
Yep.
And I'm, market profile based, and that's based off a 30-minute chart. So
right. So he's got a strategy that works with a longer time frame. He's figured it out. and that's where he's comfortable. But he also knows that the smaller he goes, the more his emotions start to trigger. And that's the problem with doing both at the same time, because you'll get your mindset mixed up going from one to the other. I love that.
Yep. All right. Bergs, how do I build my mental capital? I often hold losers too long and cut winners too quickly, creating an inverse risk-reward ratio. Bergs, you're a human being. I think 99.9% of traders, when they start, that is their mindset is, if the trade goes against me, I'm going to default to I'll just wait. And if the trade goes my way, you default to I better take it now. You want to switch that mindset to the other side. You want to get out of your losses quickly, and you want to understand when you've got a good thing going to let it go a little bit. Robin, what would you say to Bergs about that mental capital and how to change that wiring in his brain that I think everybody starts with?
Yeah. When you're in a trade, when you ask a question while you're in a trade, it will stop your emotions and it will refocus you on what's going on. So if you ask a question, I have it right on my computer. I have a little note. It says, what's really happening? So if you have, let's say, 7 pieces of criteria, and you say, what's really happening? This is working. This is working. This is working. This is not working. This is not working. So what's really happening? This is not working. Get out of the trade. My biggest rule is, when in doubt, get out. When in doubt, get out. Check your criteria with questions. Questions will get you out of the emotion. It will focus you on what's really happening. And you can decide if it's no, 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 no. Get out of there. It's not working. It's not working. Questions. Keep you out of the emotion.
Okay. Ask yourself questions. If you're in a trade and it's not working, just get out.
Right. Get out. You can always
And
get
if it
back
is
in.
working,
The market's not going away. The market's not going away. It's
if it is
going to be
working,
there.
stay. If it is working, stick around.
Yep. And if you get
Right,
out too soon, what did you learn? What did you learn from it? What could you have seen in that moment that would have given you the confidence to stay with the trade? So what's really happening? Oops, I didn't see that. Great. I'll look at that next time. Get something that you learned from the bad trade. Otherwise, you're going to repeat it. Next.
All right. Next. Here we go. Ty, I am struggling to hold my trades longer. I have a tendency to micromanage my trades and move my stop limit too early. But if my P&L is red to start the day, I have a tendency to hold trades longer and try to recoup the loss. What can I do about this mentality to help mitigate this issue? Micromanaging the trades. You're lennying.
Cover the P&L and take it off your charts. You're looking at the P&L too much. I can tell right away. Looking at the P&L. Is it working? Take the P&Ls off the screens, guys. Don't look at the P&L. You're not focusing on what's happening if you're looking at the number. Take it off the screen. Cover it up. The quality of the trade is what you want, not the dollar amount. If you have a good quality trade, then the dollars are going to follow. The dollars are just going to follow. Make a good quality trade. Next.
So, Robin, one of the best traders I ever knew, and I was a new trader. I said, Steve, how did you become such a good trader? How did you make this? How did you make so much money? And he said, Hogue, that's the wrong question. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, my goal since I stepped in the pit for the first day was to become a good trader. I never focused on the money. I just learned how to find good trades, how to take good trades, how to manage good trades.
Mhm.
Money is a byproduct. If you treat it that
Right.
way and don't focus on the money, maybe you'll have a little bit greater success in finding some good trades and sticking in some of those good trades. Some of
Exactly.
the best advice I ever heard. You know.
Exactly.
Right. All right, I got a next. Chad, my house is very. Excuse me. My spouse is very supportive of my trading, and yet I still feel I hide my thoughts while in conversation with her away from the charts. I find it hard to get my mind away from the markets, even when I'm away. I want to separate my time and give my wife quality time and enjoy the fact that I get to make my own schedule and work at home. Any pointers? So when he's away from the markets, he's still thinking about them when he's with his wife. Is he a cheater? What do you think?
My big rule is never talk trading to anyone who doesn't trade, number one. Number two, when you go into the trading room, lock the door. Tell them that this time in the trading room is my time. I'll share with you some of the things later. I have a whole thing that I teach my traders what to say to their spouse, because the spouse is your team, and you want a good relationship with your spouse, and you want them to be supportive, but you don't want them to mess you up either. So there's a fine line in what you tell them, how you tell them, and how you work with it during the trading day. And you have to try separating it and make a deal with her. Say, when I come out of the trading room, I'm going to give you my total attention. But when I'm in there or I need trading time, I'm going to ask that you give it to me and then take separate time. Don't mix the two. And again, don't talk to anybody about trading that doesn't trade, but there is a way to talk to the person that's in your life. And it's important because relationships are really important for a supportive, to be supportive what you're doing. You want a good mindset, and having them on your side and behind you is really good, is really important.
So would you suggest to Shad to tell his wife what's going on and that he's when he's away from the screens and he's with her, he's still, kind of thinking about trading and thinking about the screens
Yeah,
and
you
maybe
and be
together
honest.
they can work up,
Yeah,
yeah,
just
be
say,
honest and
look, I'm finding that trading is very mind consuming. And I don't like when I end my trading that I'm still thinking about it and I'm not dedicating my time to you. And I apologize for that. But I guess I need to manage better my time when I'm with you. And if you see me my mind going off and not being as focused with you, I got to work on that. And maybe you can help me with that. Maybe I need another half hour just to unwind, or maybe I need to do something physical. I need to take a walk or a run or exercise just to burn it out and then come back and be with you. I'm not doing it intentionally, and I apologize, and I got to work on it. And just be honest. Be honest.
there's a suggestion in the chat. I thought it was funny. Somebody said, just turn your wife into a trader. Problem solved.
Oh, gosh. I don't know if you want to do that.
All right. Sue, next question. I have a difficult time accepting risk. I have so much experience with loss. I'm afraid. When I have a good entry and it dips below my entry, I almost always cut it at a loss, and then it usually turns around. But when I decide I'm going to hold no matter what, being stubborn because I think it usually turns around, it seems like every time price continues against me and I end up hitting my max loss. I'm so frustrated. What do you say to Sue?
Frustration and fear are the top two trading emotions that I always hear in my coaching. First, she's got to have a plan of when to enter that's telling me her entries are not correct, and her criteria may need to be redefined, and she's got to look at her entries as a better way. Also, she can look at when she enters a trade, how much it does pull back on average. Does it pull back 10 ticks, 5 ticks on average, and adjust the stop loss a little bit more to accommodate? It's an entry issue with her. It's a stop loss positioning with her, and a target of where it's going. A lot of times, I'll give you, I call them, in my coaching, I call them 5-minute tidbits. When I have a timer on my chart, I trade 5 minutes. And when the timer starts, the first bar that gets created after the previous bar goes in the same direction. So if it was going down and the next bar starts, it continues in that direction. However, right after that, it goes to find the high in that 5 minute, and it will reverse and go up. It may not take out the high of the previous bar. It'll only go halfway, and then it will drop again. That's where traders get caught, right in that moment when it goes from a continuation of a down move, and then it goes to find the high in that 5 minute timer, and then it reverses and goes down. And that little point right there, so many traders get nabbed right there with their stop loss because they move their stop and they move it too tight. And then it goes up, it finds the high in the 5 minute, takes them out, and of course, then it drops again. So the 5 minute first tidbit is it continues the direction. When the new candle starts, it continues the direction. And shortly after that, it will look to find the reverse direction. So if it's going down, it'll look to find a high, and then it will reverse and drop again through that low, through the low where it was and the previous low, and it will continue going. So there's a little funny thing that happens right at the beginning of that new 5 minute candle that traders usually get nabbed in.
I have to wonder if Sue were to take every trade with her stop loss and just take every trade, she's going to get stopped out on some of them, but some of the ones that she like pulls herself out on, they're going to end up winners.
Yeah.
If she were to just take every trade and account for it and say, you know what, I'm right half the time, and when I lose $100. But if I stay in the trade that maybe went against me a little bit and turns around, I'm making 300 on those trades. That could be, encouraging enough to say, hey, you know what, the strategy works. I don't like taking losses, but it's part of the game. So Sue, maybe, take the advice that Robin gave you, but also account for, what happens on all those trades that you squeeze yourself out of before it gets to your stop. And, and then on the trades that go against you, just the risk on those. You may find that over 30, 60, 90, 120 trades that you're showing yourself that your strategy isn't as bad as you think it is, and you don't have to be afraid of the losses, because over time, some of those trades that do go your way are going to pay you a lot more than the losses. Hopefully that's something that you might
It's
find.
also an adjustment of the stop. If she does that, which I agree would be a great thing to test, if she does that and she gets stopped out, continue to watch the trade and how much after that stop did it move. Only 1 tick, 2 ticks, maybe her stop has to be adjusted. So let's say she's got a 10 tick stop, and every time she gets stopped out, it only goes 2 more ticks. So maybe she has to go to 12 ticks. So see where it goes after. Don't stop watching the screen. I call it digging. Dig into your trade. Dig into what's happening on the screen. When you close the trade, it's not everything is over. Keep looking at the screen and see what's happening right after. Maybe your stop is too tight. So it's either a bad entry or the stop is too tight or you're moving it too fast. So work with those few things and adjust them and watch them as you make your modifications. Can I do one quick commercial?
Yes, of course.
2 seconds. So I'm offering coaching. I am moving, so I'm offering a discount always to TopStep people. I do that all the time, and but I'm having to take a break because of this move. So I'm giving an extra discount for people if they want to do coaching. I've been doing my replies on the video on the Google Meet instead of typing them out. It's the same information, and if I do that for you and I send that to you, I hope the people on the last go around got them from me. I'd appreciate if you would respond that you received them, because I can't tell if it's working or not. I think the video is just as effective as the writing. You know, me writing everything. It's a lot faster for me, and when I get a lot of replies after this on the questionnaires on my website, I try to get through them as fast as I can. I got stuck last month with my PC again, and I got scammed, and they broke in, and it's a long story. But if I reply to you verbally on the video, I would appreciate that you respond that you received it. You don't have to do anything. I don't hold anybody crazy to do coaching. It's not for everybody. I'm good at what I do, but it's not cheap.
I put your website into the chat in YouTube.
Thank you.
So they'll be able to check out your website. And Robin, we can't thank you enough for spending some time with us today. Thanks for your knowledge, your being very personal at the very beginning about things that are going on with you, and just a fantastic
One more
session.
question. We got 5 minutes. We can fit in one more.
Well, actually,
no.
This is the time I have to call the end of this segment. No, I would never kick you out. I would never kick you out. But unfortunately, we got to stay on schedule. But what a pleasure having you back. Looking forward to talking to you again very soon. Blessings. So, well, what do we got coming up here? We got Power Hour coming up here with Andre, Braden, and Dolby. Robin, thank you again. And
I missed you guys. I'm so glad to be back. I'll see you next month. Good trading, and contact me if you have any questions.
We missed you too, Robin. We missed you too. All right. Folks, this is TopStep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Let's get right into it. Power Hour, last hour of the trading session here. Quick headline. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel helping the U.S. open the Strait of Hormuz. Let's get into it. We got Braden in the middle. Dolby time to the right. Braden, how's it going? Good to see you. Great to have you back. Thoughts coming into the final hour of the New York session. What's up, Braden?
What's up, guys? Yeah, it's going. It's going. We are violently range bound. Seen a little bit of a lift on NQ. I'm about $740 off my daily loss limit, but we will see what we can do. We'll size down a little bit and see if we can dig out of this grave that I've dug myself into. So should be a good session.
Comeback. The comeback is on. Dolby time. We're seeing a push higher here in the equities.
Yeah.
NQ trading 24,546. Right up against, IB high.
It looks quite bullish here. Quite bullish.
Indeed it does. Let's break it down.
Yeah, I mean, for as crazy as this market has been today, or at least felt, in hindsight, it's really just been a giant range that's actually been pretty disciplined. I think it's like around 400s up to about 530s. So it's only about like 100 to 130 point range. I think the question is, can we break out of that range like right here, right now? Obviously, that news is going to help suppress oil prices, which might in turn help boost the NASDAQ here. So we might be getting a fairly big rally in this NASDAQ off of that news. I mean, crude oil is selling off right now quite a bit. So maybe bulls are in the house and we're playing a 1 hour breakout.
Yes, we are looking at about 140 point pop rally. Call it what you want in the NQ trading 24,000. Just topped out at 603's Braden. What's the move?
Well, we got to see the after effect of this 180 point rip in the past 10 to 15 minutes.
Incredible.
We'll see if it's strong enough to hold. Once again, this is a break of VWAP that has been consolidating, compressing, whatever you want to call it, pretty much all session. And so now it's finally making an explosive move higher. I think we'll have to see what comes of it because a lot of the rallies have been getting sold, but a strong push through the VWAP. Maybe we continue trending into some of these overnight lower highs that we had at 650s, 700s. But we will play what we see. Right now, I'm just going to let this settle. I honestly don't have enough drawdown to be playing around with this until we settle, to be completely honest. So
fair enough.
We'll see what the market structure looks like.
Okay. Well, we've got crude selling off now beneath $94 $93.85 did just print. We're seeing the equities pop out, ES and Q, gold popping as well. All right, Braden, I'd like to play a game around here called Above Below. I'm going to ask Braden what he thinks the price in the NQ will be on the close, and then we're going to put it to a poll. Will it be above, below said price? Braden, last trade in the NQ, 24,580. What will the price be on the close?
I'm going to say 25,540.
24,000 or 25,000?
20. Did I say 25? No, sorry. 24,000.
24,540. Okay.
Sweet.
Put it to a poll. Above, below. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu is speaking right now. All right, more selling here in crude. New lows just printed $93.45, now 36 cents. Wow. Pull is up.
I mean, are we gonna? It feels so weird trying to take a momentum trade right now because we've just been viciously range bound. But I was talking about second half session moves, so maybe we break this range and just bid back up to 25,000. I mean, I have no idea. This is a hell of a move right here.
Watching crude. Crude getting smoked. $93.27.
Wow. We got to find a way to get long, Dre.
Yep.
617. 617 is the flip from red to green on the session. So if cars want to make a statement, we could see that maybe get pushed.
What if this retrace the entire thing? Here come the buyers in Crude could just be some short covering. 40 cents off those lows. Keep an eye on that. Equities on the move higher. Here we go. New session highs 66.74. Last trade. Also session highs in the ES. NQ 24,616. New session highs there. 50-50 on the tilt. Countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 54 minutes till the closing bell. 44 minutes till MOC. Right now, markets are rocking.
Yeah, incredible trading day today. So much opportunity. It really felt like it was sort of like a, yeah, look at this go.
This whole crude move turns around.
Yeah, NASDAQ could be in trouble. It is rollover as well. It's the last day, right, Dre?
Tomorrow. March expires.
March. Good.
More buying here in the equities. We're looking at a 200-point rally in the NQ.
Oh my. This is not done.
Green on the day. Wow, here we go. ES looking at a 50-point rally.
Freaking caveman, Dre? A little late.
mean,
It's the latest caveman trade ever. But hey, it can go higher.
It is. Wow. Buyers in the house in equities. Got gold pumping higher here as well.
I mean, maybe we get some resistance
just feels
at 725s.
Yeah, this feels strange, doesn't it?
It feels so weird.
So this is this mainly off of the headline? Israel
Yeah,
helping U.S. open straight.
Well, that's
A
certainly
little
a
easier
catalyst.
said than done, I believe.
Yeah. Also, they don't. How are they going to help open the strait? Do they even have a navy to help enforce the Strait of Hormuz? Like, I don't.
I think
really
they do,
so.
but
Keep an eye on crude. Crude pushing a little higher here. $94.10. About 90 cents off the lows on that headline. This whole thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Crude here.
Clouded in caveman.
this is a pretty aggressive pullback. Down like 50 points off the highs.
Crude catching a bid now.
Yeah, maybe they're asking the same question. How exactly is Israel going to help?
How and when? Nothing on the tilt. 50-50. You see some more selling here in crude. Be the pullback to get long. Yep. All right, they're selling crude. New lows crude. Yes.
New lows crude. Okay, we're going to get a bid in at 620s.
Okay. 92 handle in crude. 92.92. New lows.
I mean, as long as crude's making new lows, definitely interested in getting long. Just don't want to chase. Yeah, NQ is not done. Do you have any upside targets here, Braden?
I kind of want to fade this. I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to get a little bit more extended.
I'll for sure fid this with you at like 720s. That's
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of like the
thinking
4-hour range.
Right, we have some structure at like 725. 725 is the overnight high here on NQ,
That's
I
funny.
believe.
I have that exact level, Braden, actually.
All right, they are hammering crude now. New lows, $92.36. Crude down $4 last 10 minutes.
Just, yeah. They've been trading any crude, Braden?
Yeah, that kind of a little bit. Probably as much as I've been trading NQ.
Okay.
I caught one really good trade on it at the beginning of last week, I believe. From 86 into the mid 90s. That was just a huge trade, but I haven't really caught anything noteworthy.
That pays for a lot of other trades, though.
What's this headline here? We got a new headline here.
Another one.
Treasury issues Russia-related general license to allow sale of Russian crude oil.
Wow. Okay, Russian crude's coming on the market. That should push price down as well, then, I would think.
Watch the reaction here in crude. Back up to $93.
All right, we're in.
Long or short?
Long 2460. Or sorry, 24 620s.
24. Good.
Already, yeah. Let's see if we can get a 1 minute range break here. Oh, well, already incredible price action.
Crude
Holy crap.
getting smoked.
Yeah, it is. Let's target those 725s. We're already up 30 points in this trade. That's wild. Wild. This could also flip incredibly fast.
Yes, it can.
Yeah. So we're just going to try to be patient here and let this 1 minute range break out. We can get above 690s. I think we're in really good shape. We could actually probably go to break even on this trade at this point. We don't want to see
Good
this
shape.
50 points.
Crude.
You'll be up 70 points in like a minute.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kidding.
new
That's a
session
great
high
trade.
24,690.
I mean, we're close to a 100-pointer already. We've been in this trade for less than a minute.
Are you moving
That's
the stop?
incredible.
Yeah. We're break even now. We could put it up to like 662. Lock in 42 points or lock in 40 points. Top of the 1 minute range. It's tough, Dre, right? You got one contract on, you got it's headline momentum, so that could flip at any point in time, depending how people start interpreting it.
Gold pumping as well. Gold
Okay.
46.60 last trade. Gold up $60 since Power Hour began. We got 18 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Headlines flying around right here, right now. Got Braden in Dolby time, carving this thing up. Latest Netanyahu, I won't put a stopwatch on ending the war.
Okay, that's less bullish, but who cares if shorts are covering? Oh wow, look at that! See, this is why I want to get your stop managed, because this thing is flying all over the place right now. All right, we're out. That was a quick 40 points, so we can go back to the well on another trade.
Nice.
Plus 86. Plus 86.
Okay. Some more selling. Watching crude oil. Crude oil down $5. $5 in the last 12 minutes.
A little bit. Maybe those comments from Netanyahu saying that, maybe there's no timeline on this war is going to incite a sell-off here.
It's set up for a short, perhaps.
If we get back up to 685s, sure.
This might get a short-term little break of 620, but
okay.
I don't know if I'll have I might, like if we pop to 630, 640, turn around, I might get short for a break back to the low 600s.
We've seen it turn around before.
Yeah, like a stop sell or something.
Mm-hmm.
You're just looking for momentum like immediately though.
Caveman.
It's not my favorite way to take trades.
Poll results are back. 73% saying above 24,540. Good right now.
Crude still bidding. Now it's 93.50, up up $1.50 from 2:11 p.m. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's up $1.50. We might get that sell-off that you were talking about, Braden.
Watching crude here.
Let me know if you happen to a short. I might.
You know what? It's awkward now because, yeah, you're right. Like, that's not the greatest setup. You kind of just look for it here and now. Now that we've already wicked off 609 and pulled back into the range, I'm not loving it.
Mm-hmm.
But before that had happened, I liked it. I kind of just want to wait for this thing to head fake above 700, see if I can get a really good price for a short. We're just holding range right now.
Crude pumping a little bit.
Yeah. It is pumping a little bit.
93.50. Just printed $1.40 off the lows.
Okay. Man, I should have just rebid this 620s.
If it retraces the entire move.
It might.
Yes, Braden is back.
Yeah,
People
he is.
are loving it, Braden. We get some more. Will we get some more buying here in the equities? Definitely holding bid around the highs.
What's the The volume was pretty good on that move.
Oh yeah.
But these 720s, Braden, just look really juicy for a target. Crude selling off again.
Back beneath 93 bucks. Oh, no, back above. Bottomed out in crude. $92.10. We were trading right around $96 when Power Hour started.
Kind of want to bid 650s.
Delta increasing as well. Plus 15,000 in the ES. Plus 4,800 in the NQ.
Okay. Crude is maybe another leg lower here, Trey?
Looks like it.
Maybe another leg lower. Now maybe now maybe it's bouncing. Who knows? Crazy market. Braden, how has slow markets been with Dakota?
That was a blast. Yeah, if y'all didn't catch that on Tuesday night, I was on there with Coach Dakota for slow markets. That was fun. We had some pretty good volatility. We had kind of a Dakota caught 100-point rip.
Nice.
That was
in your
that was a fun
opinion,
time. I think
is chat nicer during slow markets, or are they nicer during, like fast markets or power hour?
honestly, probably slow markets.
Oh, Chad, you hear that? Come on, chat. Let's prove them wrong. Power Hour is nicest. That's when the chat is the nicest. But yes, saw that. Slow markets yesterday. Good stuff. Braden or the other day.
Yeah, I didn't know haters had a bedtime, but I guess they do.
Gonna get another push lower here in crude.
I think statistically, you're less likely to be read as soon as the session begins, right? So,
fair point. Fair point.
That might be true. That might be true.
All right, crude trying to figure out what to do here. Hanging around 93 bucks.
Ooh. It's getting squirrely over there in crude land.
Yeah. Holding bid in the equities. Gold on the move higher. Gold up about 70 bucks in the last 17 minutes.
What has
It's about to break down.
Yeah, it is. Which means NASDAQ is probably gonna catch a ripper.
Yeah, it looked like crude wanted to go there.
Got a little Dorito formation forming on the 1 minute. Lower highs, higher lows.
I'm short 5 micros crude. I'm trying to catch this breakdown very quickly.
Ooh, nice.
All right, let's go. What price you got? 92. Actually, just stay locked in the trade.
Yeah, Braden needs to lock in. Crude is out of control right now.
We got tilt.
Absolutely out of control.
ES hanging 10 points off the high, 66.82 half last trade.
What a bounce off this double bottom.
I mean, yeah, NASDAQ currently unchanged practically. No, we can't make a higher high right now.
Yeah, they're fighting here. Nothing on
Dude,
the
this
tilt.
might just run to my DLL. They just popped a whole point in literally a minute.
Take a look at that ladder.
Crude is rude.
Crude is rude.
It's gonna go.
One of the ruder markets.
Up to 93. Sellers come back in. 92.89. Last trade. Little pullback here in gold.
Okay, NASDAQ back on the bid.
Yes, holding bid.
Okay. What's the snitch doing? RTY. Ooh, nice little range forming in RTY. Okay, NASDAQ trying to get out of this range again.
So we've got some more buyers stepping in the equities. Going to give it another shot. Here we go. New 5 minute. Opened up. 9 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Let's trade.
We're going to get a sell in at 670s.
Okay.
It's running away from it already. Yeah. So on the 1 minute, we're making lower highs pretty consistently.
Wow.
So kind of indicates to me that maybe buyers are getting a little of maybe some altitude sickness up here. So we'll see if we can kind of preempt another lower high here on the 1 minute. We're kind of just stuck in this 1 minute range. I'd also be interested in getting long like 600s as well, because the range is just, it's very good right now. All right, we're going to pull our short. I don't think we're getting filled on that.
Crude taking a peek above 93. Will it hold? So let's come back in. Dow turning around to the downside.
Okay. We're going to bid 605s.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy. It is very, very crazy.
50-50 on the tilt. Again, Crude about $1 off the lows.
Yeah. I mean, normally Crude barely moves $1. This thing is...
What's the next move here? It's a decision zone.
Mm-hmm. We're on base though. We got some ammo.
ES 20 points off the highs, 66.70 last trade. NQ. Ooh. Just saw some buyers jump in there. I have something on.
Yeah, I really want to see if we can get these 720s somehow. We got so close. So close. Really close to getting filled again.
Yeah, equity selling off those highs. Crude staying offered for now. We got 7 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Markets are rocking.
Not every day you get this type of volatility.
You still in this, Braden?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get stopped out if we pop back above the 40s.
I won't tell anybody, but what's your stop at?
It's DL. I'm like $200 off of it.
Oh, whew, okay.
Sellers are fighting a good fight.
Mm-hmm.
Crude at the $93.
We
level.
might be okay. Yeah,
Come
short of
on,
the bottom
baby.
there. Short of the bottom beautifully right
Can we
there.
get some follow through?
It's getting a little rangy.
Yeah, would this be a pullback to get long equities if Crude sees another push to the downside here? 92.70, now 69's trade.
We're gonna move our bid up to 620s.
Hmm?
Let's go, Braden.
Come on.
Stick save potentially.
We need under 92. We might bounce
Under
again
92,
here.
baby.
This-
60 cents. We
this
can get
level's
there.
holding.
Can we get a stick save in Crude? All right, we're bidding 620 half.
Okay.
And this thing just violent rips off this level.
Tons of volume trading right now. If you look at the ES ladder, pretty much 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask as we trade 20 points off the high, 66.70. What's the next move for Crude? Headlines
All right,
driving this market. What price?
Yeah.
620 half.
620 half. Okay.
Not
Long?
looking too hot. Yeah, we're long. It's not looking too good though. But anything can change. Anything can happen. We're still stuck within the 1 minute range.
I do not want Crude. Crude taking another peak above 93.
Oh, let's go back down, Crude.
Back into the 92 handle.
All right, back in the green. Now, Crude's doing a pretty good job of doing the lower high thing right now.
Going from 620 half.
Yeah. We're going to reduce our risk a little bit from 25 points down to 18.
We'll pull back in gold now. 46.47.
Okay. This is not the price action that we're looking for.
New 5 minute. 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Okay. I kind of just want to get flat this trade. This is what we want. We're going to cut risk a little bit again, down to 16 points.
Crude head fake.
Okay, yeah, we're out. All right.
Yep.
We're out. That's okay.
The long didn't work out. Yeah, it's slowly fading, isn't it?
Yeah, we for like a range trade, you really want to get good price action kind of right off the rip, and this just didn't happen. And then with also the lower highs we were making, it just momentum was not there. So we'll go back to the well again. We're plus 50. I think we lost like $30 on that trade, so it was fun.
All right, well, Crude. All right, Crude's starting to pick up some steam to the upside. $93.40 now.
No, shorts look pretty intriguing.
Definitely not going to go in a straight line.
Never does. Never does.
Now 30 points off the highs in the ES.
Wow.
NQ, 100 points off the highs as we trade 24,590.
I mean, what's the...
We're going to go here.
All right, I got DLL out there. Yeah, that's an incredible support level, holding that really well.
Yeah, they were holding those 93 evens too, offered. We're continuing to cook higher now.
Wow, what price action in Crude even after pit session close?
Yeah.
Testing 1 hour range high.
Watch Crude here. We're buying, stepping in 90. Oh man, off to the races, closing in on $94.
All right, we're gonna offer up 593s, 594s.
Halfway
the NASDAQ.
Again, when we started Power Hour, we were trading right around $96.
Yep.
Bottomed out at 92, so we're about halfway back.
All right, we're short again, or for the first time, short 594s 3/4.
5.9 what? 5.9.
594 3/4.
Okay. Last trade, 24,593. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're making kind of these lower highs here, I feel much more comfortable being short the NASDAQ. And if we can get below like 575s, that'd be really nice for this trade.
2 minutes by the hour.
Yeah, look at Crude. Keeps on going here. So this headline apparently was good enough for some action, but maybe not sustainable.
Yeah, the algos definitely jumped on it.
Yeah, let's rip lower here. Ooh, another stick save in NASDAQ. These 575s are hanging on by a thread. Crude still bidding.
Yeah,
I think NASDAQ's going to sell off here.
We're going to give it all back. Are they going to retrace the entire sell-off? Halfway back in Crude.
I mean, what's the 50% of this move here? Oh, this to me to about 500s. I mean, that would be a happy place.
Another push.
Yeah, that short looks really good on NQ.
Yeah. It's this
9.4.
Yeah, use 94. It's just 575 though. It's just hanging on by a thread.
1 minute to the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, we want this to stay under like 607s ideally.
Next, Brady, you looking for the next setup or sit on hands?
No, I'm locked out.
Okay.
All right. Crude still pushing.
Yeah, Crude
looks like strong on the 5 minute.
It's that Delta Hogue.
How do we short more? And I like our entry. I think it's in a good spot of contention. Kind of a prove it area here.
94 is incoming. Couple pennies to go.
Yep. It's interesting. NASDAQ is not selling quite yet. Still a little bit of strength here in NASDAQ.
There's $94 in Crude. Yep, we're gonna keep buying this thing.
I just want to see this just snap lower.
Market
if we
in.
can break 5. Is that you, Dre? You in?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Okay. There we go. There we go. Come on.
Right.
575s. Another save. We're going to reduce risk a little bit.
Headline there: Israel is going to help the U.S. open up the strait. It's the headline.
Wow. That was the headline. Is that a new headline or is that?
No, that was the headline. They're asking the chat.
Okay.
Jay, yep, that was the headline. The crude sold off about $4. We were trading 96s, sold all the way down to pretty much 92s.
This is not. I don't know what this feels like right now. Feels confusing. That's what it feels like.
Feeling alive, baby. Feeling alive.
Feeling alive. That's right.
18 minutes till MOC. Braden, what other markets have you been trading? Crude, NQ?
Yeah, just crude and NQ, really. Saw gold was kind of range bound, except for, I guess, we had a really big sell off today. But it's been up until that point rangier out of the two, NQ and crude. So mainly them two.
How do you navigate this with headlines? In terms of stops, size, time of day?
Yeah, it's tough. You just try. It's unavoidable, right? It's unavoidable. So, you could try, whenever we don't have as hot of headlines. I guess some maybe the overnight session, but even still, there's headlines there too. But it's a little bit safer, maybe. But yeah, these New York sessions, just left and right, crazy headlines always coming out.
It's kind of strange because a lot of like the missile shooting kind of happens during the overnight session for US, so you can get like those kind of headlines. Pre-war, there's almost nothing because it was just Trump tweets. That's like all we're really looking out for. Okay.
Exactly.
We're going to lower risk again to 10 points.
Seeing equities continuing to grind lower.
Just got to break these 575s. Got to break the 575s right now.
We get a pop in crude here. We might see acceleration of the downside. In the equities, what's going on in gold? 46.44. Gold has a range of, $300. Oh, 45.04. 45.04.
Still, man, NASDAQ just resilient right now. What is going on at these 575s?
It's just hanging out here.
Just hanging out. We're just having a good time.
Here, what do we got?
25-point range on the 1 minute chart on NQ. Yeah,
it's
incredible.
Killing me right now. Absolutely killing me. Like you could have made like $200 already if just buying 575s and selling 600s. Why are we stuck here though? That's a good question though. What about this 575 is so important?
Buying. Here comes a little bit of buying here in crude. $93.91.
Right, we're out. They got us on that one.
The buyers jumped in there in the equities aggressively. And
they did. They did a great job supporting.
As we catch a bid in crude.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're flat.
Okay.
Plus 27.50.
All right. We got 15 minutes. MOC. Wow.
Now we're going to sell off. Sure. Look at this bounce in crude.
As soon as you get out.
Crude. There we go. Sell you some more. You always get back in. You can always get back in. Crude on the move higher. $94.20. 22 cents.
Should have just shorted more.
But halfway back to, we're closer to $96 than we are $92.
All right, reoffering 594s.
Delta hold. Wow, what a move! What a move, Braden. This is this volatility never stops, man. It always. We had Powell yesterday. And shrugged that off.
This should give us a decent little overnight session, though.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rather something like this, like a nice explosive close either way, rather than closing how we were trading with kind of that sideways price action.
Oh, it's brutal.
Knew that was going to happen.
Hourly on NQ looks pretty rough.
We
could sell all the way back to lows.
More selling here in the ES 66.53. Last trade, 40-point sell-off in the last 20 minutes or so.
Man,
NQ
came for the stops.
Down about 170 points
in
the last 15 minutes. NQ trade
now we got-
24,555. 13 minutes MOC.
Got a nice little range under range going on right here.
Is the market just going to shrug this off?
I mean, 5/10s is the 50% of the low to high. That was our initial target.
5/10s? Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
I don't think this is done.
I don't know if it's done either. If we're looking for shorts, 575s would be interesting.
Short from 61.
All right, we'll offer
Crude.
575s.
Okay. IB initial balance, we blew through both initial balance highs.
Mm-hmm.
Both ES and NQ. Damn.
Yeah, what a market.
10-year.
All right, we're short 575s.
Okay.
See
575.
if we can get continuation of sort of the range under range here.
Yeah, I was gonna. Braden, are you playing the two off of each other or watching? Crude versus NQ.
Oh heck yeah, yeah. Ever since that, I mean, they're so correlated. It's hard not to. It's hard not to be aware of kind of the levels that Crude's approaching, where NQ's trading relative. I mean, they're just inversing each other so well.
Yep.
That I'm definitely watching them.
Problem is, like on Monday, the correlation was no longer for that one trading day, and definitely took it on the chin that day.
Wow,
learned the hard way when the correlation isn't playing. Yeah, keep it on standby, James. We'll see if we need it.
We'll keep our risk where it's at. This has gotten so squirrely though.
Watching Crude.
It's going down, which is bad for us. We want this to go. We want Crude to go up now. Well, do we have news, Trey? That was quite the flash right there.
Well, nothing. No, this is just
nothing. Okay, just
like the algo and algo action. We're trading 60.
Baby.
We are 30 points off the highs. We did get 40 points lower in the ES.
Right, reducing risk. All right, back in the green.
Yeah. Short from what?
575 half. Stop is at 593s, which is like the last kind of pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Not a huge, little bit. Okay, if Crude bids, then we're in good shape. Let's give this a little bit more room.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, I know.
A little buying
off here.
These 5-minute work. These 5-minute candles we're looking at 80 points in the NQ.
Yeah. Okay. Crude back on the bid. Can we get back underneath these 575s have been a real pain. A real pain.
Yeah, holding bid just a little bit. These longs jumping in. Is this that positive delta growing?
We might be toast. All right, we're toast. Okay. Negative 16.
Here's the moment of truth for Crude. What we got? 9 minutes. 9 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Ooh.
All right, let's take a little bit of a breather here.
Oil's got to make up its mind.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what was your above below price?
540, I believe.
540. Okay,
was the kind of the bottom of that move that we're coming off of.
Yeah, well in play.
So we'll see.
Well in play.
Ooh, I saw some rejection there in the equities. Crude.
You want to?
around
Yeah,
90.
crude is.
Now it just stalls out.
We have this. Yeah, I mean, we have this range on crude now that we've tested the high point of the range like 2, maybe 3 times. We've tested the lows of it like 5 times. So now when I'm looking at the price action here, it's if we don't reclaim the midpoint at like 96 on crude, then it's still kind of vulnerable to put in a lower high, maybe push back down. So as long as we're on the bottom half of this range, sellers are in control. We'll kind of see what this close looks like, but maybe an opportunity to play it short tonight. But we got to see NQ actually be able to hold some of this move, and it's given it all back, pretty much 50% of it.
Wow.
Not all back, but
crude session high $100.48 earlier today. I saw it in fast markets, and we just saw session lows put in. Beginning of power hour $92.10. Last trade $94. House account short. Still short.
No, flat.
Flat. Okay.
Flat. Yeah, minus 16.
Dolby, do you play like these higher time frame ranges like here on crude, or do you prefer like the kind of intraday ranges?
Ideally, the bigger the range, the better. There's more like ROI on a larger range. But when you have a lot of volatility, sometimes you won't even get those ranges, so you have to shrink down to smaller time frames. But like this 1 minute range in NASDAQ has just been incredible. Outside of that one little flush we had.
Same with crude. Same with what crude's doing right now. 7 minutes. 7 minutes till MOC. Braden is back. You're in power hour. He's trading a little bit sideways. Bit of a holding pattern.
Sideways. Like, do we bid 575s now because the range has been so tight? I mean, maybe.
On that crude, $94.
I mean,
stuck in that. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there can be some good money made in just taking 20, 25 point scalps in the NASDAQ if you can find a nice range for it.
Every time they try running up the equities like that, sellers jump in.
Yeah.
Flip that green candle to red.
I mean, 600s, big round number. That's been rejecting several times. Should probably mark that off, actually.
Yeah. What's the Dow doing? Dow 46,417.
Selling in crude here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at crude. Crude might come back down here.
Yeah, we're going to bid 581s. See if we can play this range. I don't know if we're going to get filled, though.
Bidding 581. Okay.
Yeah, 581 quarter. It might be too late. You never know. Never know. Maybe we end up rejecting 600s.
Just like that, buyers jump in crude. Just a little bit. All right, now they're selling crude.
I know, like as fast as you say it.
It's crazy. 93.69 just traded. 5 minutes MOC. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, be damn.
Let's see what we can get.
Absolutely
A lot of opportunity left. 16 minutes to go for this session. Okay. Back on the bull is the crude.
That's great. New 5 minute. Here we go. Oh, they just go range bound on us.
All right, we're in.
Okay.
We're literally just looking for like 15 to 20 points on this range.
Short or long?
Long. 'Long. 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 'Long.
Range trading, man. Range trading. I'm trying to incorporate more of it, but I feel like every time I do a range trade, it just doesn't
Breaks the range?
Yeah, that's the tricky part.
Frustrating.
Eventually, on the range trades will not be a winner. However, how many points of contact while you're in a trade? You look forward to say we are indeed, our range has been established.
You know, I look for at least three candlesticks that are relatively equal. That's like the minimum. It's 3 candlesticks that are relatively equal. And then if you get like a fourth and a fifth, then yeah, it's even better. Break even. A little maybe preemptive, but I see crude bidding over here, so I want to try to reduce risk. You know, if we can get 599s, or that'd be fine. So it's going to be a lot of base hitting because of the volatility.
Headline here: Netanyahu says Iran can no longer enrich uranium. Hints at, quote, ground component to war.
Can't imagine that that's bullish, but let's see.
I haven't seen anything bullish all day today for equities. All day.
Man, NASDAQ is moving right now. This dome is just out of control. It's almost teleporting. I wouldn't say almost, it is teleporting. Yeah, I mean, it's
$94.10. Yeah, just sitting here. Look at this. Equities in a range. All of a sudden.
Break even. Break even. Okay. Down 20.
Good.
It turned into a total chop fest here. I'm going to wait for MOC. Do a little unofficial timeout.
Yeah, the pace of this market is so tricky, man. I'll tell you what.
It is. I would definitely agree.
You go to 100 to 0 in like no time at all.
Yeah. So is that a stop run there? Maybe. Yep, looks like it. That's okay.
And then it pops. Yeah.
Yeah, we've gotten caught twice with that. So yeah, I think with NASDAQ, it's just better to not touch stops because it's so volatile. Like in some markets, I think maybe getting a little bit conservative with stop placement and moving to break even early can be justified, but NASDAQ will test the level twice before it wants to do a big move. Look at
or
that.
Or just wick around 20, 30 points.
Yep.
Last 10 minutes.
It's been tricky, man. I've been taking like these breakout trades through just short, lower time frame structure, and I'm scaling into it, and I'm not looking for a ton, 30, 40 points, which in this market is nothing. But dude, I get into it, then I see really nice profit, and then NQ comes up, wicks me out, because by the time I scale in, I'm kind of averaging down a little bit below the breakout level or kind of wherever I'm positioning. And then it's coming up, wicking me out by a point or two, and then running 50, 60 points. It's literally happened so many. It's soul crushing. It's happening too often this week.
Yeah. Giving up a lot of profits by going to break even in NASDAQ. In other markets, totally fine. NASDAQ, it's tough. You kind of just have to accept total risk with NASDAQ. And it's like, we're going 2 to 1, just accept it. It's like playing a hand in Vegas, right? We know what we're putting on the table, and we're okay with that.
So you're going to be taking heat. It's inevitable. You're going to be taking heat on every entry in the NQ. Yes, pretty much all.
It's
markets.
It's
at
whenever
this point.
I'm getting into them and I'm getting up on them. 20, 30 points. It gives a full retracement and then some, takes me out, then makes the move. It's more that, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'll take the initial risk, but once I get green by a good amount, it's been tricky.
3 seconds. MOC.
Tricky. I wonder if ES would clean up.
Coming
that
at
problem.
You. What do we got here? Here we go.
Sell side?
No way. Nothing. That's like 15 mil sell side, 12 million sell side, 8 million sell side.
What?
Yeah, 15 million sell side. Here we go. Flip. Still nothing. 200 mil sell side ES. 100 mil buy side NQ.
A lot of people agree in the chat about the stop outs. I know a lot of people are on that same train. That's the main reason I mentioned it.
Yeah,
it has been rough.
Okay, those numbers can and will change, but mixed bag, both light sell side ES, light buy side NQ. We got what's the reaction?
Crude bidding a little bit. Crude doing a good job of doing higher lows, so buyers might be in the house over there. Would have been nice shorting 600s. You got to be fast though. Like there are some rules you could do, like like allow an initial test of your entry before you go to break even. You kind of give it a little bit of room before you get tight with risk. Crude still looks
I
pretty
agree.
clear.
Sell side growing a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by shorts now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to offer 576s.
Here we go. Sell side ES growing 750 mil.
We've got lower highs on the 1 minute. Don't want to fight a trend.
Do something. 800 mil sell side. ES growing.
Okay. What's delta? Is it unwinding?
What was it? It's growing positive. 16,000. 16,000. Yes, 5,500 positive in NQ. Sell side growing now. Both ES and NQ. Wow.
Okay.
We ain't really going lower. Billion sell side ES.
Billion sell side. Okay.
Yeah, they can flip it though.
They can. They've been known to do that. See if we can get one more trade in. All right, short one. Ooh, immediate rejection. Nice. And we'll let this play out a little bit. Let's not try to suffocate a NASDAQ trade. Of course, this will be the one trade that just rips my face off, but I do like sideways. That sometimes.
Yeah. We got 7 minutes till the closing bell. Wild moves in power hour.
We'll offer one more at 595s. Let's see. What are we going to do? We're going to Dorito into close? Or are we going to go find a happy place?
Tell you what we're going to do, because we got the fast markets. We asked the peeps to hit us up at TopStep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour. See how they did. Dr. Volatility, come on in. James, give us the goods.
What's up, everybody? Look, we got a whole new graphic for you guys. Share your story. Get featured live during Power Hour. It says 2 p.m., but we're going to hit it at the end of the session. But earlier in the day, we asked you to take to X, Reddit, Facebook, your next door neighbor's mailbox, wherever you want to share the stuff you want to send us. Just make sure you're tagging TopStep TV wherever you do it. And this is the stuff that you gave us today, starting with our good friend Joseph, opening call on the big screen today. You love to see it, but what I love to see more is that Pac-Man machine in the corner. Got a nice setup there, but we love having opening call as big as possible. I want to see it on a projector next. Who out there is watching a projector in your home basement? Fast markets on a projector. Well, Joseph, congratulations. Thank you for sharing your story. Next up from Nick. Been a while since I traded TopStep. Welcome back. Will hope to get a payout soon. Nice, too, to see they got a sale going on. Yeah, have you guys heard about this? We are running a sale. You can use Alex Gold to take $26 off any no activation fee combine. So go ahead, head over there, take advantage of that. If you haven't yet, you can buy up to 5 no activation fee combines. So, Nick, welcome back, and congrats on your $5,555 winning day. Next up, let's take a look back at our friend Sensei T trades. You don't have to trade the ES or NQ to have big wins. I mostly trade the MES, MNQ, and scalp the ES at exhausted panic levels. And take a look at his chart there. That is a nice and healthy line up and to the right. You see he does have some losing days there as it dips down, but ultimately our good friend Sensei is up and to the right in the green. And it's showing you that you don't have to necessarily trade full contracts of ES or NQ. So think about that tomorrow when you enter the market and aim for some base hits. Moving on from AK Trades, finally requested my first live account payout, $13,000, $729. I mean, right there is incredible. AK Trades, First of all, 13K is a massive payout. Congrats. But also, you did it from the live account. You're one of TopStep's pro ball athletes in the marketplace. So here's to you. Here's to your 13K. Be sure to use it wisely. And last but not least, from Outsider. Outsider is showing off to the world that they have passed their trading combine and earned the express funded account. Outsider, congrats on your hard work. Whether it took you 2 days or 2 months, keep up the same process that got you there. Once you're in the XFA, don't slow down. Keep the momentum on, but stick to your trading plan. And we hope to see you post more of your wins as you go on. That's all I got for you guys today. Be sure to tag us on the X at TopStep TV and share us with whatever you want to send us. There's one more day in the week, and we'll be showing some of our favorites tomorrow during Power Hour. So for now, back to you guys for the close.
Alrighty. Yeah, it's less than 4 minutes. Less than 4 minutes till the closing bell. We'll see flipping back between buy side, sell side. NQ light buy, ES light sell side. What's going on? Crude kind of grinding higher. ES, NQ in the markets.
grinding.
Pretty much trading sideways.
We're going to see if we can get a little something here. We are just stuck in this Dorito pattern right now. It is
gold.
very, very tight.
Someone jumped on the buys in gold. Gold 56, 51, now 52s.
All right. I'm comfortable reducing risk here. Like 20 points. We'll save ourselves $10.
Yeah, what do we got? Still light.
Yeah, we're short these 575s. We just can't make a lower low, can't make a higher high. Stuck on the Dorito. Crude's bidding though, which leads me to believe that maybe we sell off. But I think NASDAQ might be happy with where it's at right now.
Sure looks like that. Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Braden, you gonna trade the reopen? Are you?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
That's
well,
my guy.
I'll be trading the reopen for sure. We'll build back.
Ooh,
Ain't nothing but a thing.
I'm short. Yeah, Crude's on the move higher. Are you still trading on the mobile, even at family dinners when you're in Disney World? Are you always taking a peek at the markets as always?
Yeah, I'm always looking at the markets. I probably need to make an effort to stop using my phone as much. We'll blame the losses. I think most of the trading I did today was on my phone, even though I have a perfectly good computer setup right here that I'm at. And I've been home all day, so maybe you should make an effort to sit down at the computer.
We're done. We are
okay. Also, hey, Brain, we've been seeing your name on the live leaderboard lately as well. We took a look at it in fast markets. Let's see how we're doing right now. Still, same name, same P&Ls, locking in those huge numbers. 47,000. Kai Boe up 43. And we got still 2 minutes here. Chow up 42. Look at those numbers. 24 and then $21,000. One new name in there. Job well done. Making sure Green Day stays a green day.
That's huge.
Incredible numbers. And the volatility certainly enabled some of that. We're flat. It looks like NASDAQ is going to stop us and then maybe roll over here. But Crude's rolling over too, so I'm a little bit confused. But this range has just been very tight.
Incredible.
Very, very tight.
Incredible volatility. We popped up 200 points in the NQ, and we pretty much retraced 50 points or 50% of it. Now we're trading 5,583. Here we are, last 60 seconds into the New York session.
Crude kind of
back and forth.
Kind of
got man, we catch it. Do we buy this real quick and to close?
I don't know which way we're going. I pull up the ES there, seeing all this volume trading. Braden, if the people want more Braden, where can they find Braden on the interwebs?
Yeah, go by BPC Trades on all socials, so just look that up. If not, here on TopStep.
I'm looking for you. Good stuff, Braden. Good to see you back. Some on slow markets. Dolby time, as always. 12 rounds of these markets. Yeah, these markets are absolutely just rocking. Headlines. What do we have tomorrow? Pretty much quiet in terms of news, in terms of scheduled data. That doesn't matter because headlines are absolutely rocking. Crude, Crude $8 range. We saw $100, 48 cents. Braden, as always, good seeing you. Dolby time, good stuff as well. Throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer. What a day. Wow.
Oh, yeah, guys. Wow. What a power hour. Guys, we haven't had action like that in power hour since, probably yesterday. But either way, guys, thank you for hanging with us during power hour. Special shout out to Andre, Dolby, and Braden for a wonderful power hour. Trades are flying. We got headlines coming at us. It's been a crazy day, and you guys have been sticking with us through the whole thing. Now, whether you've been here bell to bell or you're just tuning in for At the Buzzer, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time. And I'll say it. We see you, bell to bellers. We see you in there. We know you. We appreciate you. You guys are the best. But now, keep that support up. Stick around because At the Buzzer is coming up next. That's right. At the Buzzer, the only official post-game recap show from TopStep TV, where Coach Jay and Coach Paul go through all the market action, all the headlines, all the spikes up and down, and get you feeling good about that 5 p.m. reopen. They're going to talk about what to look ahead for tomorrow's trading session before we head into the weekend. And they're just going to generally have a good time. So At the Buzzer, stick around. It's coming up right after this at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then come back tonight for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota is going live at 7 p.m. Central Time tonight right here on our YouTube channel. So if you're looking for fast trading at night, check out Slow Markets. They're not so slow anymore. And again, that's at 7 p.m. Central Time. Then tomorrow at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. Everyone loves Aaron Trades. We love Aaron Trades. And now we love to watch Aaron Trades trade. And you can do just that at 1:30 a.m. I'm sorry, 2:30 a.m. because today or tomorrow is going to be the last day. It's at 2:30 a.m. Central Time before it goes back to 1:30 as London adapts to daylight savings time. And then tomorrow is Friday, so that does mean there is no Metal Markets with Deanna. Sorry, Metal Markets fan, you're just going to have to wait until Monday morning when Dee is back. So after London Open with Aaron Trades tomorrow at 2:30 a.m. Central Time, hang out, twiddle your thumbs, do a Rubik's Cube puzzle, do whatever you got to do until we are back at 7:15 a.m. Central Time, bringing you bell-to-bell market and news coverage as it happens right here on TopStep TV. I talked enough. Let's get you guys on over to At the Buzzer. You know what I'm about to say, but as always, I'm James Harden. You're the chat, and this has been TopStep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen. I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.